Snowflake LaManna. 166.6 pounds for LaManna, 166.6. And now to the scale with a record of 33 wins, no losses, 22 knockouts, the undefeated former two-division champion of the world. Here he is, Charlo. Charlo weighs in at 167.4 pounds, 167.4. Center of the ring tomorrow night for the co-main event of the evening. Charlo versus LaManna.
Yo, what up, what up? Mic check, mic check. What's up, Makai Perry? What's going on, everybody? Just getting the stream all set up. Yes, sir. 1 second. What's going on, everybody?
The challenger, Resendiz, weighs in at 167 pounds. 167. And now his opponent with a record of 23 wins, 2 losses with 14 knockouts. He's the popular defending interim WBA super middleweight world champion, Caleb Plant. Caleb Plant weighs in at 167.2 pounds, 167.2.
All right, give me a few more minutes. I'll get this started. The fight card will start in about 10 minutes. While you guys are coming in, let me know, man. Do you guys think there's going to be any upsets that's going down? Let me see. Right now, about 75% of you guys think both will win. I see a couple. I see Jamal Charlo will lose 12%. Dang. I also see 3% no, both will lose. Wow. Alright, let me see. My stream current bit rate.
Armando Rendez, 12 rounds, interim WBA super middleweight world championship.
What up, Illuminati, with Curmel Moton on the prelims? Yeah, he just fought. I got some footage of it that I could probably show before the main card starts. So, yeah, he just won. Yeah, they didn't put it, like, they didn't have a YouTube prelim or nothing, so I didn't really know why. So. All right, cool. I think that's enough build up, right? All right, I don't need a. So what's up, everybody? I think that was a good little introduction start right there. I got about 150 guys already. Prior to me actually getting into the actual fights tonight, I got a new little setup right here. I'm working on some things. What do you guys think? I got the unofficial, right? But it's my official. I got the fighters. I got the amount of rounds in the middle, right? So that circle shows what round it is, 1 out of 10. Then, of course, I got the minute. So right when the match starts. Oh, so when people coming in, they're like, yo, what round is it? How much time is on the clock, right? Who's fighting, right? And I can essentially, oh, I thought I could switch to my fighters. Uh-oh. Technical difficulties. I was supposed to be able to switch to my fighters. No biggie. I'll do it in real time. But I'll have fighters in there. All right, cool. That's just what I need to do. I just have to just update it. Boom. So, Omar Venezuela. Boom. See what I mean? So, there you go. My stream earlier took a dump, so let me fix this. But while I have you guys coming in, what do you guys think about that? Kind of a cool concept, right? But was Curmel on the prelims because he just won? Yes. Let me see if I can get some of the footage because it was on Instagram Live, right? While I'm getting some of this to work out. But Uber, let me see. Hold on, let me get this. Bam. All right. Getting all the technical difficulties. My stream was on good settings. Now I got on excellent settings. What's up, bro? Let's eat all the pizza and some lumpia with some Korean barbecue for these fights tonight for some Four Locos too. Damn, Four Locos. You just went real old school on me right there, brother. Kyron Davis. All right, we put that. Boom. Then we got Jamal Charlo. Boom. Thomas LaManna. Boom. All right. And no, that's not actually the fight that's up. That's going on. Boom. And Jose Resendiz. All right. So originally, like I said, yeah, Curmel already fought. Let me, since you guys are asking, let me get that footage. Let me play some of that footage for you guys. All right. You guys want to see the Curmel fight? Let me get that up. We transfer. I don't. Well, I guess. What up, Alexander? I guess what's kind of whack, I'm not gonna lie, is that they didn't have this on the prelims, like on a YouTube or something like that, right? Typically, they would allow us to watch it, right? Let's see. Oh shit. Boom. 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 Transfer. All right. Let me close this. All right. Boom. All right. Fighter. Lucario. All right. Jose Armando Rendez. All right. Isaac Lucario. Omar Venezuela. Kind of cool, right? So then I can actually transfer. I'm getting some of the Curmel footage up. FightHype. Boom. 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 Curmel. IG recording. All right. Boom. All right. Let me send that to myself so I can send it. What's up, Josh? Good night. That's coming up. How you watch it? What the fuck? The Curmel. So what they did is they went live on Mayweather Instagram, right? So for some reason they decided not to put it on the prelim and or like a YouTube prelim, which is unfortunate because the kid Curmel has so much hype right now. And usually it's kind of like a good buffer to promote the event, like just in case you're like, oh, okay, totally forgot there was a fight tonight. Good thing that was on YouTube prelims, so then I'll be able to pull up whatever I need to get ready for the fight. So they kind of they definitely dropped the ball. They're very odd that they weren't going to do that. So what was also odd today is that they did not live stream the Manny Pacquiao Mario Barrios press conference for whatever reason. So I don't know if there's like some sort of weird streaming issue going on throughout all of this, but all right, cool. So check it out. Curmel little brother went live and streamed the whole. Oh, so you saw it there? You recorded it. What up, depressed souls? What's up, man? Yeah, I'm gonna get some of this up real quick. Let's see if I can play this before the main card starts. But where is it? We transfer. I'll download it right now. I didn't get all of it. I know Curmel did win his fight, and it did go the distance, is what I saw. Transfers, requests. My boys first, me second. RGBA is becoming more like a cartel hangout than a boxing channel. Yo, chill out. Why you say that? They just opened up a brand new gym. You know, they got a lot of cool stuff in there, right? They got like the Hall of Fame of RGBA in case you won the fight. Oh, became a champion. Nah, Curmel fought already. Damn, I swear he's been the hardest person to follow. His career ends too quick. Not enough. Yeah, it's very, very weird, right? It's very weird how, like, there isn't like a prelim. There's so much hype. He's a Mayweather promotion fighter, right? Mayweather's backing him heavily, but he's fighting on this card. We're on Danny Garcia. He's fighting on Triller. He's fighting on the prelims here. He's fighting after the Canelo fight, which no one saw. Like, we have to like go out our way to record it go on social media, go on Instagram lives. It's a very hard career to follow, but he has a lot of hype. So thanks for the updates. Yeah, I'm gonna actually get some of the footage up. Let me see. Sent. There we go. Download. Let me see. This might be the full version. All right, cool. Has to fight. So no, it hasn't started yet. So what do you guys think? This is a pretty cool thing, right? I can oh shit, did I just drop the chat? Hold on, pop out chat. Bam. Hold on. No prelims suck. Get overlay. Bam. Highlight chat. Boom, boom. All right, there we go. Yeah, no prelims. It makes no sense. I thought there was going to be some prelims. Yeah, Curmel did win. I'm trying to pull up, let's see, some recordings I have of Curmel's fight while we wait for the Amazon event. But other than that, man, do you guys see any upsets tonight? Do you see Jermall Charlo, which many people have been kind of concerned, right? They've said, like, he hasn't seen himself. He's been glazing Caleb Plant, been too friendly with Caleb Plant. You know, we've seen Caleb Plant have a tough fight with Trevor McCumbee, and Resendiz did beat Jarrett Hurd. So, I mean, there is possibilities that Caleb could be in a tough fight for all we know. But do you guys see any potential upsets? And, of course, there's Yolani versus Kyron Davis. Depressed Souls, I feel as if he has bad moments, is protected to make sure Curmel looks bad for his future fights. That's why they ain't airing him. Well, with the age of social media, and I get it, Depressed Souls, I mean, someone's going to get it. So, but you do make a good point. But at the same time, man, there's so much hype for this dude. I remember when I posted it, his first fight on FightHype, it did like 700,000 views just alone. So there's a lot of hype for this kid, and there's no way that he can escape, you know, him being recorded at these fights. August 16th, July 19th, September 12th. Do you know these dates? Specifically, did something happen to those dates? No upsets. What up, Mr. Quake? Trevor's a strong puncher, though. He was banging on 175. Yeah, Trevor was like a top-ranked prodigy that they were bringing along until he failed his drug test. But he had a great amateur background, so no major upsets in this one. Hype job, Caleb ain't that guy. Second cherry pick in a row. Come on now. I mean, Jazz, I mean, I know for a fact that Caleb wanted to jump into a big fight. It just seemed like none of the big fights was available for him, including the Caleb Plant fight. So it's just one of those things that it's unfortunate, you know. So maybe he can get Jermall Charlo. I'm going to call him a hype job, though. You think these guys are going to get a signature knockout? Does Jermall actually get the signature knockout? I'm so happy for Khalil Coleman. Amazing performance. I only saw highlights because I was watching the Beck and Darius Fulgram fight. But I heard Cole made him quit, I think, in the 6th round. He didn't come out. So I know that was an Eddie Hearn prospect. A lot of hype. A lot of people was, you know, looking at him as one of the top American guys. I've seen him fight a couple times in Vegas, or one time, I think, in Vegas. So he looks like he has a lot of potential. So I don't know what happened in the first fight. Nah, he OD locked in. He OD locked in. All right. I think the Curmel live is almost done. Hold on. Give me 1 second. All right. I might have the full one, but I caught the tail end of it. So I'm going to play the tail end of the Curmel footage that I captured, just so that it might have been the last round or two. Let me see if I can pull this up. It was an Instagram live. All right, cool. Bam, bam. All right, so I got about 6 minutes of the last. Let me go to screen share. Only upset is going to be if you're a cornflake fan, Maul knocking the fuck out. I think Jermall's going to get him out. I personally think Jermall's going to get him out. big fights on those dates. I assume so. I just don't know specifically the dates. I'll have to pull up the calendar. There's just so much to juggle, man. So much to juggle. I'm assuming like Pacquiao fight. What was it? August 6th, July 19th. I'm sure Canelo Crawford-ish. Pacquiao, Gervonta Tank Davis, and Lamont Roach. Those looks like the dates. I'm assuming so. Charlo's 160, and Caleb is good at 160. If they fight at 160 pounds, then I'll give a shot at Charlo. That's what's up, man. Sanction Boss, what's up? So I'm going to play some of this Instagram live of the Curmel that no one really got to see. I don't know what round this is. What, Mr. Quick? Did Curmel fight? Yeah, Curmel already fought. I may have another recording of the full fight of Curmel, which I believe that we'll probably have it up on FightHype. Yeah, actually, hold on. We do have it up on FightHype. Let me make sure. Watch live. Boom, boom, boom.
All of that.
All right, let me cut the Amazon Live right there. Cool. Perfect. All right. So I'm going to play a little bit of it because it's 20 minutes. So it's 20 minutes of the full recording of Curmel's fight. Floyd Mayweather's there. So in case you guys do want to watch it in its entirety, I'll play maybe like a couple rounds while we're getting ready for the Isaac Lucero and Omar Valenzuela fight to come up. Caleb needs to get humbled. He's good, but been a little too cocky. I mean, he has been humbled. He's fought David Benavidez and Canelo. He's been stopped by one, almost by both of them, so. Sorry, he's greedy. First one, July 19th, Undisputed Heavyweight Championship, Usyk Dubois, in front of 90,000, Wembley Stadium. Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. I would love to do a Wembley Stadium event one day, man. Very outspoken. Back in the house, how are you? Good. What up, Eric Bell? I will be in and while checking out nights, but I'll be here for the post-fight comment. That's what's up, man. Appreciate it. I know next week, I'll be out in Norfolk. I gotta go cover Keyshawn Davis, man, versus De Los Santos, man, and then Abdullah Mason on the card, and it's gonna be a dope fight week, man. All right, so for anyone who's been wondering, we do have the Curmel full fight. I'm playing a little bit of it while we wait for the first fight on Amazon. Beck the Bully was getting bullied the first 6. Darius should have jabbed more and knocked down, cost him the fight. Yeah, I mean, I wish he was a little bit more defensively smart in his approach. He seemed like he was winning the inside. And he had a great jab, but eventually Beck's movement gave him issues, and Beck started going to the body, which he should have went earlier. But it was a good fight, you know. Darius Fulgham only started boxing when he was 19, and I remember meeting him for the first time like 3 years ago at the top ranked gym. And I'm already surprised when in a couple years he was already in the picture of fighting for a title eliminator. So props to Darius for that. What up, Rich Porter? Being humble has never won a fight. It's skill that wins the fight. Of course, man. And I always tell people this too, Rich Porter, because people always look at good guy versus bad guy. Being a good person also doesn't mean, like, you know, you're going to win the fight. Or you being a bad person, you're going to get humbled. None of those equations ever factor in the fact of who's going to win the fight at the end of the day, so. You got who you got, Tank or Roach? I got it 50-50 right now, man. I thought Roach won the first fight, but because it was so close, and I feel like they're going to make a lot of adjustments, I do feel like I could see the fight going either or, personally. I think Roach has the momentum going into the fight because, you know, the majority of people thought he won, so. What up, Too Honest, man? What's up, man? It's been a minute. I see you changed your profile pic, too. Did Curmel fight another... I mean, a lot of these are developmental fights. If I look up Curmel's box rec, I mean, he fought a guy, let's see. His opponent was 4-1. So you can see right there, 4-1. So I really wouldn't say like this guy was all that, but he's Cuban. So I mean, his debut, he fought a guy 6-0 in his third fight, lost to a guy 5-0, Francisco Rodriguez, who looks like he might be like a decent fighter. Lost to a 7-0, so that might have been a fight. Two young prospects. He had a split draw against a 5-0. So I don't know. Anytime I see Cuban at the age of 28, I'm assuming he had a decent amateur background, but you know, it looks like Curmel dominated him, you know, from what I've heard. He didn't win a single round, so. But if you do want to catch it, we do have the full fight in its entirety up on YouTube. If in case you missed it, because obviously there's no prelims, I would definitely check it out. It's the most recent video. Floyd Mayweather gives instructions to Curmel Moton from ringside. That helps. So definitely check that out. But in the meantime, I do have these guys in the ring, so I do not want to miss the commentary, but portion of the stream. But let me get to you guys real quick. 2nd August, Jake Paul, Chavez. Also 13, Tank and Lamont Roach. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of big fights coming on, man. Curmel with Bape shorts. That's fire. I'm expecting Keyshawn to have some sort of like Bapes or, you know, Billionaire Boys Club something. So I always miss. Everyone always misses the Curmel fight. So miss Showtime HBO. I agree. Caleb's confident. When you display a certain level of confidence, people find you cocky. It does. I mean, but at the end of the day, man, skills always pay the bills, man. You know, I think at the end of the day, you know, when you're fighting at that type of level, you have to have that type of confidence. So, but I'm gonna get to you guys real quick in between the rounds. I want to make sure I get this started. All right, this is a cool new feature, right? What do you guys think? Do you guys like when I have this right here? I'm gonna have unofficial scorecards coming up soon. That's what's being worked out for the stream. And let me make sure I get the clock going. Oh shit, hold on, my rounds is not right. All right, cool. Clock is starting. Let me make sure I add the right amount of rounds. 1 out of 10. All right. I cut off the coming. This is sick right here. I got, anytime someone comes in now, this is right here. When you look, Zeke Boxing News. When you say, yo, who's on right now? This is it. This is all you need to know. What round, who's fighting, who's in the ring. That's it. So I'm expecting this fight to be pretty quick because Lucero is already damaging Omar Venezuela. I did a little bit of research on it. Both guys are both undefeated, but it seems like Lucero is the guy that's being prepped to win this fight, who has a lot of the hype and a lot of the attention. Let me pull up the box right. Isaac Lucero is already ranked 27. Omar Figueroa. Both guys had a lot of fights in Mexico, so I haven't seen these guys at all. Isaac Lucero is 16-0. These guys are expected to pretty much bang it out. Then finally on September 12th, Canelo Crawford not disputed. Why is Curmel always so low on the cards? He could easily be the fight before Jamal. I mean, he should be on there. I don't know why they're not promoting him a certain type of way. But yeah, it's starting now. What up, CJ? Me and Nash should start looking too. Yeah, Nash is my guy, man. Maybe one day, man, we can do a little co-collab, man. So I'll be doing live commentaries, Stuart. You can watch the fights. They're all of them. They're going to be free if you have Amazon Prime. So it's included in your subscription. And just like I said, I don't have to tell you who's fighting right here. I don't have to tell you what round. And I don't have to tell you what minute. But I'll give some commentary in a second. Let me cut the... Oh, snap. Lucero. These guys are just duking it out. Just haymakers, man. How do I cut my desktop audio right here? He taunted Curmel and gassed out later rounds. Karen Davidson's savage mode. He needs to fight. Yo, that's going to be a good fight. Like, I'm not going to lie. I'm really looking forward to that fight specifically. Tate wins by KO. Last fight was just to trick the fans. Nah, I thought Lamont did a good job, honestly. I think the fact that Tank didn't really get up for the Roach fight. I wouldn't really discredit Roach. I think it was just one of those fights where, dude, oh shit. All right, I thought Valenzuela got dropped right there, but the ref called it a slip. Tank Shakur, Keyshawn Show will be fighting each other. Anything else is a cherry pick. I mean, you know, two of them ain't gonna fight each other, man. This first round between Lucario and Omar Valenzuela has not been a feel-out round. Oh, snap. Did I just lose my chat? I did. All right. All right. I just lost my chat. Boom, boom, boom. I need to change some of my hotkeys around. All right. And I switched around. Oh, dude. This is going to be a sick setup. All right. So, Depressed Souls. If you guys are asking who's fighting, what round, what's like, it's here. Like, please do not make me do this. So, right here, this is essentially the A side. This is essentially the B side. The middle right here, right? Hold on. Right here. This tells you what round and how many rounds. And clearly, this is the minute. How much time is left. So it hasn't officially started on my clock. Boom, I hear it. So you see that? That's going to be the theme of tonight. Who's fighting? What round? How much minutes is left? It's plain and simple right here. All right. So, do got a Pokemon as his last name a badass one. Oh, yo, you're right. Lucario. Or Luke. It looks like Lucario. Yeah. When the card starts, the fight's already started. Like, do I have to spell this out? And I'm not trying to shoot shots at you guys. It's pretty apparent, and I put this here for you guys to see who is fighting at what time of what round, of how many rounds, right? So as in right now, I'm just gonna get into it. Valenzuela and Lucero is just throwing hooks. It's just a phone booth fight. These guys are just leaning on each other. Hooks to the body, hooks to the head. It seems like Lucero is getting the better of the two. His hooks look sharper. They look a little bit cleaner, and he's landing more flush. But Valenzuela is throwing wide right hooks, wide left hooks to the body. He's swinging. So I'm expecting one of these guys to get caught with something crazy while in exchange. And I really don't know who it will be. Because it seems like right now Valenzuela is starting to put a little bit more pressure and starting to land a couple hooks. But Lucero's throwing hooks to the body. Just a pretty much phone booth fight. So if you guys don't have Amazon Prime, I would definitely find a way to look for this fight. Especially right before we get into Jamal Charlo and Lucero and all that stuff. So, Matt, all right, I need to know who's fighting at the moment. Also, what round we're at. Let's get this info out. It's all right there, buddy. It's all right there. It's all right there. The feature's super sick. Is that a widget or something? Yeah, I'm getting custom scripts made for the streaming platform. So I got unofficial scorecards in the works too. So I'll be able to slide that up if people ask me who I thought won. It's not currently made yet, but this will be the live stream setup going forward. So at any point, at any minute. Oh, Lucero dropped Valenzuela with a right hook, and he dropped the Lucero's on the canvas. He looks tired. He looks dizzy. He's getting up. The ref is waving him on. Oh, snap. Lucero looks like he's going to go for it. Yo, Valenzuela's hurt. He's on his back foot, stumbling around. Oh, and he eats a right hook. Lucero's going for the kill. He's trying to close the show. You already know how much time is left. Oh, Venezuela's getting... It's over. The referee comes and stops the fight with about 5 seconds left. Lucero stops Omar Valenzuela. He drops him with a right hook, and he finishes him. Oh, man. TKO right off the first fight. Oh, man. All right, man. All right. It's been a minute since we did some live commentary, man. That was kind of cool. The next fight is going to be super technical. I'm really going to be calling that. I'll be honest. I didn't really know anything about Lucero. I didn't really know anything about Omar Venezuela. So I just watched it as like a casual fan in that perspective. But from how it was being prompted up, it looked like Isaac Lucero was the guy that was supposed to win. And he did. Second round, stoppage. He dropped him. He's a Samson Lukowicz fighter. So at that point, I'm not even surprised. Because at that point, you know, when you got a promoter like him who has guys like Fedor and David Benavidez and so on, you know, you're expecting to be picked by a management guy who knows boxing. De Los Santos, things like that. So I'm looking forward to seeing this guy a little bit more. He's definitely going to be in the mix at 154. You know, there's guys out there like Virgil Ortiz and Xander Zayas and Bakram and Keith Thurman, Madrimov, Boyacek, Fedor, Lubin, Tim Zhu, Jesus Ramos, Jorge Garcia, Charles Conwell. So we're able to see him mix it up with these guys at some point, but he's ranked pretty high. Not higher than those guys, but he's going to be in the mix. So let me put up coming up next. All right, fighter A. All right, so bam, you see how the setup works, right? Pretty simple. So anytime anyone's asking, yo, what time, what round? So I reset the clock. Bam. I'll move back the rounds. And there we go. All right. Lucero's 100% dominating this fight, by the way, all jokes. Oh, yeah. I mean, there was fun exchanges, right? But he had the cleaner, flusher shots. He picked his hooks better. And obviously that right hook landed, so. Will we see these guys later? These are the future contenders. Early stoppage? Yeah, the ref could have, you know, and he could have gave him the opportunity to come out in the third round. I mean, like I said, Lucero looks like the guy who they want to be as the A side. So at that point, you know, you gotta show me something, Venezuela. These refs are soft these days. Haven't seen Castillo Corrales pack. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not a fan of these type of stoppages, but I get it. There's kind of a motive behind it. They're going to try to protect the fighter while ensuring a stoppage for the A-side guy. I'm sure Lucero would have got the win, you know, by stoppage, but, you know, you don't want to get these guys hurt. I don't really know too much about Omar Venezuela, so I don't know if that was out of his league based off the competition he was facing. So, but either here or there, I mean. That wasn't a title fight. He was done. Yeah, so I didn't really even see him have even like a relative high box rec ranking. And, you know, I know it's box rec, but sometimes that gives me an idea of like, all right, you top 30, top 40. You're fighting decent guys that are being calculated. So, damn, Lucero is going to be a problem if he looks like a young Canelo. He hit him with almost like a no-look hook. You know, he kind of turned down and threw a right. Actually, I wouldn't say no-look hook. He saw it come. Oof. Vicious right. But you might be right, man. Redhead from Mexico. He got the Canelo, man. He got that Canelo-esque. Boys be crying, dude. He was getting mollywops. Yeah, I wasn't really complaining. Could have gave him the extra 5 seconds, had him come out the next round. I'm sure Lucero would have won, but this fight's next already. We already got Yolani Hernandez, Kyron Davis already up. So let's go, champ. You really know your boxing. Salute. Appreciate it, man. Please, where is the showing channel? It's on Amazon Prime, Revelations. Curmel Moton. Yep, Curmel did win. This is a gladiator sport. These refs should go do golf gigs. It's hard to, you know what I mean? It's hard to say because at the end of the day, I don't know what that type of opponent was. I don't know if he was supposed to be a showcase. Like, this is Omar Venezuela, all right? Hold on, let me go. So it's like, let's really dissect this guy. He's 23 wins, 20 knockouts, right? He's rated, according to BoxRec, 148, and he's ranked number 11th in Mexico, right? And let me see. Isaac Lucero. $16, 12 knockouts, and all these fights are in Mexico. So I don't know how to gauge like the level of competition, right? Like, I mean, I'm looking at it. I've never seen him fight. That was the first time I've seen him fight. These seem like relatively like whatever opponents, right? And then when I go to, what's it, Omar? Did I have Omar? Yeah, when I go to Omar Valenzuela, same situation. You know, all his fights practically was in Mexico. Let me make sure it's the same Omar, right? Same Omar, same weight class. No, this is 160. Is this the same Omar that just fought? It is. So he was a 160 pounder that came down to 154. All his fights has been in Mexico. Fighting guys 0 and 0 and 0 and debut and 2 and 0 and 0 and yeah, this resume, they're both resumes are kind of trash, to be honest. So I don't know. I mean, in this sense, do you want a guy that really hasn't fought nobody to really take punishment? I don't know. I mean, his last opponent was 2 and 12. 29-29, 27-11. They're pretty much even. I just don't know how to gauge these type of level of tune-ups. You know, his cherries and his cherries might not equal the same, but I know he has the big promoter behind him of Samson Lukowicz, so, you know. But neither here or there, man. We're going to go into Yolani Hernandez and Kyron Davis. That's actually like an actual fight where both these guys have shown, you know, legit competition, a good wins against good competition. You know, let me go right here, right? LaManna Hernandez, he's a Cuban fighter that came out the professional scene performing pretty well, fighting guys 17, you know, 25-5. You know, the Angel Ruiz fight, I guess, is a decent opponent. You know, he's been in the ring with Giovanni Santillan, who's fought Brian Norman. In addition to that, if we look down a little bit more, undefeated Bryce Henry, who had some hype a little bit, but we'll see. Kyron Davis, on the other hand, he's been in there with guys like, you know, Patrick Day, David Benavidez. He sparred Jaron Ennis. He sparred Terrence Crawford. You know, at the end of the day, I think this is going to be a real true test for Yolani Hernandez. The big one Kyron Davis came off too was beating undefeated Elijah Garcia, who had a lot of momentum going into the fight. He was highly ranked #1 in the sanctioning body at one of the belts. Lost that positioning. Later fought Terrell Goucher in a controversial win, which many people, myself included, thought Terrell won the fight. But either or, you know, Kyron was the first one to get him and took that hype away. So we know Kyron has skill. We know he's been in the ring with tough guys. He had a good showing against David Benavidez, even though he's not a 168-pounder. He still went in on short notice, had a good performance, the best he could. And on top of that, you know, he's slick. He's trained by Steven Bredman. I think that at this point, you can't be mad of a guy who's trained in a Philly style versus a guy who's trained in an offensive Cuban style to be facing each other for a title eliminator. It makes sense. These type of guys want to fight the best and figure out early on, you know, what they can do. I mean, I would say early on as in like what they're capable of. Hernandez is age 27. Kyron Davis is at the age of 30. So they do need to get it going. But if they had their way, you know, I'm sure they would fought better competition early on if they had the right push. I mean, Yolani's fighting pretty tough already for his 8th fight. Kyron Davis, you know, he's been in there with, you know, some decent guys early on, but didn't really have the same push. Lost to Patrick Day, which was a big amateur standout. You know, fought Anthony Durrell. So he has a lot of experience, but that Elijah Garcia win was huge, and now it set him for another big opportunity to fight for a potential title shot. So, Jabberwocky. Will this just be commentary? Yeah, it's just commentary, my guy. Lucero still talking? Yeah. But do you think boxing survives with the fire stick revolution? It's been around for a while. I think what has to happen though is that for the fire stick revolution to not fully take effect, I think it's going to be two things. One, these fighters have to fight in a situation where they're fighting for reasonable purses. you know, that equate to what they are making on the pay-per-view buys. I don't know, actually. I don't know. I really don't know how. I'm about to just waste a whole bunch of time. Like, I don't know how you stop piracy in this age, you know? I really don't know. Boxing will survive, but it's going to be at a point where fighters are going to have to take some sort of pay cut if it becomes that. So, I got chat over the chat. Barry's finally gonna get I don't know, dude. Manny Pacquiao is 46, so but he might have enough to beat a guy like Mario Barrios, you know, who's very vulnerable, kind of tunes out later in the fight. So have you guys heard about PED allegations Redman made on Yoleni about him having a thick neck but small body? No, what did he say? What did Bredman say? Boxing stream keeps skipping for me. Like the Amazon one, William. Bar is going to be praying to Jesus. Watch. Who knows, man? That's a scary fight for Pacquiao, man. Coming into boxing that much older. Watch out for Elijah Williams. New York in the house. Okay. I'll look him up. Elijah Williams. Boxer. All right. Bars is half Pacquiao. Piracy is unironically helping boxing. You might be right. I'm watching this on a Fire Stick I bought from Amazon. Yo, that's crazy. All right, cool. So, Yoleni, Kyron Davis, both in the ring. I'm going to hit the clock when the fight starts and give you guys my honest commentary, my honest take. So, bing. All right. First round, 2 minutes, 57 seconds. All right. So Hernandez starts off with a couple jabs while Kyron Davis is on his back foot, giving him some lateral movement, light on his toes, going towards his left side. Right now, Lenny looks like he has a high guard, just slowly just trying to walk Davis down a little bit and put a little pressure. Try to put him on the ropes. He goes for a left hook, a couple hook combinations, swings with a right. Davis blocks it while he moves to the right, gets his back off the ropes. Lenny throws a couple combination shots. Right hook to the body, lands from Hernandez. Yeah, I don't know who has Amazon, but I mean, I'll look for that. It's interesting. All right, the referee comes and breaks him up. Hernandez kind of fighting in a high guard, being active, being a little bit busier, taking a lot more chances. Kyron hasn't really thrown anything. He's just being patient. They clinch up. Oh, Hernandez throws Davis on the floor. Davis still hasn't really thrown any punches. He's on his back foot, throwing a couple of little jabs. Hernandez throws a good right hook, lands with follows up with a good left hook. Yo, Hernandez is getting busy on Kyron. Oh, with a good right hook. Followed up after he lands a right uppercut on Davis. Davis is not being active. Davis is not getting... He's not getting in the rhythm. He's not setting his shots together. He's not taking any chances. He seems like he respects Hernandez, and he's not really trying to engage with him. Hernandez looks like he lands some serious shots early on in this round. He's keeping Davis very honest. A couple jabs from Hernandez lands on Davis. I don't know what the game plan is from Davis at this point. He's just circling around Hernandez. He gets his back on the ropes. He's squared up on the ropes. Hernandez is just simply just walking him down, throwing good combinations. Already just comfortable. and he's just getting punished. Davis is being very like cautious, particular in what shots he wants to take, very selective in his shot choices. I just wonder what the game plan is. Now Curmel didn't stop him. But I didn't get to fully watch it. It looked like he kind of dominated that guy. But we have it sanctioned, boss, up on our YouTube channel if you want to watch it. All right. Let me go to the next round, reset. All right, cool. Cool. Let me look at the stats real quick. Yoleni's a little bit taller. They don't have the reach listed right here for him. All right. So we're in the second round right now. What time's the main events? Well, we have the co-main coming up. After this is Jamal Charlo, and then after that, Caleb Plant. Everyone's cherry picking bars, but won't fight each other. Boots versus Norman should be fighting. I mean, they look like they're trying to make the fight next, if anything. But Norman says he wants to focus on his fight first before negotiating. So it's 2K25. You're still paying pay-per-view. You lost in the sauce. I mean, in my case, I write it off for work, but yeah, I'm not going to encourage or discourage that. This guy doesn't look like your normal Cuban fighter. You know, a lot of these Cuban fighters, honestly, Sway is, good right uppercut landed from Hernandez, who's just completely dominating Davis right now. All these Cuban fighters have shown to not only be technically sound, but went away from the defensive style and went more offense, more entertaining, more aggressive, more willing to engage, more willing to look for knockouts, like David Morrell, right? Prime example. A guy who shows a lot of boxing abilities, but decides to engage, take chances, and want to hurt his opponent and want to get these guys out. So these Cuban fighters, completely different breed than the Lauras and the Resendiz. Not saying anything negative about them, but as an entertainment factor, those guys weren't really forcing a fight. These Cuban fighters are forcing a fight, and they're looking for the knockout, opposed to just waiting for an opportunity and just using their footwork. It's just a different time. These Cuban fighters are hungry. They want to fight these guys. They want to take their opponent's head. And right now, Davis has Hernandez back on the ropes, but right away, Hernandez just immediately fires a couple shots and gets back to the center of the ring. Seems like he's letting his hands go. Better combination, stronger punches, landing, connecting at a more efficient rate. I really don't know what Kyron Davis can do. He's picking shots here and there. You know, he's kind of standing there. He's not moving. Oh, Hernandez drops Kyron Davis. Kyron Davis is on the canvas. Yo, this is going to be an early night, y'all. This is going to be an early night, y'all. This is going to be an early night. Kyron Davis, man, very talented guy. He's shown a lot of experience throughout the years, fought a lot of talented people, came up short, sparred some good people, but he looks like he's in one of those fights where he's with one of them next guys. Yoleni Hernandez is teeing off. Davis eats a right hook. He's on the ropes. I don't know if he's going to make it out this fight. He might make it out this round. He's slipping shots, but at this moment, Davis is not firing. Davis definitely got very comfortable earlier and got caught. They're going to the third round, y'all. They're going to the third round, y'all. Yo, man, Hernandez is a problem, dude. Hernandez is a problem. This dude is solid with the power punching. He's aggressive. He's picking good shots. He's a combination thrower. He's letting his hands go. He goes to the body. He goes to the head. He's very calm. He's mean. Yeah, man. And what got him to the canvas, man, bunches and punches, man. Landed a 1-2. He threw a combination. In between that combination, he looked like he landed, I think, a good right hook and a straight jab. Almost like what Terrence Crawford did with Spence by landing the back shot, like the right hand, and then dropped him with the jab. So that bing, bing. So I like what I see from Hernandez, man. Kyron Davis is the gatekeeper. I mean, it might be, man. I mean, he's not going to be able to get these opportunities too much longer, and he's being used for kind of a showcase opponent, it looks like. Norman didn't want to sign a contract. Eddie sent him. That's a cherry pick. I mean, I talked to Norman, Jazz. He just told me, like, it wasn't good business to sign a fight beforehand because at the end of the day, you know, I agree. Why would you pre-negotiate when you have a fight? Just get this fight over with and then let's negotiate after. He said literally to me that the following day, oh shit, I didn't even start the clock. All right, hold on. Seconds. All right, cool. This is how I can moderate the... Hold on, let me get it to the proper time. All right, there we go. Cool, pop out. But that's pretty much what he told me. I can't be mad at Norman for wanting to wait to negotiate after his fight. But I did hear it was, you know, a lot more than the first time. So, but at the end of the day, those two have to fight each other. I mean, if not, then Boots should move up. Then boxing has no foundation unlike UFC. I think just UFC has a monopoly for the most part, but we'll see how MMA and UFC stands, you know, in the next 40 years, because at some point a new entity is going to come through and rival it, and it's going to create some sort of friction, split the promotional company up on fighters, and fans are going to question who's... Oh, good right from Hernandez. Hurt Davis. Oh, man. A power jab snaps Davis's head back. Man, Davis looks very, very concerned about getting caught. He's not letting his hands go. And while he's being kind of a sitting duck, he's just taking punishment. So he's really not firing to keep Hernandez off him, but he's kind of hesitant to give any type of resistance. And Hernandez is just busy. Strong, powerful, throwing hooks, uppercuts. Oh, good right uppercut from Kyron Davis. Probably the best shot he's thrown all fight. Slows the pace a little bit, Hernandez. Hernandez is not really as aggressive, but don't let him reset, Davis. Davis needs to take a good... Oof. Davis eats a good right uppercut. Oh, man. Good combination from Hernandez. Just teeing off on Davis, man. I honestly feel like Davis in great shape, and that's why he's able to take these shots. But over 10 rounds, he cannot take this type of punishment, because even then, him, who looks like a guy who's put in good road work, has some good sparring, can get knocked out. He's just taking too much punishment right now in this fight, so... You're wrong. Who do you have, Canelo or Crawford? Don't say it can go either way. I'm saving receipts. I mean, look, you want my honest opinion. I mean, I think Canelo should be the favorite, right? I know that ultimately, oops, my chat went away. Ultimately, you know, Crawford is going up, facing the bigger guy, 168, the pound for pound, 166, the best 168 fighter. I think you have to factor into all those type of things. And I think that Canelo will bring his A game when he faces a guy like Crawford. But for the most part, anything can happen. You know, we've seen Canelo look kind of sluggish against Skull. And I would still favor Canelo slightly, but it's slightly. It was a lot more, but I have a lot more time to reassess, right? I'll probably bump into Crawford a couple more times and probably would talk to him a little bit more. We've had like a good 2-hour conversation about the fight a couple months ago. So not like an interview. I just chatted with him. So just kind of question, like, dude, you told me that 168 was too big, and now all of a sudden, like, you're willing to take the fight. I have to question a little bit, right? Because these are your words. So but I think it should be a very competitive fight. I do feel like size plays a factor, but if Crawford is able to box, move, and get Canelo's respect, then Crawford wins. But if he's unable to take his power and keep up early on, because Crawford's a slow starter, Canelo's a fast starter. But Crawford gets better over time, Canelo gets sluggish over time. So it depends on the half. And I think Canelo's going to come out blazing really strong, really fast. But if he can't get Crawford out within the first 6-7 rounds, then I think Crawford's going to win the fight. So I think it's the battle of the halves. But we're in the 4th round, about 1 minute and 23 seconds. Davis is taking a little bit more chances. But just like Unlaced says, Davis is taking a beating. Hernandez is too big. I agree. I mean, his shots seem devastating, thumping, strong. He seems physically like an animal. And Davis has been in the ring with David Benavidez and shown good resistance and good offense against a guy like him. But right now he's struggling to get it together. He's struggling to get a rhythm in. He throws kind of shots here and there. But Hernandez is throwing punches and bunches. Landed a good right hook. Davis is not letting his hands go. Like Hernandez is just throwing pressure combinations. When he gets up to him, he's throwing 6, 7, 8 punches. And he's landing like 3 or 4 of them. And Davis just cannot get out the way. He's trying to block like 1 or 2 shots. Kind of like his offense. His offense is like his defense. Throws 1 or 2, blocks 1 or 2. But Hernandez is throwing 5 or 6. And every time Davis is just kind of sitting there trying to high guard and block, he eats like the next 3, 4, 5 after he catches the first 2. So I don't know what the game plan is for Davis, to be honest. I can't show the fight Gonzalez copyright. If I was a fighter, I'd play Killboy by SZA. I don't even care to see the Crawford-Canelo fight. Canelo versus Benavidez, the Crawford versus Boots is what we really want to see. I mean, that really seems like the fight that really all the hardcore boxing fan wants to see. Because I've always thought, personally, if Crawford went up and lost to Canelo, right? It's almost like a built-in excuse to be like, look, I fought a guy so much bigger than me. I dare to be great. It wasn't my night. He was just a better man, yada, yada. The size, the blah, blah, blah. So when you fight someone in your weight class, the risk is there because you're really kind of like not having that type of excuse. And when you fight kind of the young contemporary person of yourself, right? The young lion, David Benavidez, the young beast running through people in your division. Duran Ennis, virtually a bigger version than you, but in the same weight class. Switch hitter, has heat in both hands. It just almost seems like the bigger risk is fighting the guy at your weight. So hardcore boxing fans respect that more because they understand that you don't have that built-in excuse like, hey, I could lose to a guy relatively, bigger than me. So I think that's more at stake. I think both guys fighting the younger versions kind of themselves, bigger, younger versions of themselves in their weight is definitely more of a threat. Not taking away that Crawford fighting Canelo isn't a big threat. I mean, I think Crawford fighting Canelo or Boots is a threat, but it takes away that excuse of saying you went up weight and dare to be great. But if Crawford beats Canelo, then we really have nothing to say, And I personally would probably root for Crawford, but I think the favorite should be Canelo. And the person who looks like the favorite in this fight is definitely Hernandez. He's punishing Davis on the ropes, landing a left hook. Good right uppercut from Hernandez. Davis is just not able to keep Hernandez off him. He has blood coming out of his mouth. He's not landing anything significant. He's throwing 1 or 2 shots. He's leaning on the ropes. Hernandez is keeping his offense busy. I really don't see how Davis can win this fight. Hernandez just looks way too strong. Way too strong. Physically opposing. And he's landing these shots in his combinations that just catches Davis Every time Hernandez throws a combination, he lands a shot or two off of it. And Davis is just really just throwing one or two here just to kind of say like, hey, I'm willing to exchange with you, but that's it. I'm not really setting up my shots. I'm not really picking good opportunities. I'm really just waiting for you to throw punches and bunches. And he eats a right hand waiting. Hernandez just sends Davis back. And another right hand. Yo, Davis is getting punished. They're going to have to stop this fight. Davis is taking so much punishment. Oh, man. Davis eats a right uppercut from Hernandez. Hernandez, as many punches he's thrown, he looks poised, calculated, just dominating Davis, dude. I don't know what the game plan is. There's really no more lateral movement from Davis. Davis is just sitting on the line. He's going back on the ropes. He's squared. He's eating right hooks. He's just getting punished. Davis would get knocked out, and that's what respect. I don't know, dude. At this point, man, I really don't know what the point is for Davis to continue fighting. I don't see a game plan. I don't really see something kind of working in his favor. He's not really setting up his shots. He's just there firing shots in between. But really, at the end of the day, like, I don't think he's going to be able to land a big shot on Hernandez. Hernandez just seems like he's this big beast that could probably take Davis's punching power and fire back. It almost seems more detrimental just to engage with Hernandez, but what do? Davis can't box him. He doesn't have the footwork to keep him off and go side to side. You know, at this point, Hernandez is just walking him down and just reserving his energy for combinations. He's not really exerting a lot. He's just right in front of Davis. Just an easy night for Hernandez, man. No disrespect to Davis, but it's not really a hard fight to score. Yeah, we're at the Davis and Hernandez fight right now. Biblical Triple G couldn't hurt Canelo. Hurting someone is how you get the respect. Crawford couldn't even hurt Madrimov, but he's supposed to hurt Canelo. Crawford's fan base will have hella excuses. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why, like, I favor Canelo. Like, I'm a huge Crawford, like, supporter. And I say supporter because I know him personally. I've covered a lot of his fights. I can't really say supporting Canelo because I can't just call Canelo. So, like, I'll openly say I have a bias towards Crawford. But that's such a tough fight. It really would be shocking and amazing that Crawford could beat Canelo. So, at that point, I'll have a rooting interest, but I would favor Canelo. But Canelo didn't look great against School. But that's a big 168-pounder, Cuban style, who didn't really engage and relatively lost pretty comfortably, in my opinion, against Canelo. In a very boring fight, but who knows, man? Like, it really just comes down to that particular night, how Canelo feels, how Crawford feels, and maybe we might see something special, or we might see something where we continually always say weight class matters for a reason, and that could be one of those kind of fights that will continue to add to the list as a teaching lesson, where you move a fighter, especially a fighter that jumps up multiple weight classes. It's rarely done. You know, but Davis is being a little bit more active this round. He's pushing Hernandez. Let's see, open widget. Usually not receiving. My stream is poor. Hold on. Is my stream dying right now? Hold on. Davis seems a little bit more active right now. Okay, my stream's still good. I got a notification that said YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain a smooth stream. Okay. All right, cool. I had to just make sure. I doubt both have been drug-free. I mean, there's suspicion on Crawford, but you can't really pin nothing on him. Yo, Hernandez is just pummeling Davis, man. I don't really understand the point of Davis fighting anymore. I mean, he's alive. He isn't, like, out on his feet, but he's just taking a lot of punishment. But Canelo has technically failed a drug test, so by all means. But if they both pull it off, I like to see Plant and Charlo. That's what we're waiting for. Really, to be honest, we're waiting to see how both these guys look tonight and really see that if Jamal is in a healthy mental space and if Caleb Plant can show his consistent dominance against guys outside of Canelo and David Benavidez, I think it's a great fight on paper. But Jamal has to get his head right. Caleb has to win, and he has to win in kind of a... They both have to win in kind of a spectacular fashion. More Charlo than Caleb, only because we've seen the consistency of Caleb just winning. We just don't know where Jamal is, right? Like, Jamal might need a signature knockout to convince the boxing fan and the world that, like, he is here. You know, I know he's done a lot of friendly talking about Caleb Plant. I'm a fan. He's a cool guy. You know what I mean? I'll wear your clothes if you need a model. Like, that's not what boxing fans want to hear. So, really, I think the story is Charlo has to destroy Thomas LaManna, and Caleb Plant just has to win. And then I think we can have a good fight. If Jamal struggles with Thomas LaManna, and if Caleb Plant destroys Resendiz, I mean, it really kind of kills the hype for that fight. So I think for Jamal's sake, stop Thomas LaManna, dominate him, destroy him, step on him. And then as long as Caleb wins, then even if he looks vulnerable or not, I think we got the fight that fight fans can actually believe could be potentially competitive. So, but what's not competitive is Hernandez and Davis. Hernandez has won every round in this fight. Davis has tried a little bit more. He tried to put a little bit more aggression in the last round, but still, it's just too much power, too many combination punches from Hernandez, and it's just one-sided across the board. Davis putting a little pressure. Hernandez is on his back foot, but for the most part, it's been Hernandez front foot all day, throwing combinations. Good right hand from Hernandez. I want to start a boxing channel. You should start a boxing channel, Jazz. I don't see why not. I'm too honest and unbiased, so I probably wouldn't go anywhere. That's not true. As a hardcore boxing fan, ex-amateur boxer, I don't glaze any boxers. I mean, just speak from the heart. You know, I don't really think I glaze. I give people the benefit of the doubt. And maybe that's where it comes from. Maybe I give fighters a little bit more credit. But other than that, I mean, I try to keep it as honest and fair. More politically correct more than none. But at the end of the day, I do feel like you can start a channel, and I think fans will respect it. What up, Dula? Davis was scared at the face-off. I mean, Hernandez is a big, intimidating guy, man. I mean, even right now, Davis seems like he's afraid to let his offense go. He's trying now because I'm sure that he realized he's behind. But even then, Hernandez is just this vicious, strong... right hand. Man, this dude is just strong. And he is not afraid to let his hands go. And if you're a person that likes to be a little cute in the pocket and slip a couple punches like 1, 2, I mean, this is not going to be the guy that you want to face because Hernandez is throwing 6, 7 punch combinations and all the shots hurt. Even if you're blocking, you can tell that there's some thudding shots on the arm, on the elbow, which kind of freezes you a little bit because you know that you don't want to get caught with anything flush, especially when you got dropped in the earlier rounds in this fight. So Davis is just fighting the best that he can, but he has no legit game plan. I see it. It's just, I'm going to just throw a couple shots in between, maybe try to counter, but there's really no game plan that lets me know that he's working towards. It's just, I'm going to sit here, I'm going to pick my shots, I'm going to, work around a little bit. I just don't even know what Davis's game plan is. So Hernandez is dominating Davis, man. Like, he dropped Kyron Davis. He's throwing way too many combinations for Davis to keep up. Davis is throwing 1 or 2 shots. Tick for tat, it's not even close. Hernandez is just... He slowed down a little bit. It's not as devastating as the earlier rounds, but it's just a Hernandez fight, man. Yeah, nice right, Peter? Plant UD, Charlo UD. No, arm rig. Come on, man. We need a Charlo knockout, man. We need a signature knockout to help sell the Plant Charlo fight. Because if Charlo goes the distance with Thomas LaManna and is competitive, do you think fight fans will get behind him against a Caleb Plant? All right. The boxing just complete ditch Boo Boo Andre. I still think there's some good fights. I just talked to Boo Boo like a month ago or 2 months ago, and he told me there should be some news coming soon. So I don't know. Like, I might have to try to figure out how to reach out to him again. But you know, he looks healthy. He looks chill. He's chilling. I saw him at the Tank versus Roach fight. So I don't know. I mean, if Charlo loses, I think maybe Boo Boo Plant should be a fight that should be made then, right? I don't know. But I agree. Boo Boo definitely needs to get in the mix. Both Davis and Hernandez are dogs. Yeah, I'm not taking anything away from Davis. I think Davis, as a fighter, you have to stop him, right? Like, he's not going to stop off of pure will. But I do feel like game plan, I don't know if there's anything there for him. Like, he's just not able to engage with Hernandez. He's landing just a couple jabs here and there in between rounds. He landed a good right hook on Hernandez, but you know, he's abandoning the lateral movement. He's kind of sitting in front of Hernandez, trying to exchange with them, putting a little bit more pressure, maybe trying to bully the bully, but in that approach, he has to land some shots. Hernandez is on his back foot boxing now, and he's definitely putting on a better effort of boxing than Davis did, and he's landing in between the clinches. He's landing outside. That right hand is so powerful, man. And he just has a strong jab. He's targeting the body of Davis right now. And as much heart Davis has, he's just really not able to get any respect. Davis' punches don't really seem like they have any legit sting that can get Hernandez respect. This guy is big. This dude Hernandez simply looks so much bigger than Kyron Davis. Man, dude, and Hernandez's defense, if anything, is underrated at this point because, oh, man, good solid two-piece from Hernandez. Targeting the body, double left hook lands on Davis. Look, Hernandez's defense is solid. He's not letting Davis get any shots on him. It's not flashy. It's not slick. It's not Floyd Mayweather. It's not James Toney. It's just simply just picking off shots and then putting pressure on. And now he has Davis on the ropes. Oh, I don't even have the time set. My bad. It's 28 seconds. Sorry. We're in the 8th round, but I didn't start my clock. That's my bad, y'all. It's on Amazon right now, Dan. Digital Recon. Wu-Tang is for the children. What do you mean by that? Like, I want to know. Is that like a diss or is that a compliment? Because I'm a Wu-Tang fan. What up, Squid Ink? Let me change the round real quick. This card will be better than all turkey milkshake cards put together. I mean, look. I didn't know anything about Omar Valenzuela, Lucero, but Lucero looks like a problem. Needs to tighten the defense a little bit, but I will keep an eye out on him for the 154 division. Hernandez is putting on a good show. Davis is trying to survive and trying to compete, but it's just too much. Yeah, Curmel already fought. We have the fight on our YouTube channel, so if you have missed it, just check it out there. It says 8th fight. I don't know why they didn't do a prelim. Chill the boss. What's up, man? Kyron is trash. Damn, yo. Chill out, man. Why you gotta do Kyron? Kyron is a good enough fighter where if you don't bring your A game, he will beat you. But if you're on your A game and you're one of these top legit elite fighters of the division, you should get past him comfortably. But he talked like a dog and got an opinion on everyone, but he's getting hit at will. Look, I mean, Hernandez 7-0 took a big step up fighting Kyron Davis. And that just shows the confidence comes from the Cuban school of boxing. He's physically strong. Davis is definitely like there in the fight. Like, he's not incoherent, but he's taking a lot of punishment. And it's pretty much going to be a one-sided fight unless David does something dramatic. So, but in comparison, Hernandez looks so much better than Davis. You know, it is what it is. Curmel is nothing special. I haven't really seen anything that made my eyes like how would I say? Oh, I didn't even start the clock again, y'all. I'm sorry. Y'all got to tell me clock. There. Let me see. There we go. I think Curmel right now is a very talented young kid who has a very exciting style, but I still need to see how he would compete against a kid who's like a boxer, right? I need to see him face guys like, you know, maybe Zaquan Moses in a rematch. You know, even though I thought Curmel had a better pro style in that amateur fight, but he was getting outboxed early on. Maybe a Troy Nash. Some of these younger kids who can box and maybe keep Curmel on his back foot. Man, Davis just ate a right hook. Sheesh. Davis is on the ropes just eating these hooks. So from right now, I think I got to let these prospects kind of turn into contenders. Then I can give better assessments, because right now I haven't really seen anything too crazy. I think one of my favorite prospects personally that's like under 10 fights, check him out. His name is Troy Nash. No, I'm talking to Champ, Izo. Curmel already fought. We have the fight on the channel. Yeah. But with the Curmel is nothing special. I honestly, my favorite young kid out of all that crop right now is Troy Nash, personally. He has an exceptional jab. Like an exceptional jab. He doesn't have a lot of hype like Curmel or Zaquan, but I want you guys to understand in the amateurs, and it's just amateurs, Zaquan beat Curmel, where Troy Nash went and beat Zaquan right after it. And he's a 15-time national champion. Terrence Crawford praises this kid. You know, it's not really out there like that, but this kid, Troy Nash, has an amazing jab. Amazing jab. He sparred Shakur, Keyshawn. Oh, good uppercut from Hernandez with a right. Yo, Davis going in the 10th round. I don't even know how he made it this far, but, you know, props to him. Oh, shit. Davis is Stephen Bredman's telling Davis, you got to go crazy this round, man, or it's over with. There we go. Yeah, so Bredman is pretty much giving him a motivational speech. Do not give up. Do not give up right now. Do not give up right now. Anything can happen. He's telling him a fantasy story. Anything can happen. So they already know it's over with. So hope he gets the knockout. I don't know. Davis is tough. It seemed like the rate that he was going, it looked like he was going to stop him. But Davis is a tough guy. So should get a title fight next, Hernandez. Possibly. I mean, this dude is a beast. You know, this should be an eliminator. So at this point, or some sort of high-ranking fight. It's just a 10-round fight, but we'll see, man. Hernandez is definitely someone that I would not want to put my prospects in with. So Davis definitely has to go for a Hail Mary shot. Hernandez is on his back foot boxing, knowing that Davis is going to put a lot of pressure. Hopefully Davis doesn't make anything too dramatic, because Hernandez is aware and might catch him on a counter. Catch him coming in. Say that with love, brother. Okay, Wu-Tang for the children. All right, man. That's what's up, man. Curmel's not ready for the elite guys. I don't think none of those guys are ready for the elite guys, man. They're all coming up, man. You got to let them develop. But he's not my go-to favorite, but he's one of my go-tos to share. I think he's going to be probably a star in boxing. I think he'll be very entertaining. And we'll see when he steps up in competition how he handles it. That's the only way we're going to know really how good these guys are. So, I didn't start my clock again. Boom. All right. 1 minute, 40 seconds. Hernandez is just teeing off on Davis. What are your thoughts on Moses? I think he's probably one of the most talented heavyweights on the rise. But I think they need to make sure that they don't overmatch him quickly, because he hasn't really fought anyone, in my personal opinion, to give me a sense of like guarantee that he's going to walk through guys like Agate Cabriol or Joseph Parker, or even guys like F.A. and Martin Bacoli. Like, he's talented. He shows me all the things he's capable of doing when he's in his bag. However, can he compete with a guy at that level? And he hasn't fought no one even remotely close to that level. Yo, Hernandez is teeing off on Davis. A good right hand. Kyron Davis is on the ropes. 50 seconds left. Eats another right hand. Yo, Hernandez definitely looks like he wants the knockout. He's just standing there. Oh, man. Kind of like Deontay Wilder when he fought Bermain Stavern. Just hands down like, what's up? Showboating. Yeah, man. Davis is getting completely outclassed. Taunting him with a come on. Come on. So, I like Moses, but I just don't want to be in that kind of boat where I overhype him and get him in a position where I just don't know if it's... Oh, yeah. Hernandez. Oh, fuck. A right hand after taunting Davis. Come on. Come on. Damn near knocked Davis's mouthpiece out. Yeah, man. Davis is tough, man. But he don't want to engage, man. These last 10 seconds just let me know he's aware that he could not compete with Hernandez. Hernandez, clearly the better man. Better fighter, better boxer, better puncher, better defensively, and better offensively. The man's just a problem. And Davis, who was supposed to give him a tough fight or a test, was nothing. Just another victim across this box wreck. So props to Davis for going 10. But we don't really do too much moral victories around here. You were supposed to go in there and fight. So Davis tried his best, but it was just too much. But yeah, when it comes to Moses, man, I think Moses is good. I just want to see him... Here, let me change this. I just want to see him in a couple more step-up fights, developmental step-up fights with guys with names or kind of been at a certain point where they used to be good, but now they're kind of on the tail end, and then slowly throw other names like FAs and especially like Joseph Parker or Aga Cabriel, man. Like, dude, I think the smaller heavyweights are dominating the bigger guys, as you can see. Joseph Parker, Usyk, Cabriel. So Moses fits in that same kind of category. Smaller guy, shows quickness and agile movement, but he just hasn't shown it at the top level. So, but I like him. Nothing negative to say about the fact that just don't rush the kid. You know what I mean? Don't rush him. Troy's one of my favorite fighters. Talking about Troy Isley or Troy Nash, Anthony Jones. Because if you're talking about Troy Nash, Anthony Jones, when you saw him at the WBC Grand Prix, yo, they gave him this tough Eastern European guy. And I went and watched all the highlights of his shit. Like, and, dude, I was actually, no, I called, like, I talked to the Nashes, right? And I was like, yo, this fight seems like a setup. Like, this guy's looks like a problem, dude. He's elusive. He's vicious. He's mean. He has like 8 vicious KOs. Like, he looks like a tough son of a gun from Eastern Europe. And Troy neutralized him and practically, I think, broke his nose in the second round with a jab, and that's it. So, yeah, dude. Yeah, see, Troy Nash, that's the young kid that I'm a fan of right now, out of those young guys. Yeah, Squid Ink, we are firemen, right? Trying to hype him up. Yeah, Davis is... Agate guy is definitely legit. There is no question about that, man. Viva Cuba, this a real Cuban. He ain't scared. Yo, I ain't gonna say that about... Yo, chill out. Don't do Morrell like that, because, you know, Morrell fought David Benavidez at a time where maybe he probably shouldn't. A couple more fights. But Louis de Cuba Sr.'s in the ring. I mean, he had Morrell. He has Hernandez. I mean, these Cubans are different right now, man. These new Cubans are different. Real different. He definitely got washed. Yeah, man. It's hard to compete with these guys that are coming from Cuba right now, man. They're just on another level. Especially when you're not really that elite guy yourself. Moses Dillon White or Joe Joyce makes sense. Yeah, see? Kind of. And even then, like, those are fights where, they're technically big step ups. You know what I mean? So those type of fights make sense where, you know, he's able to showcase his skills, being with some people who have experience, who might be able to take advantage of a young fighter's mistake and might pose a potential threat. However, you know, I have nothing negative to say about Moses. Like, I don't. I just don't give him the praise yet, just because he hasn't really done anything. But he's only, what, 20? Like, 20, 21? Like, the kid is talented. So, like, there's really nothing negative you can say about a kid that looks like that at that age. You know, I've seen guys older than him fighting guys worse than him, and it's like, come on, time to get it going. I think Moses is fighting according to plan, and I'd like to see him take a couple developmental fights and then get in the mix. He could be fighting for a world championship fight as early as 23, 22, you know? But those 1-2 years of other fights, like with a Joe Joyce, a Dylan White, do make a huge difference. Even knowing how to handle the big stage, big audience as the main event, and all the press and like, that's a whole nother beast that can throw your game off. So, but yeah, Troy Nash, that jab is nasty, man. And right, I'm so glad that Troy Nash didn't get robbed. It was no split decision. I didn't know what the judges was looking at that fight, because Troy was just dominating him the whole time with the jab. Oh, by the way, if you guys are curious who won the fight, Hernandez, unanimous decision. Pretty obvious. But yeah, I was confused about the split decision on that, but you know, either or. I think that if Troy Nash wins that WBC Grand Prix, he's going to be highly ranked in that weight class at 126. And I think that with all the noise of, you know, Espinoza and Nick Ball and everyone, like, if Troy Nash wins that Grand Prix, I would probably favor Troy Nash against almost all those guys. You know what I mean? Just because that is a mean tournament of just undefeated, tough, a lot of undefeated, tough amateur, highly amateur decorated fighters going into their pro scene, and that dude's a monster. So I don't go for black fighters. Why we do that, man? Why we gotta make a comment like that? Morrell beat Benavidez whenever they meet again. Look, they might meet again, man, and I feel like that is the probability, you know. But David is clearly a lot more experienced, a lot more seasoned, which was kind of what allowed him. So, yo, Hernandez looks like a monster in 160. What up, C6 Mark? Yo, I think Hernandez for sure doesn't look like a monster. I think he is a monster. And I think what we saw tonight just showed that he's able to box a little bit when he wanted to, be the aggressor, not waste energy. He threw in combinations. I don't think people understand how important that is as a fighter, where you're not just teeing off of the same old 1-2, 1-2, where fighters can pick off and time it. We're in the 1-2 era, right? When you watch a lot of fighters in the 80s, right? And I'm not trying to glaze the 80s, not saying like fighters now couldn't compete with the 80s fighters, but a certain style, certain type of endurance and stamina was we got to witness in that type of era. They would let their hands go a lot. They would go 15 rounds. They seemed to have the endurance. A lot of road work was implemented, those type of fighters. They wouldn't just do 1-2, 1-2 and here and there. Even their defense, right? Fighters now, their defense is more programmed to go block, 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 block. But what do you do when a guy throws 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? That simple pick and roll shot that these fighters have developed in this era has kind of been their kryptonite and why they're unable to handle a guy like Hernandez, who's throwing mix-ups and combinations from lead uppercut to a right hook and follows up with a double left hook and jab to the body to a right uppercut. Like, it's not really conditioned for these fighters, you know what I mean, to be defensively responsible against a guy like that, because these fighters' offense are kind of simple. And Hernandez does not have a simple offense, which already breaks someone's defense down. That's why he was able to consistently land on Davis. His punch power is incredibly strong. He has the Cuban amateur background. We didn't even really get to see his footwork tonight because he didn't really have to. He's tough. His timing is sharp. And he's only 27. You know, not saying like he's super young, but he's not like a 35-year-old Cuban. He's a young Cuban that likes to engage. And he has good IQ. And only thing that kept Davis up was the fact that Davis is just a tough fighter. He's tough. He's in shape. He knows how to survive. He knows how to engage. So, and me personally, I really think that Hernandez will be a problem for any guy out there. So, Morel got beat up by Olisli. But see, that's another Cuban fighter that got a, you know what I mean? Like, he's the other super middleweight that nobody want to fight. You know what I mean? Like, so Morel losing to him don't really say nothing to me, man. Like, while Madron beat Iglesias twice in the lot, but Troy Isley beat Madrimov, and you know what I mean? Like, you can do a whole bunch of stuff. Troy Isley beat Madrimov easier than Crawford beat Madrimov. You know what I'm saying? And I know Troy is a 160 pounder, so you know they're closer in weight and size. But look, that's all the amateurs. But Iglesias, OI is a beast. So anyone losing to him, I have no problem. Ron, you ever pull up to the fights in Vegas? I always run into. Of course, Jazz. I'll definitely be at a lot of. I mean, I'll be at Crawford and Canelo for sure. I always run into KG, Sean, Kayla. But you never see me, really, dude. I'm always at the fights. I was at tons of fights. If you go back and watch a lot of the interviews, this is so many interviews. There's so many interviews that I have. I don't know. I have to pull out my credentials. You know what it is though, Jazz? I'm always working. I don't really socialize, and that might be something on me. Like, my engagement isn't really there because I'm always like editing, getting interviews. Getting stuff off social media. Like, I'm a workhorse really when it comes to covering events. So, and then when I'm really beat, I don't really hang out, you know, because I'm always working. Like, if I got downtime, I'm working. I got some work to do. I gotta get it done. Then I get some downtime. I'm looking for some work. So, but I'll be at Crawford Canelo for sure, man. I'm always at the fights. I'll be at Keyshawn Davis and De Los Santos this upcoming week. So, fresh cut. I appreciate it. Yo, I was looking raggedy for a while, man. Like, to be honest, I'll be wearing these headphones sometimes just to kind of hide the raggedy, you know, sideburns. But I gotta get a little bit more presentable, man. I've been on my lazy swag for a minute, man. You know, I've been woofing it, as they would say in Philly. Yo, I love what you did, what Yo-Yo did in that last round, how Kyron took the bait. Yeah, just shows how many tricks that he has that he didn't really have to really get in his bag. Kyron's a gatekeeper, but a damn good one. I agree. You got to be a good fighter to beat Kyron Davis, and you have to be an amazing fighter to drop or stop him. You know what I mean? And I don't really think there's anyone capable of really getting him out of there in the weight class. But if anyone was close, Hernandez was pretty close at one point. So, yeah, Thomas getting his gloves on. Could be a 15-20 minutes before they walk out. I think they've been pacing it pretty well. I think they're actually going to come out pretty soon, so I don't know if we're going to wait that long. The last fight I went to was Davis versus Garcia fight in Vegas. Yeah, I was at that fight. Yo, and that was crazy. Yo, C6, you know, like, the whole audience had so many celebrities, even NBA players was in the back, all right? So, yeah, so Thomas LaManna is coming in the ring right now, so we don't have to wait too much longer. Should be an early night. Yeah, not the amateurs matters, but the fact they faced each other is already legendary. That's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying, like, even the youngsters, Curmel and Zay Quinn fought in the amateurs together. So I was with Zay Quinn the week or two before he fought Curmel. And Shakur was telling me, like, yo, my cousin only has a couple fights, but he's going to go over there and he going to beat Curmel. That's what Shakur told me. And exactly what happened. He met in the finals, the national finals, and Zay Quinn Moses beat him in a very competitive fight, right? But it was open scoring, so Moses knew he was ahead, so he was able to throw the last round away. But other than that, you know, those guys have faced each other in the amateurs. Then Troy comes in and beats Zay Quinn, you know what I mean? And Troy Nash has faced, I think, there's other prospect, like, they've all got busy, you know what I mean? So I think at some point when those guys get a little bit more up there in stature, like Shakur and Devin and Shakur and all that stuff, you're going to hear the same story amongst those guys, just like them. So the fact that Morel and Ulysses fought, like, that's gangster, you know? Ulysses is a problem too, man. So Haney Progress was the last fight I went to. I'm from the Bay Area. That's what's up. I used to live in the Bay, C6. When I started covering boxing was when Dre was fighting. So that's when Dre was around, Floyd was around, but I was around Dre when he was an actual active fighter. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I first started. Dre was really kind of like the first fighter that I kind of was like, I'm gonna cover boxing, I'm gonna cover you. Like, I've covered fighters around a little bit, but because Dre was in the Bay Area, that's where I started covering fights. And so Dre was always around, and it was cool because the more I covered boxing, the more Dre saw me, and I was kind of like, you remember, I told you, I'm going to cover you. And so that kind of became the thing. So, and I told him when I was just a fan of boxing before I even started covering boxing. So I went from a fan telling him I was covering boxing to covering him. So shout out to Dre. I still even have the Instagram messages way back when I told him and messaged each other. So Turkey Milkshake doesn't have a U.S. promoter license or network for Kennel Crawford. I don't know what the hell is going on from that. Like, I don't know what the hell is going on with that. But, something needs to happen, personally. So, Jamal Charlo's getting ready to come in the ring right now. He's doing his ring walk. When's the fight start? I can't find it on Prime. You can't find it on Amazon Prime? It should be on the front page. Are you using the app classified? Or are you on the computer? My last fight was Fedor versus Booker. I sat next to Curmel. Oh, that's what's up. I'm in Canada. We never get fights over here besides Better Beef Callum. That was an amazing fight too. Watch it live. I wish I can see more fights. Canada's kind of close to Verona. Well, depends on what part of Canada. If you're on by Toronto, you can go to Verona, New York. I know it's kind of a trip. You can go to New York, but I know you get the Pascals, the Arthur Better Beefs. You know what I mean? Not a lot of crazy fights in Canada. I get it. I'm from Oakland. Used to train at King's Boxing Gym. Used to see Dre before he won the gold medal. Oh, shit. So you way back. King's Boxing Gym. Is that, let me double check. That's, Why am I'm trying to think. I know there's there's a couple gyms. There was a Muay Thai boxing trained by, we had Robert Garcia, the Filipino Robert Garcia, who used to work with Dre. I can't remember, dude. This is so long ago. I know. I think I know who. There was this kid who used to spar Bud from King's Boxing Gym. He's this black kid with dreads. I can't remember. I know. There's those SF fitness gyms. I'm trying to think. Was he a Jamaican kid? I don't know. Dude, dude, it's just so long ago. We're talking about before Dre fought Kovalev. Now don't get me wrong, I didn't cover too much in the Bay. Maybe he was a 135 pounder. Here, I would have to look it up, dude. I'm gonna think of that kid's name. He didn't really get a buzz or anything. Oakland fighter sparred Crawford. I'll find it, man. I just was kind of around when Dre was before he was gonna retire. And, Donaire was around. Man, I need to look at some of these gyms, man. I might be talking about Adwayne. Let me see. Yo, what up, Ken? Ron knows the Bay. Yeah, my guy right here, Ken. He's from the Bay Area, man. He knows where I started covering this boxing stuff. All right, Jamal's in the ring right now. Thomas LaManna's in the ring right now. Edwin Blackwell. I don't think this is the kid. No. You know, I really need to get back to that Bay Area and find some Bay Area fighters. There's this other kid I forgot. I just interviewed. He's near the Bay Area. He's like a college student I just interviewed. I know Devin's fighter, Amari Jones, is from the Bay Area. So yeah, Devin, Amari, those guys might be the biggest right now. Yeah, I wish I was old enough to go to fights when Dre was a fight at the Oracle Ring in Oakland, legendary. Dude, I remember at the BART, they would have Dre's fight posters while we're waiting to get on the BART, just hanging around. So yeah, I don't know what nationality, ethnicity, if he was Jamaican or not. What time's the Charlo fight? It's coming up right now. These guys are in the ring as we speak. Oh. Jamal just walked away while the ref was still talking. He said Jamal. Did he say Jamel? I think he meant to say Jamal. All right, let me make sure I get my clock right, because I've been slipping. I got this fancy little clock right here. I need to get conditioned after this fight. So right here, we're about to start the Charlo fight. All right. First round. All right. I got the time right here displayed in the middle. Jamal's in the ring against Thomas LaManna. Jamal's putting a little pressure. Thomas tall, lanky on his back foot. High guard, circling. Throwing a couple jabs. Jamal just casually walking forward a little bit, seeing if he's able to get that piston jab he used to have back in the day we used to see. This fight's going to be at 168. Thomas LaManna throws a good little jab that catches Jamal coming in. You know, Thomas has a nice little awkward style going on, but he's not afraid to throw that lead hand. Ooh, good jab from Jamal. Already kind of right hand from Thomas LaManna attempts to throw Jamal. Jamal just seems very just calm, very poised, just walking, not really doing a lot of head movement, not really throwing a lot of lateral movement in Thomas LaManna's way. LaManna's nose already looks red. I don't know if that's from the first jab Jamal landed. Yeah, I think Jamal's jab already started bruising up a little bit Thomas' face. Jamal just making sure he's not throwing anything reckless. He's been out the ring for a year. Throws a good right hand. Catches LaManna. LaManna's on his back foot. Thomas is throwing a couple feints. Jamal's not biting off any of them. Jamal just throwing a little, just looks real relaxed in there, real poised, not rushing anything. A 1-2 misses from Jamal, but he follows up and lands a jab on Thomas. Thomas circles off the ropes back in the middle of the ring. Jamal lands a good jab on Thomas. Jamal starting to double up his jab. Very patient, not looking too bad. Putting minimal movement around a little bit. Getting away from Thomas's jab. Good right hand, I think, from Thomas. And he clinches right away. Jamal tries to throw a lead left hook off the break and misses. Seems like Jamal is just putting a lot of good pressure on Thomas LaManna without wasting any energy. Thomas is throwing a couple jabs right now. Eats a jab. Thomas is going side to side on his back foot. I would give the first round to Jamal. Just very poised and very calm. What time is the Caleb? It's the next one. Smiley, I just lost my job recently. I know whatever I want to do next is with boxing or youth. Let me know if you're hiring, bro. Jay Lex, where you located at? Jay, where you located at? Tell me where you're located, Jay. And I'm sorry about that news, man. Caleb fights next after Charlo. Yep. Dre was for sure a bad boy, man. I thought Jamal, I mean, he landed a lot more effective jabs. And I thought he was more of control of the pace. You know, Thomas seemed a little bit, you know, I wouldn't say frantic, but just doing unnecessary movement. I think Charlo had the more powerful shots, the more consistent shots, and landed more. I think maybe LaManna may have landed a good right hand and a good jab or two here, but yeah, but Dre for sure was definitely a bad boy. Yeah, Charlo. Yeah, it's gonna be on Amazon. Oh shit. Next round. All right. Let me see. Subtract. But right now, Thomas LaManna looks like he's trying to jab with Charlo, which could be something that could either work in his favor or something dangerous. Because we know Jamal, when he's locked in, he has a good jab. But I think he can make this fight tough for Jamal if he moves around, makes it awkward, and makes Jamal lunge. We saw Jamal lunge a little bit. He was reaching a little bit in the first round, so Jamal throws a 1-2, misses. Thomas LaManna moves completely away from that, kind of bounces back in a straight line. But, you know, Jamal's been out the ring for a year. Who won and wins 100 men won Gorilla? For real? We going to do that question right now? 100 men. So a lot of lateral movement from Thomas LaManna. Thomas LaManna doesn't really look like he's trying to engage too much right now. Just trying to do smart movement. He's on the ropes right now. Going side to side. But Jamal is still putting pressure. Lands a good left hook to the body. But Jamal is definitely landing consistent. Not throwing a lot, but landing consistently. And a good right hand lands from Jamal and Thomas. Thomas got to be careful not to throw a lazy jab because it looks like Jamal's trying to time him over it with a right hand. Amazon Primes keeps skipping. Really? Oh my God. Jamal's trying to land a 1-2. Ooh, a good right hand lands from Jamal again. Thomas is not responding well to these shots. He's walking backwards with his lead hand down. He has to be careful not to get caught. He's on the ropes. He's eating some left hooks from Jamal. Oh, shit. My clock ain't even... I ain't even got my... Ooh, good jab from Thomas. Good jab from Jamal. Rolly Joseph Brown's in the crowd. Yo, Rolly's my guy, man. I just talked to Rolly this week. I'm happy he got that win with Ryan, man. Because a lot of people didn't really think it was possible, man. I've been telling people, man, Rolly is definitely capable of winning one of these big fights, man. And Joseph Brown... very talented kid. He did multiple different disciplines, martial arts. Man, boys be crying know his boxing, man. He know his boxing. Where you might have to put you on the team, man. Might have to get you rolling with the squad. I'm okay now. I had temporary take pawn pieces. I'll survive. But Jay Lex, where you located at? You ain't tell me where you located at. Boxers play Lincoln Park. Yo, I love some Lincoln Park. $2 super chat from my boy Mike on Sports. If you don't know, he's done some great interviews with Bomac after Spence got cooked by Crawford, Tony Harrison, Brandon Glayton. Man, we gotta get you cooking again, Mike. Man, appreciate the super chat. Jorge Cota smashed him. He's food for Jamal. Thomas LaManna. Yeah, man, it ain't looking good right now for Thomas, man. Let me get the clock going. I always be messing up on my new clock. There we go. Think Tom's just trying to survive? No, I don't think he's trying to survive. I just think that he's trying. You know, his game plan is not to engage with Jamal in unnecessary spots. He's trying to move. He's trying to lure Jamal in, make him lunge. But he lands a good left hook. trying to counter Jamal coming in. You know, he landed a good shot on Jamal. But I think at a certain point, though, he's going to realize he's going to be down on the cards and he's going to be forced to engage. I get his concept. He's trying to box and not be stupid. But he eats a good jab from Jamal. Jamal's going to start putting some pressure. Nah, he just sucks. Yo, chill out. NY? Okay. JLex, hit me up on my socials right here. We can talk. We can talk a little bit. So, oh, good right hand from Jamal. Oh, and Jamal drops Thomas LaManna with a right hand after catching him with a left in the third round. Ah, snap. LaManna is getting caught with Jamal's hooks. He's trying to jab with them. Jamal's looking solid, man. Very, very comfortable. Very comfortable. Just chill, not wasting a lot of energy. Just, that's what I'm looking at. Just the accuracy, not wasting his energy, conservation, just picking his shots. Good lead left hook to the body from Jamal. Yeah, no. Jamal definitely, and LaManna definitely got down. You're talking about again? Knockout 7-8. It might be sooner, man. Dance my boy. Oh, good right hand from Jamal. Thomas is like, come on, let's go. I don't know, man. Jamal just in full control. LaManna needs to throw some shots, man. All this self-hyping himself ain't going to do nothing, man. Charlo is just comfortably just walking his way into a potential knockout. Yep, he definitely went down. I used to train with Rodney Valenzuela Vargas. He's just trying to pro. Oh, no, that's terrible, man. Man, LaManna's cut. Yeah, man, hit me up on my socials, man. We'll chat, man. JLex, hit me up there. I'll play it again right there. If you have like Twitter or something. Yeah, Brooklyn. LaManna went down, man. Is Jamal he just hits too hard compared to Thomas. I don't want to say Thomas had a suspect chin, but, you know, we've seen him get dropped by, you know, shots from Laura and just not really fight like top competition. So my IG, let me double check. It should be the same. I don't even use my IG. I just use it just to read messages. Hold on. It's the same. So my Instagram and Twitter is the same right here. So yeah, I gotta get on my Twitter right now. All right, cool. How you get hit and get hyped, right? How you get dropped and get hyped? I mean, that's what he's just trying to do, man. I ain't gonna hate. Cornflake thought I was a hater, bro, right? He actually called me unprofessional for asking Caleb Plant if Jamal would win, and if he would win, is that a fight, you know, that you see yourself, you know, potentially fight happening next. So, I mean, I could be ragged on Thomas LaManna, but I ain't gonna be like that. You know what I mean? He's in the ring, he's fighting. I give him his respect, but right now he seems completely outclassed, man. This fight's just this is out of his league. Even a Jamal who has went through a lot of mental issues and been out the ring for a year and had a, you know, not the sexiest performance against Benavidez, who was originally 140, 147 pounder, but people forget how Benavidez Jr. was a huge amateur standout. So Thomas is trying to jab with Charlo. I mean, I didn't even get my clock right. I don't know. He called me unprofessional, Rock. What up, Rock? Rock's at the fight. Some my guy. He called me unprofessional. I thought it was a fair question. Oh, and a good left hook from Jamal. But I get it. He's a fighter. He doesn't want to be overlooked, and he thought, whatever the case is. And I respect that. But, he don't go off calling me unprofessional now. You know what I mean? Cornflake, a cornball. Cornflake and Kyron deserve to be on a turkey card. Damn. Did y'all see that question, David Chavez, when I asked Plant and it was interjected by, we ain't gonna do that, and yada, yada, yada? Like, I get that, the concept how he felt. But he did interviews other people when he said that I wasn't unprofessional. So, but he needs to be a professional right now, though. That's what I'm saying, because, Jamal is cooking him right now. And, granted, it's boxing. Anything can happen. He could land a shot. That could be a big upset of the year. But Jamal right now, ooh, solid jab. Sends Thomas LaManna's head back. Oh, man. Yo, Jamal going to get this signature highlight. If they don't stop this, man. What up, School of Skills? Frosted Flake. Oh, Thomas LaManna got hurt. Did he get dropped? What happened right there? Yeah, LaManna got hurt right there. What up, School of Skills? What's up, man? When the main event, the next one's the main event. Charles trying to get rounds in. Looks like he can get this. Exactly. He's just getting some. That's actually a really good observation, Sway. I didn't think about it. He's just pretty much just probably like making sure that if he's in control, not saying he's playing with his food, but get a little bit more active, because if he is fighting the Caleb Plant fight next, if hypothetically, he needs more than just a couple rounds. He might need to take him into a couple more rounds and get busy and get active. But did Thomas officially? Oh, his knee touched the ground. That should have been 2 knockdowns, man. Cornflake's a dog. I mean, he has heart, man. I'm not gonna count Thomas out like that. Like he's not. You know what I mean? All fighters are, for the most part, but. So my over 8.5 rounds not looking too good. I mean, it depends if he wants to carry him. He looks like he might want to carry him. So they reviewed it. The knee touched the ground. It's officially a knockdown. Thomas has been dropped twice. His face is all red. Little Mexican boy against Plant. I'm praying for everyone. Oh. All right. I'm praying for anyone know about the kid. Oh, Resendiz? I mean, who knows, man? Resendiz beat Jared Hurd. Man, it's getting hit and getting hyped. Come on, how you hit Charlo back? Yo, Thomas got a fight, man. He got a fight. Cornflake about to get frosted. He needs to be professional right now. Jamal's cooking him. He's getting cooked, man. And he talked a lot. Like, he talked a lot. He talked real spicy about Jamal. So... And Jamal, as much people has been clowning him about being friendly and this and that, I mean, he's still a fighter, a 2-division champion, slept an undefeated J-Rock, beat Sergey Derevyanchenko. I mean, he's Jamal Charlo still at the end of the day. And if you take that lightly, regardless of what state of mind, you find out real quick. Oh, the right hand drops Thomas LaManna, and Thomas hits the floor, Sean Porter style, after getting dropped by Terrence Saint. But he's busted up. His ain't gonna last too much longer. Thomas is up. The question is, did Jamal get enough? Does he need more rounds? Is he gonna carry him? Jamal's carrying him. He is carrying him. Good jab on Thomas. Thomas is getting cooked. He's starting to bite off every feint. Jamal literally just feinted at Thomas, and Thomas is taking the bait. He's flinching. And Jamal kind of stopped oh, man, you biting off every feint, brother. Oh, and a leaping left hook from Thomas LaManna lands in Jamal. Jamal playing around. That's why he got caught with a left hook, and he smiles. But even then, Thomas going to have to let his hands go. He's going to have to fight. Thomas LaManna showboating now because he was able to avoid a hook from Jamal, and Jamal's laughing, smiling like, okay. This is not what I want to see though, Thomas. You can't be taunting and getting dropped for the third time. And Yo, Thomas, man, you gotta fight, brother. Like, all the taunting's cute, but you getting hit by jabs and left hooks. I appreciate the confidence. You lose a little wins you try to do for yourself, like, but a right hook to the body. Jamal feeling himself. Jamal got a smile. This is the confidence he needed. He needed a good confidence. Play with his opponent. Get some good shots. Drop a person. Know you can hurt him. Get a good jab in. Ooh and ah. Get the crowd. Ooh, and a right hook from Thomas LaManna lands on Jamal. Flush. But a jab sends Thomas back. A jab hurt Thomas LaManna, but those were 2 hooks with Jamal playing around now. Hear me out. Thomas is showboating, but so is Jamal. And Jamal ate 2 hooks from that, and I get it. Jamal's trying to have some fun. He's trying to feel the crowd. He's giving him a little opportunity. Like, okay, come on, Thomas. What you got? I see what he's trying to do. But still, don't get caught with some wild hook out there playing with Thomas, because Thomas, even though he's showboating, he's still trying to win, like, discreetly. He's trying to catch you with some, sucker punch kind of stuff, catch you off your game. But at the end of the day, man, Thomas need to really lock in, man, because other than that, this is just kind of a showcase fight at this point. Like, Jamal is playing with you. Jamal's playing with you. You food at this point. Copy what, dude. Did the plant fight happen? Not yet. Yeah, Rock says he said the press conference this is what he's going to do. It looks like he is carrying him. But the corner should stop this, bro. Like, he is punking him. Because if not, it's going to be a highlight knockout. It's going to be a highlight knockout. He punked him. Plant's way too emotional. Think so? Ain't Jamal, Charlo, Puerto Rican, and Cuban? I really don't know. Thomas LaManna has officially lost the fight. 6-round TKO. The ref comes and stops it. Jamal's like, fuck, because he wanted to sleep him. Thomas was getting his ass kicked, man. Thomas was getting his ass kicked. Cornflakes should fight Josh Padley. Why Plant take an easy fight? He needed a tune-up. I can't even be mad at him, bro. If he goes into Plant, like, he needed this. You can even tell he's a little bit like, fuck, man. Like, you can tell he was like, fuck, man. I wanted to get more rounds in. I wanted to sleep him. But they were going to get this man killed, real talk. Thomas, as cute as it was, dude, he was getting some serious punishment. Charlo end the fight. He can't get this dude out. He can get him out whenever he wants to. Charlo just trying to put on a show. I agree. I think that's why he was mad, because he wanted to put on a show. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, the fight's over. Yeah, reset. Ended in the 6th round. Pop out, chat. Hold on. Let me copy this. Highlights. Bam. Top 3 best in jab. He's a prospect tune-up kind of level fighter. Yo, man, you killing Cornflake. Frosty Flakes his ass. He threw a bomb though. Imagine hating on Charlo. He's dominating and such. It was an easy fight for Jamal. I think, yeah, fight's over. I think really what it came down to was him wanting to get that signature knockout that, I think he was having fun. You know what I mean? Like, that's really what it comes down to. He wanted to come back, have some fun, you know what I mean? And not just get a win, but get like a win in a fun, devastating fashion. So, hold on. And you popped all that shit to me. All right. Yeah, man. Jamal was just cooking him. Jamal fighting subpar fighter, Cornflakes, Butt Flakes, Frosted Flakes. Plant sleeps Charlo. Hey, man. At the end of the day, man, now it's time to make the fight. Here. Let me put I want to put a petty tweet out, but I'm not. No, man, I can't show the fight. Charlo is back. He should still be proud that he was whooping him. Oh, for sure. But is that enough to beat Caleb Plant, though? We'll find out tonight. I'm not impressed beating up 154-pounders. Crawford would never. Oh, my God. This guy. No, I can't show the fight, brother. That's copyright infringement. Plant isn't in no position to pick who he wants to fight. All right, let me put a tweet out real quick. Jamal Charlo looks to gain some of his confidence back after dominating Thomas LaManna. Charlo needs another fight. I do. Honestly, I want one more fight. I don't want him to go straight into a Plant fight. I feel like he needs another fight. Unfortunately, I think that fight is nowhere near ready. Gets him ready for Caleb Plant. Because Caleb's going to be a dog inside. Caleb Plant's going to be boxing outside. It's a good confidence builder for sure. But he needs one more fight. Personally, one more fight. And he needs like a huge step up to not only just give him a confidence boost, but actually allow him to showcase and work on the things that he needs to make sure that's good when he faces Caleb Plant. So good for him, man. I don't know what belt that is, man. I don't know, man. Thanks for the commentary. Do not have his answer. Oh, I got you, Sarah. Appreciate it. He got rid of the ring rust now against Plant. He won't fight that reckless. I think he just needs one more because I just think, like, at a new weight, he needs to be able to test it a little bit more than what Thomas did. Thomas just, unfortunately, just had nothing. Like, he was just nothing for Charlo. Like, Charlo allowed him to hit him with 2 hooks. Like, I ain't never seen Jamal showboat and play around and goof around as much as he did tonight. So really, honestly, I think he needs one more fight. I don't think he's washed. I just think he needs to be active. You know what I mean? Because I think the advantage Caleb has is he's active and is able to practice those things. So personally, I think it's fair to just say, like, Jamal didn't really get what he needed in this fight to prepare him for Caleb Plant. Not saying his skills and assets isn't, but just, you know what I mean? Like, really allow him to get in his bag. This was really a confidence booster, personally. This was a confidence booster at his best. And he's smiling. He's happy. He's feeling the crowd is feeling him. He's seeing his opponent on the ground. He's feeling like Big Charlo, as he says. Like, he needed that. So now he got that. He needs another fight before he really gets into the fight. You know what I'm saying? So I'm happy for that. Jamal Charlo gained some of it. Gain some of his confidence back after dominating Thomas LaManna. However, I would like to see one more fight before the Caleb Plant match, so he can really get in his bag and work on some things at this weight. All right, cool. Plant, Resendiz, Charlo, LaManna. All right, let's see. What up, bro? Your YouTube channel is the best. You're such a genuine dude. Never talk bias like other channels. Just here for the good old sport. I appreciate it, man. You know, a lot of us contribute to the channel, so it's a plethora of people who try to create like a genuine overall fair platform. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard sometimes when we don't always get all the fighters, but we allow to try to give fighters the opportunity to speak their truths and their trainers speak their truths. Even though that we have our genuine opinion, it's really more about giving them the platform, the opportunity to speak what they feel. Even if we disagree on it, that's really what it is. So I try to give people the benefit of the doubt myself, but I also have an opinion too, like we all do. So, but I appreciate you coming and rocking it. I think Charlo beat Plant. That's fair. That's fair. Because honestly, we've seen Plant be in vulnerable situations. And I think that, you know, styles make fights. This was definitely a fight for Jamal to just feel good. You know what I mean? That's really what this was. Seeing Jamal Charlo smile in the ring was just like kind of already a good sign that he's heading into the right direction of being able to compete with top guys. Seeing poise and not being over anxious, not allowing himself, minus the 2 hooks, right? Goofing on at the end. But even in when he was locked in, not get caught with stupid stuff and focus and work on certain things. Is this the fight to get him ready for Plant? No. But is this the fight to get him ready to fight again? Yes. So, this was a fight to get him ready to fight again, but may not be the one to get him ready for Caleb. All right, boom. Let me post that. You know, I gotta get on my tweets a little bit more, man. I'm not really a Twitter guy, so I'm trying to work on my. All right, I'd like to see have one more fight so you can really fine tune skills and work some aspects. This was a fight to get ready to fight again, but may not be the one to get him ready. All right. Charlo was slow. He wasn't on top of his game. He's getting set up. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I really don't think that was the fight that gives me confidence that he's going to be able to chase, right? Keep in mind, he's going to have to chase a guy as mobile as Caleb Plant, a guy as active as Caleb Plant, a guy who's going to throw solid jabs, have a really solid gas tank for the first 6 rounds at least, unless, you know, Jamal is able to break him down like how Canelo and David was. But that first 6 rounds is going to be hell for Charlo, you know. And Charlo's shown he can get hurt, he can get dropped, but he also can, you know, change it up, get in his bag, fight in the inside, dig to the body, make it a dog fight. You know, is Jamal Charlo ready for that? Going after a guy that's slick and moves like Caleb, or a person who's willing to make it a dogfight in a phone booth all night? I think Jamal Charlo has incredible power, but his accuracy has to be on point with Caleb, because Caleb is slippery, he's sharp, and anything can happen in that fight. I would probably still favor Caleb Plant only because of how active he's been with the type of competition he's facing. Resendiz, even at that point, is a better opponent than Thomas LaManna. You know, that's an opponent yes, he beat, you know, Jarrett Hurd, an older Jarrett Hurd, but Jarrett Hurd, by all means, is way better than Thomas LaManna. And as many wins that Thomas LaManna has, you know, it's kind of like against who? You know, he's lost all his big fights. He's been stopped by, as my boy Mike in the chat says, Jorge Cota. You know, I mean, I ain't really going to hate on Jorge Cota, but, you know, it's no surprise that a guy who started his career around 147-ish, picking on and fighting smaller guys like Juan Carlos Abreu was his last couple fights. He's been on a winning streak, but not really necessarily against anybody that is worthy. So it's definitely an inflated record for the most part. Valid effort for Thomas LaManna, but just completely nowhere near the level. He shouldn't have been in a fight as close as any of these guys up here. So he was used as an opponent for Jamal Charlo's confidence. The next opponent needs to be used for Jamal's skills. And really, for at this point, if Caleb Plant and Jamal would face right now, I would favor still Caleb Plant. We still have to see how Caleb Plant looks tonight. But Resendiz is a guy who, like I said, let me pull up his box rec. Caleb Plant, Jorge Armando Rendez. He has been stopped before by Elijah Garcia, but even then, he was able to finish, I think, Jarrett Hurd by a cut. So, we'll see, man. Charlo is still having mental issues. He needs like 2 more fights. He's getting set up for Plant. I agree. That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like if he fought Plant now, he would lose. You know what I mean? It's not the fight that I would send Charlo in immediately following that fight. But it's a fight where you can expect to see Jamal Charlo one more time this year, if not 2 more times, just so that he can really get into his bag. He also had a trainer change this year and went back to his older trainer, which you really don't want to get into a big fight with a tough opponent off of only working off of 2 fights, and the second fight being with that new trainer. So I just want to make sure that we really get a fair fight when it comes to that, because really at the end of the day, if Caleb fights him now, I still think it's completely a mismatch, only because of the fact of how active Caleb Plant is based off the competitions he's been facing. So Plant's going to wash him. It's not even a fair fight. See, I agree. Charlo won. He got a 6-round stoppage. Cool. But what do you guys think about this new little setup right here? And I got unofficial scorecards coming soon, so I don't like this Armando in here, so let me get Armando out. Oh shit, that still looks bad. Hold on, how do I fix this? All right. Oh, it still looks like shit. Why does it look like that? Scripts. Okay. I don't know why it looks like that. All right, whatever. It's just gonna look like for right now. Make it happen. Still ain't forget about the slap. I get it, but do you feel like Jamal, after fighting Thomas Lammana, do you feel like he's ready for Caleb Plant? Like, is that really the fight that's going to give him all the preparation ready for a very active, confident Caleb Plant? I don't think so. Where's KG? He's at the fight, Jazz. He takes Ish, got slapped, it's over. Clown twins. He was in a mental hospital. He got out of hospital not too long ago. Come on. I was going to cancel Prime, but they have boxing, so I'll keep it. That's fair. I take Charlo over Plant. Plant's a slick boxer. What up, Wovaka 40? What's up, my guy? It's been a minute. You take Charlo over Plant. Plant's a slick boxer, but if I have to pick a winner, I take Charlo 8-4 late stoppage. I think he breaks Caleb down late. I don't think that's a crazy assessment. I think that's a really great assessment. I just don't know what I can take from the Thomas Lammana fight where that gives me the confidence that Charlo is, like, sharp. You know what I mean? I feel like a sharp Charlo can beat a sharp Plant. I don't know if that fight lets me feel like Charlo's sharp. It lets me feel like he's in a sense of like, got that out. You know what I mean? Like, that was, I needed that. You know what I mean? Like, I needed a win. I needed to stop a guy. I needed to bust the dude's nose. I needed to drop somebody. I needed to see him be like in agony. I needed to hear the crowd go, woo. I needed to just be in my bag and smile and just have fun. The next one, he really needs to be like, yo, I was on one. Like, I was sharp. Sharper than I have ever been for quite some time. But is Charlo at that point? Because Caleb Plant has shown consistency of the type of person he is. He's always fighting, regardless if he's hurt or not. He's showing dog, you know. But Caleb Plant has shown vulnerabilities, gassing on the later rounds, getting dropped by Trevor McCumbee, forcing a fight with a guy who had no inside game, right? Not saying that Caleb didn't have a great plan, had a great inside game, but Trevor didn't really fight back. So, but I like Charlo. I just want to make sure that he's fully capable of being prepared to fight a guy who had the same type of, you know what I mean? Like the same sort of mentality and confidence going to the fight. Because I don't know if Charlo still feels confidence. You know what I mean? He feels happy, but I don't know if he still feels like supreme confidence. Like if they were like, yo, sign Caleb Plant right now, would he? You know what I mean? Like, would he really be like, yeah, after I stepped on Thomas Lammana, like the old Charlo would be like, bring on GGG. You remember that shit? So he didn't say, Caleb Plant, what's up? I'm trying to get that slap back, boy. Like, I feel like you put one more fight and Charlo gets him out like that, then I feel like you can hear the Caleb Plant call out. And when you hear Charlo call out Plant, then that's when you know it's ready. I don't think it's ready yet, but it's heading the right direction. All right. Amazon Prime, who won? Charlo won. They put him in there with Plant. Is fucked up. Fresh out of Looney House. Yeah. Fear, yes. What percentage are you giving Plant this fight? I give Plant a pretty high percentage because I'm not saying I don't think negative about Elijah Garcia as like a fighter, but I believe Elijah Garcia lost his last 2 fights. I thought he lost to Kyron Davis, and I thought he lost to Terrell Goucher. And granted, even though Elijah has a gas tank like no other, and he'll keep going, Elijah was able to stop Jose Resendiz. And from that alone lets me feel like Caleb Plant's a way better fighter than Elijah Garcia. Resendiz is moving up in weight to fight Caleb Plant. He was fighting, I think at 160 for Elijah. I think he started at a bigger weight, 175, but somewhere along the line he decided to go down and he got stopped by a 160 pounder. So if you got stopped by a 160 pounder, I don't know if that's because of a weight cut. I should have asked him that when I talked to him, but either or, that lets me feel like Caleb is so much better than you in that sense, because Elijah Garcia, in my opinion, gets cooked by Caleb Plant. So, but styles make fights. Resendiz looks strong at the weigh-in. He's coming off of a TKO against a guy that's 5-2. Really doesn't really say much. Caleb Plant has fought a guy who, yes, Trevor McCumbee is not really the world beater, based off his resume, but he was 28-0. He was a huge national champion or amateur background. He was a big top-ranked protege until he got popped for like PEDs. When he came back, Trevor McCumbee is definitely one of those guys where all fight fans recognize, especially when he's going to fight Pacheco. We're going to find out what he's really made out of and what type of win that Caleb Plant really got from Trevor McCumbee. But I just think Resendiz is just another fight to keep Caleb Plant active and busy, and I'm going to call it for what it is. If Resendiz shows any resistance, it can be maybe a fight that can allow Caleb Plant to showcase a little bit more skills, but I'm expecting him to dominate and just have an easier fight. But we'll have to see. If Resendiz does put some resistance and can make it a dog fight, I still expect Caleb to still beat him inside because he has a really good inside game that we've saw in his last fight. So I just really don't see Resendiz boxing. I don't know, dude. I really don't see a way, unless Caleb gets caught with something early. But then at that point, what does Caleb do? Does he become a boxer or does he become a fighter? And that's what Caleb's capable of doing. I haven't really seen Resendiz be able to box on his back foot. So personally, I think it's a really fair fight to say it's just Caleb staying busy. When I see live fights in Car USA, I agree. I see Caleb's skill slightly slipping. Charlo is light years ahead of Trevor McCumbee. I agree with that. Kind of, but it really depends on that particular night. How Charlo comes in that night and how Caleb comes in that night. That could have been a bad night for Caleb versus Trevor. Maybe that's Caleb in general, right? And he's no longer showing that top level pedigree, and Trevor maybe shouldn't get as much credit, right? We shouldn't be saying, oh, Trevor McCumbee, Pacheco. That might be a test for Pacheco. Might not. But Charlo in his best days has shown that really he could beat Caleb Plant and be the favorite. But going right now, I don't know if he'll be the favorite. So I have to see how Plant looks in this fight. But really, regardless if Plant looks kind of bad, I still think Charlo should have another fight. You know what I mean? Just look at Charlo. He has issues, but why Plant taking an easy fight? Well, Plant stated that he couldn't get any, the Eggers or the Pachecos or the Mbillis or the Canelos or even Charlo himself needed a tune-up is what he said. So he wanted to stay active instead of just waiting. So this is what he did. You either criticize him for not fighting or fighting a guy like this where it's not exciting on paper, but at least you get to see him and he doesn't get rusty and it does not stay sharp. So I prefer that Plant make some money, stay active, keep the fans a little entertained. It's not the fight we want, but I just don't think he was able to get any significant fight. Now, the only fight that I didn't hear was Andrade, Boo Boo, right? I didn't hear Boo Boo. So I don't know what's up with that. Like why Boo Boo wasn't an option and why wasn't that a fight to be set up, but either or. If that was also a fight that wasn't an option, then, he's just staying active. It doesn't matter if he's ready or not. That's his problem. If he can't perform after getting bitch slapped, that's on him. I mean, look, there's always a saying that fighters don't have to take the fight. You can't force a fighter to fight at the end of the day. So if Charlo does not take the Plant fight, he doesn't take the Plant fight. You can't force him. But if he does decide to take the Plant fight, I think one more fight would make sense, you know? Like, I'm not trying to drag Thomas LaManna down, but Thomas LaManna was food for Charlo. Even the not mentally stable version of Charlo. It was just really, can we get Charlo to drop this dude on camera so we can put it on TV and show it in highlights? Like go on Twitter, YouTube, Jamal Charlo wins by KO, and he drops him. All like, they need that. They need that before we can even get. If he can't stop Thomas LaManna, then what are we even talking about? You know what I mean? What are we really talking about? Like, we can't really give Thomas LaManna that much credit at this level. So, and to a certain degree, Resendiz and Caleb Plant. Resendiz better because he has a Jarrett Hurd win, an older Jarrett Hurd win, better than Thomas LaManna, way better, in my person, way better than Thomas LaManna, but he should still dominate too. So, Charlo's not ready for Andre either. I agree. It's just a matter if Charlo is on his A game. Is he in his A game? I don't know. All right. I'm still going to read all your guys' comments. The fight's about to start, so I'll read in between. Clock. Bro just hates Charlo. How do these motherfuckers strangers? Charlo needs 2 more fights. He's not. Yeah, I agree. Hey, fam, got to listen to commentary. Always a pleasure. Appreciate it, Wavaka. These 2 clowns, they say and do the dumbest shit. So, from my understanding, Plant and Resendiz were sparring partners, right, at a point. And when I talked to Resendiz told me, kind of like hinted like he did get his ass kicked in the sparring session, but really he was young and inexperienced. So that alone is the reason why he's going to fight differently. But Caleb landed a good sneaky lead left hook on Resendiz. Resendiz has a high guard, and Plant is keeping a nice little, pawing jab to make sure his distance is allowing him to make sure that Resendiz does not get in close proximity of Caleb. Resendiz leaps in, tries to do a leaping left hook, out of range. Caleb fires a jab. Resendiz blocks it. A lot of feinting from Caleb Plant. Caleb's putting a little pressure right now, trying to make sure that Resendiz is on his toes, not being able to set them. Because it seems like Resendiz is a front foot fighter for the most part. And so if Caleb was able to get him on his back foot, maybe he may not be able to box. So that might be part of the plan. Caleb Plant should be the physically bigger man, or at least been competing at the higher level at this weight. So he looks a little bit bigger. Just Resendiz looks like he has a strong back though. And another lead left hook from Plant. Resendiz right now struggling to kind of get in range of Plant. Plant's keeping him outside with that pawing jab. A 1-2. Caleb tries to throw a straight right down the middle. Resendiz hasn't really fired anything. He tried to throw a jab completely out of range of Caleb. Resendiz moves out of a jab to the body from Caleb. And as of right now, it just seems like Caleb just trying to get his range, but more in control than Resendiz. Resendiz eats the jab from Caleb. Caleb's going side to side right now. High guard from Plant. Resendiz is trying to jab his way in. Caleb laterally moves himself off the ropes. Another jab. 2 jabs from Plant. Lands on Resendiz. Resendiz still struggling to get in range of Plant. Good jab from Plant. Plant showing a lot of control of the pace and the distance that Resendiz has to fight at. As in right now, Resendiz has not landed anything significant, while Plant has landed a couple good jabs and a couple good lead left hooks, a couple jabs in the first round. And I'll give the first round to Caleb Plant right there. So, switched around, reset the clock. But why Plant take an easy fight? Wasn't he trying to fight against guys? He put a tweet out saying that he wasn't going to be able to get those type of fights. So that's kind of what it was. Josh is live commentary. So yes, I'm going to talk and jar. I feel like Plant's going to play with his food. Plant never gives me that type of vibe that he's going to play with his food. I feel like he's going to work on some things. But when he's really having fun and he's dominating, then you'll start to see him play with his food. But right now, he's all business. You can see how he's taking the first round. He's very serious about handling Resendiz. he sparred him, so he knows what he's capable of. So maybe there's something that he saw in that sparring match that he has to be aware of. Why Caleb Plant's trying to fight a guy just to come out the hospital? He's trying to get a big fight, man. He's trying to get a big fight. Plant did get dropped in his last fight. He definitely did. Ready for Plant. Let's not act like Plant. Oh, shoot. Clock. Let's not act like Plant's some killer. He's always be ready for Plant. That's a 50-50 fight. I think it would be a good fight. I just want Charlo to have one more, right? You're to correct so many variables. I guess it's difficult to truly know. Yeah, I mean, if you told me Charlo in his prime and Plant, who I don't know necessarily is in his prime right now, I would favor Charlo. 160 Charlo in his bag, but that's so far ago. It's hard to imagine where he's at right now. But Charlo's back in biz. He did get his dub, so I'm happy about that. So, man, I hear you smiling, but if I'm Charlo, I'm playing that slap video myself to get myself where it needs to be. It's easier said than done, man. Plant has a style that can be frustrating and difficult, and even though that was a cheap shot in a sense, like caught Charlo off guard because he was kind of standing there, And when I say cheap, like as in like it was unexpected, it still kind of shows the reaction time, and Plant's natural speed. He's a fast guy by default. So, Charlo just can't just take Plant lightly, man. Good jab from the body from Plant. Resendiz lands a good jab on Plant in response. Why are you acting like Plant picked his opponent? He was left with this opponent. It's kind of what it is. This is the opponent that he was either be active or not. He couldn't get any big fights with somebody. So Plant's definitely doing a good job right now. Plant using a rangefinder and keeps the range nice. A lot of feints from Caleb Plant right now, keeping Resendiz on his toes. Nothing dramatic has landed so far in the second round. Just a lot of good jabs. Resendiz can't make his way past that jab. He eats a couple jabs and a lead left hook again. This stick is going to be the difference of Resendiz being able to have any type of success or getting dominated. It's pretty much a one-handed fight from Caleb Plant. He landed a good lead left hook to the body and a jab. One-handed fight. Plant could really put his right hand behind his back the way that he's controlling the pace and the fight and the distance and the range and the activity of Resendiz. Not a lot of action. Still a fill-out process, but Plant is just still in pure control of how the fight is going to play out. Resendiz tries to go and land a hook. Completely out of range. Completely. Ooh, good solid right hand from Caleb Plant lands on Resendiz. This is going to be an easy fight for Caleb Plant. You think Plant will get dropped? Dang, let me go check it. Nick's about to get eliminated? Oh, no. Plant should get Resendiz out of there. I mean, hopefully, right? I think Plant is just, like I said, doing Plant, being patient, being serious, taking it one round at a time. Not getting careless, not doing anything reckless. Yeah, I don't even know how he's gonna get past that jab. This might actually be a boring fight, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Unless Caleb turns it up and throws some combinations, this could be an easy, boring fight tonight. Because he really doesn't have to do more than what he's already doing. He's in full control. Nick's getting blown out. What's the score for the Knicks match? All right. But as of right now, Resendiz has not been able to get busy. This has been a very tough hill for him to climb. Constantly getting jabbed in the face. Completely out of range. Caleb starting to double up, triple up on the jab. Snappy jabs. Resendiz throws a right hook to the body of Caleb. Caleb showing good movement Triple jab. Lead left hook from Plant. Almost sent Resendiz flying, in my personal opinion. Good lead left hook to the body. Spins Resendiz. Oh, man. Plant might get in his bag. Resendiz doesn't look like he can do anything. Absolutely not. Pocket, you said it best. Rumor has it Jake Paul's fighting Diddy in 2020. It's crazy. Plant might be able to get this guy out, man. He's light years. Like, he's not even setting up his lead left hook. He's just throwing it out there and landing at will. Like, the speed difference is night and day. Resendiz has shown no effective aggression, no intelligent pressure, no good footwork. Like, he's just really just out of range, high guard, and just telegraphing his shots, just winging one shot from a distance, walking, never being able to get his rhythm together. Plant's just tying him up right now, spinning him around so his back's not in the corner. Resendiz just needs to put some more pressure, double up the jab, make it a dirty fight, take some chances. Ooh, right there, he jumped and did a lunge left hook. It took a chance, sent Caleb Plant flying back. Caleb Plant's clinching. He took a chance. He threw a straight right and a leaping left hook that caught Caleb Plant off guard. So he pushed Caleb Plant back. But you need to follow up with that at this point. Caleb Plant looks a little cautious after getting caught with that. Oh, and Resendiz catches Caleb Plant with a right hook. Caleb Plant is clinching. Oh, he's starting to time Caleb Plant. That was a time shot that time. The first one was taking a chance. But he timed a right hook on Caleb Plant. And he catches Plant with a lead left hook while Plant's trying to jab Resendiz. That's 3 solid effective shots in that third round. And I don't know. I don't know. Is that a Resendiz? Can I give that round a Resendiz? Is that a Resendiz round? Hold on. Help me out. Am I gassing Resendiz a little too much that last 20 seconds? I mean, I did say he needs to take a chance. He took a chance, right? And he did do something weird. He threw a straight right to a leaping left hook, which is a little unconventional. He went straight right to the body, he lunged, and he came up to the top with a left. So, good switch shot. My favorite sports section, all you have to do is look at one. I don't even watch. I'm a Bulls fan, so. Predict 5th round KO. I don't know, man. I might give that to a Resendiz. Sean from Netherlands, nice commentary. Yo, appreciate it, Kid Duncan, man. Appreciate it, my guy. Thanks for coming through, man. Just a chill stream, you know what I mean? It's supposed to be 2 essentially stay busy fights for Charlo and Plant, right? Belong and Plant would have been a fun build-up. Yeah, I agree. I wish we got that fight, but he's fighting Hamzat. Yeah, I give Resendiz that third round. So I got Plant 2-1. Plant won that round, but he got caught with a mean shot. I'm going to just give that to Resendiz. I'm just going to be that guy. Let me just give Resendiz a little bit more credit. Plant has a bad habit going on. I mean, look, he definitely relies on his athleticism. He has great boxing ability, but he definitely uses his athleticism pretty often, which can tire him out and put him in vulnerable positions because defensively, he has been caught by a lot of silly stuff. He uses his freakish, bobbing and weaving and ducking and moving to get out of trouble, but sometimes he gets caught by not simply putting his hands at where he's supposed to. So, good lead left hook to the body from Caleb Plant, catches Resendiz. But overall, I mean, don't be surprised if that happens again. We saw it happen in the third round, so it is possible that Resendiz can get some respect from Caleb Plant. Plant overrated low key. I mean, it depends. I've heard that. I mean, I'm not gonna be like, is he top dog? No, but can he give anyone problems? For sure. Couple good jabs from Plant. Oh man, my bad. I didn't even start the clock. A minute 24 seconds in the 4th round. My bad. Resendiz going to a couple, doing a couple body shots. I'd rather see Billy smash, knock out Plant or Charlo. Yeah, but apparently Billy isn't fighting Plant for whatever reason. Plant says that Billy wasn't ready. Or he thought Billy was going to fight Pacheco, so it didn't really go in that direction. Resendiz starting to put pressure on Plant. Needs to be a little bit more effective, just not just walking in. A couple of good jab attempts for Resendiz. I think one landed. Good body shot from Plant. Resendiz is starting to put more pressure. They're starting to lock horns a little bit. Resendiz is starting to close the gap a little bit more and more. They're both definitely trying to wait for a counter opportunity, so there's really not a lot of action going on. Resendiz is looking for an opportunity, and Plant as well. Goodall left hook from Plant, but he gets caught by a left hook. They both got caught with left hooks. I don't know if Plant liked that left hook. I mean, it seems like Plant's left hook is more stinging, but it seems like Resendiz's hook lands a little bit more of a shot. Has more effect, right? I'll quickly say it. Resendiz's shot looks like they have a little bit more effect, while Plant shots look like the more effective, as in how it sounds and how it looks, right? It's the prettier shot. Resendiz might have the shot that actually might sting, though. All right. What are we? 5th round? Plant versus Residue? Chill. Yeah, the fight's on. We're in the 5th round right now. Samuel, I hope all is well. Love the channel. Appreciate it, Samuel Live. Resendo. You guys are tripping. Zachar, nice. Zuna. Zachar, is that supposed to be Plant? I'm sorry, I'm not aware if that's like Plant's how to say Plant's name or Resendiz in Netherlands. Oh shit. But right now it seems like Plant's starting to slow down a little bit personally. You know, Plant seems like he's going through that notorious criticism where he looks like his output slows down the later the fight goes. And as amazing as the Trevor McCombie fight looked, you know, Trevor was a punching bag at most of that. But for right now, Plant is using a lot of athletic movement, maybe wasted movement, which might tire him out. And even though he's winning the fight in my cards, it seems like Resendiz is slowly creeping in and slowly getting more confident, while Plant might be getting a little bit more tired. And for that alone might create that Charlo Plant fight to be more interesting. Because if Plant looks bad and Charlo gets a win, then yeah, it's not a desirable fight, because, you know, beating Thomas LaManna and Plant look bad against Resendiz doesn't really make a big fight, an exciting fight. However, it might close the gap. You know, Plant isn't as active. He's dominating with the jab, but you're starting to feel a little bit more pressure from Resendiz, and a left hook landed on Plant, which looked like it bothered him, and he clinched and tie up. You're starting to feel that Plant, the better boxer, the more experienced boxer, is fading by maybe using unnecessary movement. I don't know why he's getting so tired. He's clinching Resendiz. Resendiz is still slowly putting pressure, not landing anything, but, you know, besides that body shot, but it feels like the momentum, by all means, is going to Resendiz of how the fight could play out. He landed a good body shot. Plant's starting to get hit and touched to the body. This is purely a fighter who's not afraid to get hit to make his mark. And he got hit in the first couple rounds, but he's starting to hit now. Resendiz is starting to slowly make this a phone booth fight. He's starting to put pressure. The punches that Plant landed looks like it has no effect on Resendiz, as clean and flush and sharp as them lead left hooks. Good lead left hook by Plant, but Resendiz fires his own shot. May have not landed flush, but Plant looks like he's going to have to fight. He looks like he's going to have to fight. He looks like he's fading. Plant looks like he's fading for whatever reason. For whatever reason, Plant looks like he's fading. He's not even taking punishment. He's not even taking shots. Like, he just looks like he's fading. Charlo with smoke Plant, in my opinion. Plant slow down when he do it. You got, some of y'all who picked Charlo might be kind of right, because Plant is fading for whatever reason. And Charlo's minimal movement in the Thomas LaManna fight has shown that he could have probably went. And I know it's Thomas LaManna, right? Like, I'm not. But at the end of the day, Caleb Plant is fading by these short shots. Not a lot of consistent shots. I personally would like to believe Charlo hits harder than Resendiz, and he's more accurate, has a good jab, a lot more accurate. So Resendiz about to stop Plant. Yeah, Plant's doing too much. I wonder what's going on with Plant. Correct. Caleb always fades, in my opinion. But look who he fade against. He fade against Jose Ustaktaki, right? A pressure fighter, champion. David Benavidez. And Canelo. Those aren't really... And Trevor McCumbee, he looked more willing to fight than he ever did than out of those fights. Like, he looked like his gas tank was ready to go and just accelerate for 15, 20 rounds. Just straight up ass whooping. But he's starting to take some punishment. He's starting to take some right hooks unnecessarily. You're starting to get some drama. Resendiz lands another right hook to the body. You see red. Starting to see red sore spots on Plant. And he followed with a jumping lead left hook that connected on Plant. Resendiz is starting to land a right and a left. Plant starting to clinch and tie up. Not able to keep the distance that he was comfortably able to do in the first round. That picture perfect jab. That stick. That rangefinder, as some of you guys said in the chat. It really does not look like he's able to keep that for more than 3 rounds for whatever reason. We're in the 6th round, and Caleb Plant is struggling to maintain that same style. He's on his back foot, hands down low, starting to see some redness on his body. Once again, Resendiz isn't landing anything devastating from what I see just on a viewing optics, but it might be some serious shots that Plant's feeling. We've seen Plant get dropped from Trevor McCumbee. Plant starting to look like he's starting to get roughed up. He's starting to clinch a lot more. Resendiz is starting to put a lot more pressure. Plant is looking very, very, very concerned about Resendiz being able to keep up with him. He's looking very concerned. Those right hooks to the body is starting. Plant might go. Plant might go. Plant might go. I can give Resendiz a round though. I gave him the 3rd round. I agree, Mr. Grandy. But it's not the fact that he's winning the fight. It's the fact that he might stop Caleb Plant. You get what I'm saying? Like this is clearly a Resendiz round. And Caleb can win for the 6th. But if he gets dropped or stopped, that's all you need. Resendiz looks like he is putting some serious pressure by landing right hooks to the body. Every once in a while landing some good jabs and a leaping left hook. He's putting the pressure on Caleb, which forced Caleb to clinch a lot. The judges are going to see that he's not engaging. He's not keep. Oh, and a right hook. Oh, Plant's hurt. Plant's hurt. Plant's hurt. Right, left. Oh, Plant's fucking hurt. Plant's hurt. He's hurt. Oh my God. He's clinching. He's clinching. Oh my God. He's clinching. He's clinching. Oh, he's hurt. He's hurt. A left and a right. And a left and a right. Oh, he's saved by the bell. I started my clock way too late. Oh my God. Caleb Plant is fucking hurt. Oh my God. Caleb Plant might go. See, that's what I was saying. He may not be winning the scorecard, but he might get stopped. He might get stopped. And that's what really matters. Caleb Plant may not make it out this fight. You did. Plant's going to get kicked. Yo. Oh my God. That overhand right that Caleb Plant relies on his athleticism way too much. This is terrible. This is terrible. Caleb Plant, what are you doing? You have Charlo right underneath. This is another example. If you can't make the next fight, you know, you got to focus one fight at a time. I know he's focused, but man, I don't know. Plant always gasses out. He burns his energy trying to be a tough guy. It's not even like the tough guyness. It's just like the unnecessary movement, like way too much jumping around, and it's like that's a huge part of just learning how to conserve your energy to go 12. Caleb, you cannot gas out in the 5th round, brother. Plant will get stopped. Yo, dang, what's going on, Plant? Close fight. Plant was in the lead. He is fading. I'm back. Who's winning? I mean, Resendiz, Plant it depends on how you score. Plant might be maybe up a round, but he's losing the momentum. He got hurt the last round. He's tying up Resendiz. Nothing's coming up. Plant came back against McCombie. He did, but McCombie didn't have an inside game. I'm going to say it. Resendiz has an inside game. A good lead left hook landed by Resendiz. Go Caleb Resendiz. Plant not too strong late rounds either. That's his trainer. He have to get Plant ready to go 15. Good jab from Plant right there. He's starting to box now. He's starting to move a little bit more. I mean, we're going into we're in the 7th round. This could be 3-3, maybe 4-2. But regardless, the rate that is going, Resendiz is definitely in control. He has the momentum. He's landing the more devastating shots. He's digging to the body. And as much as we praise Plant for his inside game against Trevor McCombie had no inside game. It wasn't like he was outdoing Trevor when Trevor was fighting him in inside game. He was just getting cooked. He was a punching bag. Resendiz has an inside game, which felt like Caleb was going to outbox Resendiz, but he's not. And now he has to fight Resendiz with that same inside game that he fought Trevor McCombie with, and he's getting cooked. He's getting uppercutted inside. His ribs is all red. That right hook to the body, and he's following it with a right hook to the top. Dude, Resendiz is cooking Plant. Plant needs to get busy, because if not, we're going to see an upset right in front of our eyes in the 7th round if Plant cannot figure out how to do this. Plant, hands down low. Okay, now he has his high guard up, trying to land a leading left hook, but Resendiz, none of these shots look like they affect Resendiz. Nothing. None of these pretty shots that Caleb Plant's throwing. They're pretty shots. Oh, and a lead left hook rocks Caleb Plant's head back. It tilts all the way back. That's what I'm saying. Caleb's landing good hooks, good shots. But the shots that Resendiz land, you see Caleb Plant grimace. You see Caleb Plant's body language speak. I am hurt. That was a good shot. Damn, what does the ceiling look like? Man, my body wants to just turn into like a big red apple. Good lead left hook by Caleb Plant by the end of the round. But man, that was a Resendiz round. Resendiz might be up. He might be up, y'all. Charlo's going to have to fight Resendiz next. He might. Yo, sounds like Resendiz got a BTA. Yeah. That's why I said Charlo over Plant. Vodka. Hey, when I say you right. You've been right a lot of times. I'm not a believer. Even if Plant wins, I think Plant's a C+ fighter overall. Look, we've seen his flaws against the best of the division. Now we're seeing his flaws against the other guys in the division. The Trevor McCombies, who he got outboxed technically by. Resendiz, who he getting beat up in the inside by. So his versatility may not be as versatile as we think, right? Because this is an opponent he should be able to outbox, right? And Trevor McCombie was a guy where he was able to beat in the inside. But as much as a pugilist boxer he is, it's just amazing to see how he gasses out. Oh shit, my clock is gonna start. Gassing out as a boxer. And then, in this case, allowed himself to be in a position where he has to fight an inside. Charlo's not going to want another tune-up now. I mean, you're right. Joe, I see. You might be right. You might be right. I mean, he might have to fight Resendiz. Like, Caleb just ate a right hook Farm run Resendiz. Charlo might need a tune-up for Resendiz. Like, he might need one more fight for Resendiz because Plant, he's giving Resendiz way too much opportunities, man. Did Bregman just tell Plant to go low blows? I don't know. I didn't really hear it. If Plant's going to be seedling after this fight, I don't know, dude. What up? What a curate. Who's going to win? Resendiz is winning right now, in my personal opinion. I think Resendiz is winning. Front runner for sure. Plant got caught again. Plant's always running out of gas. I don't know, dude. I blame the trainer, dude. I don't know, man. I don't know what is going on. Like, Charlo is a lion. I don't think Plant will win. Plant really don't want the Charlo fight. That's obvious. No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say Plant didn't want the Charlo fight. I won't say that, but Resendiz is definitely showing that he's landing the more devastating and more effective shot. Bro, Plant about to lose. Mario Lopez might pull this all. Yo. This is crazy, bro. Even when he won his world title, bro, he's always in a tough fight, man. And he hasn't even been able to hurt Resendiz at any point. So what do you think Resendiz is thinking when he's coming forward? This is easy. This is food, right? Like, he's walking through like this is nothing to him. You know, the clinching. Oh, man, Resendiz is landing some good right hooks, man. He needs to watch it, man. He's getting caught. He's getting caught on the turn. Plant getting caught with the left hook on the turn. Oh! 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 It's Plant's clinch. Oh, is Plant gonna go? Oh, he's eating all these body shots. Oh! Oh! Plant signaling a headbutt. Look how, yo, them body shots is devastating, Rock. Devastating. Look, started with the right hook to the body. Yeah, yo. That's why they say go to the body, yo. They're getting one for headbutting. Yo. They're saying that they might take a point away for a headbutt. He said don't lean in with your head. Oh, man. Always and gets these type of fights when it matters. All right. I gotta put some tweets out. I'm trying to get my tweet game together. All right. Round number 9. Ohio in the house. What's up, man? I got Resendiz winning, man. What part of Ohio are you from, William? Is Resendiz vegetarian, though? I don't know. Wow, yeah. I mean, yo, Resendiz is cooking Plant right now, man. Good right hook to the body from Plant. Man, Resendiz is about to stop him, bro. It's a draw in your opinion. I mean, Plant's starting to fight a little bit more. Ref trying to cheat for Plant. I didn't really see these headbutts or all this, like, oh, they are exchanging hooks. This is a better round for Plant. But he's eating some serious shots, though, in the process. Man, Resendiz is just a tough... Yo, I got to go back and watch that Elijah Garcia fight, man. You know, because I asked Resendiz, like, personally, like, how am I supposed to believe that you beat Plant if you lost Elijah Garcia? Like, what's the difference? Like, I asked in a respectful way. Like, you know, what's the difference from, you know... Ooh, good left hook to the body from Resendiz. He just said like 2 different fights. You know, there's 2 different fighters. Elijah Garcia's this, and you know what I mean? So oh shit, I gotta stop the clock. All right. Plant getting cooked. He for sure is. Yo, Frank, he's getting cooked. He's getting cooked. Plant should move around the ring. He has flat-footed right now. Yo, he just ate a hook. You know, it's crazy. Resendiz was his sparring partner for Canelo. That's what they're saying. I knew that they sparred from what they've talked, but I didn't know it was for the Canelo fight. So it makes sense. But damn, bro. If that's the case, why would you fight? Like, what happened in the sparring session that... Yeah, man, Resendiz has definitely made a huge difference. And a fight's a fight. But Caleb's starting to mix to the body a little bit more. Resendiz fires a right hook. Plant has always lacked head movement. Because he relies on his athleticism to get out the way. Like, he does very exaggerated movement to slip and get out of fights. I mean, out of punches. But that's... Oh, good left hook to the body from Resendiz. Caleb Plant with the high guard still can't even block the body shots. Eats a right and another right from Resendiz. Hey, man, we might be seeing a change of an era, just slowly just getting out, man. Crazy. Mario Lopez whooping on Caleb Plant. This is crazy, man. Well, let me check the polls because I see saying no, Caleb Plant will lose. Did this change? I didn't see if people went in here and changed it or more people came in, but before it was no, Jamal Charlo will lose. Now it's no, Caleb Plant will lose. Plant being beat by Residue. What in the world? Oh, man. Oh, this is a 12-round fight. I have to up the rounds. There we go. Man. 6'3". I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that. Maybe if you want to be maybe 5'4", you know what I mean? Depends on how you see it. But Resendiz is up. At a point, Caleb hasn't won a round in these last couple. What do you think about upcoming? I think in hindsight, we'll actually know. Because I think going in, a 46-year-old man fighting a young, may not be the best welterweight out of the guys, but even then, he's still alive. A potential live underdog. But he's definitely an underdog. But if he's able to beat Mario Barrios, then we'll come along and be like, oh, man, Pacquiao, we should have known. He's a legend. Mario Barrios, this, that. But right now, I think Pacquiao should be the underdog. So, Caleb Plant should stop fighting Mexicans. I mean, you might have a point. That sparring session might have been a really inflated sense of confidence because he kept saying, Resendiz, hey, the right hand. Oh, and a right hand. When I say right hand, just turns Caleb Plant's head. Oh, my God. Caleb Plant lands a good left hook. Oh, good job from Resendiz, man. Plant forgot homeboy was Mexican. The Mexican beating the... Yo, chill out. Yo, chill out. I don't want to read those out loud, man. This is disaster, man. Beyond a disaster, man. This is just a terrible fight, man, for Caleb Plant. Plant's been rattled since the bridge of his nose got cracked. Potentially, man. Dang. Yeah, Charlo. Yeah, this... Man. We may kiss that Caleb Plant versus Jamal Charlo fight goodbye. Yeah, man. Plant has to fight from behind, man. Man, he's just getting beat up in the inside, man. Resendiz is just beating up in the inside, man. What's going on? Yeah, Charlo did win. He stopped LaManna. Referee stopped it after dropping him 3 times. Well, I looked at Resendiz box rec. I don't know if he's a natural. I thought so, but if we look at his box rec, right? Hold on, let me see. Where's Resendiz? Yeah. He started his career at 175. Somehow shrunk himself down to 160. Fought Jarrett Hurd around 160. Got knocked out by Elijah Garcia. Lost to Marcos Hernandez. Brother, he lost to Marcos Hernandez. No shade, the contender guy. But then beat Fernando, whatever, tune-up. And now he's cooking Caleb Plant. So, yeah, man. This is not a good day for Steven Breadman, you know. Yeah, man. Plant's getting cooked, man. We're in the 11th round. This feels like Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney all over again, man. Decisively. Plant's definitely losing the fight, not even close. They better not rob. I agree. Just let Resendiz win, man. 175, yeah. It said he said, but don't trust box rec. Yes, yo, Tori, I got cooked by Keyshawn, and you know me and Keyshawn cool. Like after I did the interview, like yo, I'm like, yo, man, why you? He's like, no, you know my guy, you're my guy, but you never fuck shit up. So I was shocked that you were incorrect. You know your boxing. I'm like, bro, I read box rec, and it said Branchek was a orthodox fighter. He's like, no, he's southpaw. I'm like, clearly. So box rec do be fucking me up, man. I just went straight to the Keyshawn fight and saw, yeah, he is southpaw. And I saw other fight. I'm like, he is southpaw when he fought Navarrete. So, but I think he probably was at 175 pounder, but he got stopped by one. He lost to Marcos Hernandez, and like, bro, I did not expect Resendiz to be cooking him like this. Plant needs a KO. I agree. Plant's losing by 2 rounds. He might be losing more than 2 rounds. Can promoters stop putting 2 fighters who are supposed to fight in the same card against different opponents? At this rate, it might be, because these fighters these days can't make it to the finish line for that fight. Like, this is supposed to be a lob. Like, based off what I was looking at box rec. Resendiz lost to Marcos Hernandez. They'll shake up the ranks of Caleb lose. Oh, yeah. He's really like that guy that's between, like, Canelo. Like, I don't say the gatekeeper of Canelo, because if Canelo wasn't around, he'd be a champion again, probably. But let me guess, Caleb went in the fight with an injury and it was a bad training camp. I don't know. I ain't saying that. Say it. Just as bad as Wikipedia. Man, Resendiz landed a good right hook on Caleb Plant. Right hook to the body. Plant needs a KO. I agree. Plant needs a new trainer. I mean, he did have a trainer, Justin Gambler, who he came up with. That's who. So this is the irony. Caleb Plant came up with Justin Gambler. He left Justin Gambler after the Canelo fight. Justin Gambler didn't pick up a fighter until Blair Cobbs. Blair Cobbs and Justin Gambler, Caleb Plant's old trainer, went on and fought Adrian Broner and knocked his tooth out and won. So Justin Gambler is in the winning side. Steven Breadman picks up Caleb Plant, fights David Benavidez, fights Trevor McCumbee, fights Resendiz. This is, you know, and Breadman has a good boxing mind, you know, and I'm just curious, you know, is this just Caleb or, you know, I don't know. Like, I like how Breadman thinks, you know, he's very sensible in his ideology when it comes to boxing, but he might not be able to be the one to get Plant to excel, you know, because Resendiz, man, should not be whooping his ass like this. He's whooping his ass. He is whooping his ass. And Bremen's telling him, yo, we need this round. No, Bremen, you need to tell him he needs to knock him out. And Manny Robles is telling Resendiz, another great trainer, right? On the receiving end of Resendiz. Resendiz is all smiles. Like, you know, Manny's like, we need this round because, you know, he knows what type of fight this is. It's a build-up fight for Plant to win. You're not really in charge. So you need all the rounds. We can't take anything, even though, you know. But Manny Robles, man, always on the end of big upsets. Crazy. This might be his Andy Ruiz, you know, win again, right? Plant runs his mouth too much. The Canelo and Crawford fight might look something like this. Damn, chill. I'll be hyped, though. I'm biased for Crawford. I have Canelo as the favorite, so. Plant is out of gas. I mean, he's been out of gas. Resendiz versus Plant's next, I guess. Nope. We're going to do the rematch? It'll be on someone's undercard, then. I mean, maybe there is a rematch clause, but damn, bro. The time in the round is correct on my screen. 12th round, 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Once this is over, unless Caleb stops him, Resendiz wins this fight. It is crazy. Right hook to the body again by Resendiz. Is this the worst version of Plant, or is this just Plant in a style matchup where he can't? Oh man, he's eating right hooks, man. Is this the worst version of Caleb Plant, or is this a style matchup that he can't, that he always struggles against? I never thought this was going to happen, but it's boxing, man. Man, oh man, he's starting to catch Caleb, man. This is the worst version? Okay. Plant sucks, I agree. Robbery coming? No, man. Let's not do that, man. Let's not do that to Resendiz. Yo, Resendiz stepped up, man. He talked that good, man. Plant was talking that good, man. Plant is just surviving. He's not winning. He's surviving. Damn, dude. Who has beef? Oh, man. Edgar's going to have a field day right now, man. Resendiz is teeing off on Plant. Oh, he teeing off on Plant. It's over with, man. Plant needs a new... I don't know, bro. All depends if you get Plant the first 5. I can't give him first 5. You did a good job, brother. I appreciate it. I'm just being honest, dude. I think Resendiz clearly won. I don't even think it's close. I don't even think it's like one of those fights where it's like, oh, I don't know. I thought Resendiz clearly dominated. They robbed Goucher, so the judges might be... Ah, man, dude. I think those Canelo Benavidez fight took a lot. Might have. You might raise a good point, man. I mean, it could be the Trevor McCumbee 2 fight, man. Did the Canelo Benavidez and even the Trevor... All right. Let me throw my socials up. I'm just, like I said, I'm just trying to get my social game up a little bit more. Let me see. Plant lost the fight. Yeah, I agree, man. You think he aged overnight? Fight tape. I mean, he has been in a lot of wars, man. Oh, man. It's definitely not upset of the year, though. Great job, brother. I appreciate it, David. All right, man. We got it. We got to hear the scorecards, man. There's no way Resendiz lost this, man. 7-5. I want to see him fight Charlo. Split decision. No!
Scores about 116 to 112 in favor of Armando Rendez.
Okay, yes. Split.
Scores about 115 to 113 to Caleb Plant.
Boo. That is not the right scorecard. Oh, Resendiz. There's no way 116 to 112.
And the new interim WBA
Right person won, y'all. Boxing did his job today. Right person won. Right person won. Right person. Right. Yo, boxing did its thing. And the new. I don't know, man. It's boxing, man. Congrats to Resendiz. Caleb looked worse than ever. Great fight. Yo, great fight party. Yeah, next week I'll be in Norfolk. So I'll be at the Scope Arena. So I'll be running around getting all the interviews and stuff. So, but no way robbery. You thought Caleb won? Oh, you're talking about the split? Yeah. Mario Lopez versus Charlo. That's good. Yeah. I'm happy, man. Sheesh, boy. Oh, man. This is bad, brother. Congrats to Resendiz. I knew an upset would happen. Oh, man. It felt like tonight was a potential upset, but even seeing it. Because I voted on my poll, yes. I thought they were both going to win, right? I went safe. I went the cliche route. But that's crazy, bro. Kayla was talking that good, man. Oh, man. Yo, Caleb Plant versus Thomas LaManna. Next. Yeah, man. Say what up, man. I'll be by the media section, Samuel Lives. Say what up to your boy, man. Retire ain't bad. Haney won, Garcia lost, Caleb lost, Jamal won. Both Caleb and Ryan both lost to their sparring partner. Holy shit. I mean, that's fair, man. Yo, educate me on lineal champion. It's pretty much based off whoever beat the man, right? The man that beat the man. It's determined based off ring rankings. Typically when there's an undisputed or a unification with two guys that people view as number one, number two, then after that happens, that person carries this imaginary championship, you know, the lineage. I say imagine Ring Magazine belt. It's pretty much the Ring Magazine belt. The guy who had the Ring Magazine belt, unless someone beats that guy, it gets reset to until the number one, number two face each other. So it's the man that beat the man. Regardless if you dropped all your belts, you're still the lineal champion. The guy at one point, until someone beats you or you left the division, you're that guy. You can retire for 5 years and come back. By all means, you're a lineal, but, you know, for all we know. But that's kind of what it is. Mario Lopez won. Caleb Plant was not saved by the belt. Yo, now who had the best performance? Yolani, I would say. I don't know. I would have to say Resendiz. He beat the better opponent. Coked out, best promoter. Caleb Plant need to move up. He don't look the same. You want him to move up? Joey, you want him to move up and fight Arthur Betterbeef and Bivol and Morrell? Golly, Joey. You think Jamal can beat this version of Plant? Yeah, I think so. I didn't think this was the version of Plant. But I don't want to take, listen, at the same time, y'all, I don't want to take away any credit away from Resendiz, right? Because it seems like we have kind of like diminished the work he did. He did do great body shot placements. He did target the right side. I mean, those punches did land consistently. And it did start with that right-left combo that he threw and sent Caleb Plant back. I don't know if that buzzed him at a point and he was never able to essentially recover. But somewhere along the line, Resendiz does deserve a lot of credit. And not just saying, okay, Plant is washed. He's only lost to 2 guys. And at that point, by Resendiz being the 3rd guy next to David Benavidez and Canelo, I have to give him credit. But Caleb has been in a lot of wars. Even when he beat up Trevor McCumbee, he took punishment in that fight. He took punishment at David Benavidez. And he got stopped by Canelo. At some point, you know, the body's only going to be able to maintain a certain level of high competition for so long if you're constantly in those type of fights. And he was just in that type of fight not too long ago. So he will eventually have to figure out what's best for him. And he needs to figure out soon, because at some point, these fights aren't going to get easier, because he's going to fight guys with more risk and less reward for a potential to get back to the spot he just lost. So, yeah, I don't know where Caleb Plant goes from here. They're both playing. I mean, does the fight even make sense anymore? Belong is going to violate him. Yeah, thanks. Tippy tap BS. Being in tough fights would do that to you, Canelo and David. Even Trevor McCumbee, dude. Even though he beat up Trevor gave him a tough fight in the beginning. So, I mean, it could be a lot, you know. He has been in a lot of wars, you know. You know, Caleb Plant has been in a lot of wars lately. He has been dropped by Canelo, punished late by Benavidez, and even now, and even though he won, he took punishment early on by Trevor McCumbee. I gotta make sure I spell Trevor McCumbee right. And honestly, we're gonna see what Trevor McCumbee does against Pacheco, because that's really gonna also let us know the type of level, what type of competition that is, right? MC, because if Pacheco blows him out, that kind of lets us know what type of level, you know what I mean, Trevor McCumbie's at. I mean, Trevor did take punishment from Plant, but Plant Resendiz. Let's go Dodgers. Plant got messed up. How many people's parlays got fucked up tonight? Yeah, man. Oh, man. Hold on. Who went live? Hold on. Let's get Curmel. Hold on. I got an immediate reaction right now, I think. Let me get Curmel. Oh, man. He's playing music. Okay. Hold on. Screen sharing. This is the moment Curmel just found out right now that KO lost.
I'm about to hop out. I'm about to go. I'm gonna hop back on here. Y'all be ready. Damn, they talking about he lost bad. Damn, that's fucked up. That's my nigga. Shout out Caleb.
Damn. All right. Well, that's the reaction I gotta get up. Caleb Plant has been in a lot of wars late. He's been dropped by Canelo, punished by late. Why didn't he? I don't know why. Hey, matter of fact, you guys haven't seen Curmel's fight, right? You guys want to see it while I'm doing some work? I'm gonna play Curmel's fight because they didn't televise it. Pacheco's gonna sleep Macombi. I mean, he had issues with what you call it? He had issues with Steven Nelson, so we never know, man. Right. So I'm playing Curmel's fight right now. Pacheco versus Resendiz. I got my wish, Andre Charlo. Yeah, I don't know why. I got Curmel's fight up here right now, since a lot of you guys haven't seen it probably. Right? Come on, come to it. Come to it side to side. Good shot, good shot. Slide under there, slide under there. Slide over there. Yep. Keep closing the gap. There. Oh, hair movement. Yep. Smart fight. Yep. Keep sliding in on the slide. I mean, we'll see what Macombi goes in that fight. Let me see the jab. Don't go slow like that. Touch it. Yep. If I find out why he's gassing out all the time. I don't know, man. If I was at the fight, I would ask that question. You know? We're here to take care of business. Hair movement. Hair movement. Use the jab. Nah, I don't know about it. You don't like it? Hold the gap. Hold the gap. There you go. There you go. You don't like it. You don't like it. Good work, Kern. I'm trying to go with Ryan. Yeah, that's crazy. His wife had that. I don't. Oh, I just realized. So no. I hear all this Drake music play. Hold on, I gotta stop it. Oh boy, no. Hair movement. Take your time. Yeah, I don't want them copyright strikes. What's up, Ron? Saturday, my guy. They need to stop doing these tune-up matches. Just buy some more Curse and Medusa. Look, dude, that's on the fighter, bro. Like, how did he not beat a guy like that? You know? But it is boxing. I'm gonna be glad Charlo will let anyone at least. Something's up. Also, I was pissed off with Plant. I don't know why he was trying to be patient with him. I understand Resendiz is a pressure, but he was only responding when Plant was the initiator. But I don't even know why he gassed out. Hair movement. Yep. Use that jab. Like this. Close the gap slowly. There we go. Close the gap slowly. I'm gonna say it, Caleb Plant was never good. We just all liked him because he was having that look. He's scared, so he'd be happy he's even fighting. Floyd's winning Diddy's hat. Damn, G came in there like with a shotgun. Just blasted out all the Caleb Plant fans. Boom! And I can't believe Kyron Davis lost in that badly, but I knew Resendiz had it. Really? I didn't. Curmel Moton, Crouton? What the hell? How do you even get a name like that? You lose against pressure fighters. Plant took due lightly and paid for it. This way.
Yep. Good work, man.
What up, Rudy?
Keep going to that body. Keep going to that body. Yeah, combinations right there, combinations.
All right, let me. Y'all heard that little comment? What the heck? Can I sit on your lap?
Keep going to him. Yep. Just like that. Keep moving your head, going to him. Keep moving. There you go. There you go.
Floyd killing me in that Diddy hat. Plant was gas, Mr. Blonde. Yeah, I didn't know what's that about. Let's see. Alright, Caleb needs to retire. Plant has won 0 big fights, definition. I mean, his title fight, if you count that as a big fight. It's a special fighter. Yeah, I really like. He looked phenomenal. Resendiz lost Elijah Garcia and Kyron beat him. Hernandez is the dark horse. So I'm saying, like, I'm surprised Resendiz won this fight. He's been dropped in the 8th if it was Charlo, even 22 days off Charlo. Great perspective. I'm glad we can see the fight. Blade up talk too much. I mean, that really, honestly, to be honest, has removed Caleb at all big fights right now. Like, he really is on a comeback trail at this point now. That tune-up fight is going to be the type of fights he's going to actually have to be in, like, right now. But definitely Plant's cardio was alarmingly suspect, considering Resendiz barely pressured him compared. Yeah, he didn't really even land. Like, I just didn't understand. Plant clinches and blocks punches with his head. He's not good at job. He definitely relied a lot on his athleticism to be defensive, be defensively sound in that department of being able to avoid shots. But when it came to his hands, he was never kind of slick with his hands to block. You know what I mean? Whoever's videoing this fight is drunk. It was on an IG live. 3 or 4 providing VIP service at Michelob's Arena. It's diabolical. I could sit on your lap, stream for a little bit change. You heard that right, Con? Viva la Mexico! After watching the fight, I think I could beat Caleb Plant. If McCumbee had some real money behind him, he would have not Caleb Plant. Caleb talked way too much. Caleb ain't got no pop. Yo, it's crazy, dude. How just in one night things just change. So, to answer your question, I retract my statement. That's crazy, dude. Caleb, really? My guy Curmel Moton. Oh. That copyright music. All right. Oh, he's playing this in a great year. After, let me get this fight clock up there. James Jones 100. Plant has always been a front runner. I agree. In a lot of his fights, he has been a front runner and he gasses out. The question is like, where is he gassing out from?
Yeah, keep going to him. Good head movement, Curm. Good head movement. Keep baby, Curm. There we go. Good jab. Good jab. Good jab.
Caleb Star is heavily inspired by my favorite fighter, James Tony, but the issue is that he has leaky low guard defense and he keeps having that right hand. Yo, James Tony just got that bop! You know what I mean? James Tony hit, dude. James Tony. Alright, I have to make an extra bar all the way.
Keep touching the body, Curm. You doing good. You look great.
Culture is real quiet in the crowd. Chill. Y'all knew Caleb Payne was kind of scared. Forced the fight. He's kind of scared. Chill. This is LaManna Charlo fighting. He's Curmel. Jose is not a big fight. Please tell me he didn't. He went the distance.
Go in there.
Head movement. Ryan was heading up to
He's got to put on that pressure.
She makes video all the talking Caleb do and him after loss. We get lots of views. Before and after.
Yeah. He's touching that body.
It's going to come to pressure and taking this opportunity by force.
Okay, after this fight.
I mean, when you look at the fight, I just didn't understand where the gas is. The gas himself from the company board. Chill. What with it? Chill. That dialogue. I heard Curmel say they did go to distance. Plant's been so overrated. Old throughout Plant. Can't believe Plant lost, even though I didn't want him to. That's lost.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
Oh.
Good, yeah, good.
Good to see you, man.
Either way,
Is my girl here? Priceless.
I'm reading the chat. I got the Curmel fight on. I'm working on some videos. So I'm multitasking. I'll read all the chats.
Doing great.
Good shape.
You got things too. You got things. Yep.
Head movement.
Yeah.
See our Prime Video presents the 4 fights in Donald Mayhem program on this, the final day of May, with a couple of undefeated knockout artists. Isak Lucero and Omar Valenzuela clashing in 154 pounds. Bring the hook up. Here's Hall of Fame ring announcer, Jimmy Resendiz. Do it again.
Watch him come in the box. Don't tell me.
And so we start with the title card on screen. Okay, so I'm going to do for the pistol ring the flying sensei and then phase 2. Phase 2. Yep. And move. Please understand. Sit there all night. Yep. That's your body. Yeah, touch the body here. He don't like that body work, Curmel.
You know, Brian Kenneth could be good.
Yeah.
You know, they always say it's hard to get up, right? And fight at that elite level when you're all comfortable. Every time you have another baby, it gets a little worse. Look, sometimes they say it's supposed to like build a hunger in you as a father, but at that level, like already getting rich and you're getting richer and richer and richer. I mean, I can't speak on that. But maybe life just hit him. He sent his dog, killed his cat. That's a good thing. That scared look, he's feeling sorry for him and he he's track. He's proud of him. He's a cool fight. But deep down inside, we know he's about to get whooped. They don't have a live stream of it, but we'll have reactions of the press conference coming up. So the weirder part, Ron, was that Caleb was familiar with Armando doing the sparring trade, but I guess Caleb thought Armando fought the same. That look, Resendiz told me a couple weeks ago, like, look, I was young, and that's the reason why. You know what I mean? So join forces with Manny Robles, yo, Manny be out here doing his thing. Noah built like a truck. Then Brendan's just over there getting bread, man. He never believed in killed. The Plant said he thought he won. He said everything should be good. Goodall ain't ready for a million animals. Yeah, Plant lost. That'd be a fun fight. Hold on.
Thank you, Bryce. Thank you.
He was trying to shoot like one shot Mono, you know, he kept doing that double left hook. I mean, he was landing it, but it had no effect. How much they paid to get into the kill? Like, can't you take him, Jesus?
You got great pace. You got great pace, man. You got pace. Yeah. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Get him out of there. Them hands in his weight. Them hands in his weight. Here we go. Turn. Cut the ground. Turn. There you go.
I gotta get an extra banana picture. Ben versus Ross, please. Maybe Caleb versus Thomas LaManna. That's too diabolical.
There you go. There you go. Get him out of there. Hands. There you go. Up to the body. There you go. There you go. Boxing, Curmel. Boxing. Don't try to back the boxing. You look great. Yep, just like that. Shit easy. Yep, shit easy. Back the boxing. Get him out of there. Back downstairs. There we go. You go back to boxing, Curmel. Got him. Got him. Got him. Got him. Got him. You gotta work hard. You gotta work hard. Let's go.
Get him out of there!
Alright, Plant winners might not let you fight really like I really like hope they don't push for him too fast because he's not ready for it. They're moving him slow, they're moving him right. So he should be fine. Mentioning Charlo, Plant versus Skull, that should be fun. That should be fun. Shout out to Big Charlo, probably the best out of the two brothers regarding activities on the side of six partners. They corn to breakfast. He did cook him. It's actually not a bad idea for him to give him the 20 friends. But that means he has to move up and wait. I saw Brendan watching the kids and yeah, I'm recording live. You have a press conference.
Trying to get in my live, trying to get your.
Alright, let me skip through all this damn music.
Keep going to it. Keep going to it.
Yeah. I mean, did you want me to put that on?
Keep going to it. Keep going to it.
It's lag right now. I mean, we'll have reactions coming up like in a few minutes. If you guys wait in here, I'll have Jamal's reaction video in a few minutes. I'm just finishing up this Curmel fight, and then I'm making some quick little videos.
Get him out of there! Get him out of there! Get him out of there! Get him out of there!
They smart. You don't like those body shots. They smart. You look great. We're here to win.
There we go!
They short though.
There it is!
Skull and Plant, both 168. Oh, you're right. Bro, I'm sorry. Listen, you're right. My brain a little fried because I'm multitasking. You're right. Skull and Plant. I don't know, man. I don't want to see it. Skull needs to get in a fight with a guy that comes and cuts off the ring and actually makes him fight. I have a question. What would happen if PBC did Plant versus Voodoo over the album? I mean, I don't know. You know? Like, Voodoo. Maybe that might be Plant's next fight, you know? But then at that point, we might as well make Boo Boo versus Charlo. At this point, like, we might as well make Boo Boo versus Charlo. That might be the fight that we should make. Charlo did what he was supposed to do against LaManna, but if he fought Resendiz guy, then Charlo had to pull out there. Styles make fights, man. I really thought Plant mobility might give Charlo issues, only because the fact that Plant's elusiveness when seeing other fights have kind of created opportunities for him to get ahead early in the scorecards and cause other fighters to have to like either stop from late or come from behind. Charlo would have probably rally later. But now, obviously, hindsight's enough because it really feels like Charlo was weak. So, you never know, man. Styles can fight. Thomas LaManna is definitely not Resendiz. And, but when you look at the resume, you know, I don't know. Weird for it. Viva la Mexico! Caleb Burnett and Brendan. Burnett to cheap else.
Stay low, head movement. He reaching. Bring the hook around. Fast. There you go. No, not so wide. Bring the double hook.
So we have Jamal. How much time we got left on this? Alright, about like 3 more minutes and I'll play some stuff from the press conference. We're getting seasick watching this, William says. Are you guys done? Like, you want me to turn this Curmel fight off and put on some clips we got from the press conference and some reactions? Would you guys rather do that? Because I could switch that off right now.
Oh, good body.
That's
1, 2, quick. 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 1, 2, quick.
Upstairs and downstairs with it, Karen. Upstairs and downstairs with it.
1, 2, quick.
You can stay up the gladiator.
Right here, right to the bottom. Right to the bottom.
Oh, there you go. Oh, there you go. Don't left hook to the bottom. Don't let him go. There you go.
It went the distance. We got bars. Who do you think will win, Charlo or Valenzuela? If Valenzuela wins the next fight? Dude, I don't really know. I feel like everything's up in the air at this point. Because I really didn't know what we were going to see today. And we got it. We got Caleb looked pretty rough. And Charlo comfortably won this fight. Looked composed, looked poised. Not the opposition that I would be like blazing because the fact that like I would assume that Thomas wasn't on the level of Caleb Plant, so for that let alone I kind of was like, yeah, give him one more fight. But now we've seen some upsets, so let me play some reactions and stuff while someone said Barrios. Let's get Barrios. I'm gonna try and get hit by the copyright.
Let's take a quick picture real quick. I'm gonna take a quick picture. Say it again.
How's he going to go against Pacquiao?
That's gonna be a great fight. You know, Pacquiao, he's kind of later in his age right now. Barrios has the advantage with his youth. I feel like as of right now, it can go either way.
When you were younger, did you ever think Manny Pacquiao would be still fighting at 46? And
Not at all. I did not think that Manny Pacquiao will still be in it, but he loves the game. He loves the sport of boxing. And it's hard to get away from something that's so addictive.
how good is it to see you back? Do you reckon you'll sell it out the MGM Grand?
100%.
When are you getting back into it?
July 26th in New York City. WBC interim title.
I want to talk about Richardson, Hitchinson, Cambosis. Big fight coming up June the 14th. Obviously, you've got to pick your boy Africa, but tough fight, or how you see it going down?
It's going to be easy.
I do have a theory though, remember. Last year when James Toney was at the Frank Martin fight, he met up with Plant and he mentioned that Plant was going to struggle to make 160. I have to look. I know what you're talking about. That was at the Frank Martin. Yeah, I just missed their interaction. I was in the hallway.
This is what it's going to be like on July the 19th.
Oh, yeah?
Are you ready for this? It's going to be crazy.
I've been ready.
All right.
Wait, what the hell? Was that a reaction video or was that before? Hold on. Was that a reaction video? What the hell? Oh, fight message. My bad, y'all. That was prior. Okay. These are Pacquiao getting mobbed. Okay, I could skip through this. Manny Pacquiao.
All right, here with Curmel Moton, fresh off his 8th professional victory, man. What grade did you give yourself, man? What did you like about tonight? What anything you didn't like? How do you
I think overall, I give myself like a 7 out of 10. I feel like I did good. You know, it was a good fight. Guy was durable, and he definitely came to fight. He was not a pushover. You know, had a lot of amateur experience, and he does a lot of training. You know, he trained at pound gym. Just sparred the champs over there and stuff. So he's definitely not a pushover, and I felt like overall it was a solid performance.
Tall guy, long guy, using movement, fighting, but trying to make the distance.
Right, yeah.
What was that like, trying to get your distance down? What were you learning in there?
I learned a lot. You know, I just learned that to be more patient. You know, Floyd kept telling me in the corner, just be patient. You're a 12-round fighter. Just pace yourself. You know, not just rush in for the knockout. So I was really just trying to box. You know, and take it one round at a time, stacking rounds, and you know, I just got a lot of experience from it.
Were you trying to learn how to create when a guy's not giving you much to counter and punch off of? And
yeah, definitely. You know, guys like that, it becomes hard to get them out of there when their whole objective is just to survive. You know, I feel like after the 3rd round, that's really all you want to do.
She looked crazy. My guy ran a
you know, just trying to just stay in there.
So what do you got to do against that? Is it jab more? Is it?
Yo, it was
jab, you know, a lot of feints. You know,
Samurai Champloo? Come on, brother. Samurai Champloo, my shit.
I wouldn't say I was looking for it, but if it came, I was definitely trying to press the pace. You know, slowly break him down. And I feel like I did that well.
Do you feel he respected your power? At some points, he was a little shimmies here and there.
Yeah, I feel like he definitely respected my power. You know, I had wobbled him a few times. And the little shimmies, you know, I feel like that's kind of part of his game plan. You know, he wanted to get in his opponent's head, but, you know, it obviously didn't work on me. So.
Curmel, if it went 10 rounds or 12, do you think you'd been able to get the finish if the fight was scheduled for longer?
Yeah, definitely. You know, but with the 8 rounds, I feel like I put on a great performance for the fans and just did my thing out there.
Curmel, talk to me a little bit about the weight. So, obviously, you know, your career's moving along pretty quickly. People following, your name's growing.
Yeah.
Where are you going to settle in at? What weight? Because this was, what, 138?
Yeah. The weight I'm going to settle at is 135. Right now, I'm campaigning at 135. I'm slowly trying to build the ranks there and just, you know, wait for the title shot.
Yeah, so at 135, I mean, what's the plan for Curmel Moton? Is it like build slowly? You know, and just take it one fight at a time. I mean, your start, you know, sometimes it could kind of surpass maybe even the level that you're at, right? And your star is huge right now. You want to go right for the championships in the next year? You want to be a contender, or are you cool with taking it slow?
I'm just going to trust in my team, you know, and whoever they put in front of me, that's how I'm going to fight. You know, I'm just taking it one fight at a time, just going to get back in the gym on Monday and just keep working until the next one.
I was talking to Richard Schaefer last week. He said you're a generational talent. What do you make of all the weight that's put behind you and all the expectations people have?
To live up to it, you know, that's why I work in the gym so hard every day. And I make all the sacrifices I make just to live up to the name that I have. And, you know, just what I wanted.
You turn 19 next week. What's the next year going to look like for you? Map it out. What do you want to accomplish in the next year?
By the next year, you know, I just want to keep growing, keep climbing the ranks, you know, keep upping the competition, and keep stacking these fights, just get closer to a title shot.
A lot of people compare you and Abdullah Mason as the future of the 135-pound division. Yep. What separates you from him? Why are you better?
Been on the low, Hollywood watching? Facts.
I work harder, you know.
Nujabis.
Just all around. I'm just me, you know. I feel like I got the total package, you know. I'm only 18 right now.
I'm going to tell you something.
Look at the level I'm already at.
Curmel interview.
And, you know, I got Floyd behind me, you know. I got all his experience, you know. I can pick his brain at all times, so I feel like that definitely puts me ahead. And just overall, my work ethic.
Could you hear Floyd talk to you during the fight?
Yeah, definitely.
What was he saying?
He kept coming up to the corner, telling me things. He just telling me just take my time, be patient. You know, that's really why I was trying to slow it down a lot of times. I heard my guy a few times, but I just had to learn to just be patient, control it. Just if it came, but it didn't. But yeah.
He's a crafty guy, huh?
Yeah, he was decent. He was definitely a game fighter. You know, had experience. But all in all, I feel like, you know, I put on a good show. We both did.
Does Floyd kind of tailor his advice to the style? Like, does he give you maybe different advice than he'd give a pure boxer, being that you're more of an aggressive style? Or
I'm not sure. I mean, Floyd sometimes he tell me get on my toes, you know, make the guys come to me. But you know, me, the game plan this time was really just to press him, you know. But if if it's a different type of fight, a different style, then I'll be on my back foot boxing. So really, you know.
I mean, that was the fight Abdullah was supposed to fight Khan, you remember?
So it's just whatever they want me to do that day.
People, some people, they compare you to Gervonta. What else? Is there any other comparisons you think are fair? Fighters that you've taken a wrinkle from, and
who I've taken a ring from? Definitely Pretty Boy Floyd Mayweather. You know, who else? Aaron Pryor, Sugar Ray Leonard. You know, just all the greats. You know, I just like to study, you know, and pick things from their game.
Aaron Pryor, yeah, the swarming and the.
Will you be on the Pacquiao
card? I'm not sure. I don't know what's next, but I know I'll be back very soon. You know, I'll just be waiting on the call.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you something about that.
You see that one?
I feel like it's gonna be another great fight. I'm not sure who it's gonna be, but I know Roach put on a hell of a fight last time, and I'm sure he's gonna come back the same. And I know Tank's gonna be expecting that now. He's gonna put a lot more work in camp. So I just thought it'd be a great fight overall.
At 135, you know, not so much resume, just ability.
I mean,
who do you think is the best fighter? Besides yourself,
who
do you think is the best lightweight?
You know,
right now, I have to say Tank. I mean, he's at the top of the weight for a reason. You know, and Roach coming up. Roach is definitely solid. A lot of skills. So I feel like them two right now.
Do you like the comparisons to Tank, like you personally? Or do you feel like, no, I'm a different type of fighter. Like I have my own things that set me apart.
Right. Not even just about me being a different type of fighter. I'm just me. I'm not Tank. You know, I'm not 2.0 or nobody. I'm me. I'm Curmel. And so, you know, I wouldn't say I really like the comparisons, but you know, people are gonna make them. But I'm gonna just keep making my own name each fight.
What do you think are the differences in your styles, you and Tank?
Like I definitely throw a lot more punches than Tank. He's a lot more patient. He wait on a big shot. I kind of just constant pressure most of the time. Yeah, that's probably the biggest difference.
Thanks, Curmel. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
All right, cool. So, all right, let's see. Next reaction.
All right, here we go.
All right. So let's get into the actual reactions now, all right? So this is Tim Zoo's reaction. Oh, real quick, for my Nujabes, did y'all know, check this out, in Tokyo, I just found this out today too, Nujabes, or Nujabes, however you want to pronounce Nujabes, his brother owns a ramen shop in Tokyo, and apparently it's fire, and he plays his brother's music. Let me see what it's called. It's Usagi. Yeah, so his brother owns a ramen shop. This is his brother right here. And my man said keep it on the low. He owns a ramen shop and apparently it's fire. So I looked it up. And it does. They have something called truffle ramen. He has something like a truffle ramen there. Yeah, so if you don't know, this is the only time I'm going to speak about it. So we won't keep it. James going to go on direct champ. So Bar's going to free Pacquiao from Christianity. Yo, you crazy. Honestly, if Patman does the unthinkable, beat Barrios, get his back from Ugas and Calder. Remember, he was preparing for Earl, but Ugas ended up replacing him. Yep. Pacquiao Thurman 2? Nah, I don't want to see that. True, PC Thurman campaigns at 154 now. Almost like I'm going to take on a little Charlo next. That's what I've heard as a rumor. But Manny Thurman. Honestly, I blame Rolly for being the audience, bro. Spitted the arena. Man, Rolly's my guy. We ain't doing that to my boy. Keep it on the low. Armando would beat the shit out of Bud. James Gunn gonna go there and ask him to be in Avengers.
Armando Rendez. Scores about 115 to 113 to
What do you think of the fight?
I think he did enough. The Mexican did enough to win.
Do you think Caleb Payne got a little bit too caught up in the brawl tonight? Or?
He didn't fight the right fight. It really worked when he was on the outside, but when you get on the inside and try to work the body and stuff like that, I don't think it's the right game plan.
So right decision.
Yeah.
Here's our friend behind us.
Charlo and Tim just cross paths.
What happened there?
Nothing. He wanted to talk to him about his brother, and he said no.
Yo, chill out, y'all crazy. We do have plans for Jordan's reaction. Y'all crazy. I can't even respond to some of that stuff. We got Rolly's reaction.
That was courage, huh?
Man, y'all can't take nothing away from Caleb Plant, bro. Motherfucker can fight anybody. So sure, he had a night. The dude was strong. The dude was real strong. But I mean, congratulations to Toro. Toro's a tough dude, man.
Did they run it back, Rolly?
I mean, I think so. Shit, I'd want to get my damn belt back.
Yo, Caleb Plant was a minus 2,500. Oh my god.
What does this say about just the PBC boxing roster? There's always a guy that comes out of obscurity or what they think is nowhere, but is really good enough to beat any of these guys in any given game.
But, dude, I'm gonna say it like this, bro. That's not just PBC. That's everywhere, bro. There's upsets. There's literally upsets everywhere. So.
Well, some of the realists don't think that your fight against Ryan was an upset. People who knew thought that you beat him. That wasn't an upset.
It wasn't an upset. How are you going to say it's an upset if I whooped his ass twice in the past?
Facts.
So what do you think's next for Caleb Plant, Rolly?
I'm not sure because there is I think him and Charlo was supposed to fight, so.
That upsets the apple cart. Maybe that doesn't happen. How interested would you be seeing Resendiz and Charlo after tonight's matchup?
I think it'd be an explosive fight because they both crack.
How do you think Jamal looked tonight? Did you get a chance to see it?
I mean, it was a nice. I mean, Jamal played with the dude, man.
All right, let's see. All right, let's get Tio's reaction. I feel like Big Charlo's probably gonna bully Resendiz, big brother with that power. Sapor's now, Bolenga's not gonna laugh. He already is. He's already going tweet crazy right now, Khan. He has like a smoking on that Revenge Pack tour, stuff like that. He gotta still get past Ham's ass. Not an easy fight either. His favorite to win that fight.
Yo también lo pensé, pero era inevitable.
Hey, Tio, what is the decision, man? I think it should have been a unanimous decision.
They're coming that way.
For who?
For Toro.
For Goodall, yeah?
Yeah.
Why do you think he won unanimously, Bill?
Body work, combinations. He kept being aggressive, you know what I mean, and controlling the center of the ring. Caleb was doing well in the first 3-4 rounds, but I think those body shots really got to him.
Do you think he underestimated him, Tio?
I just think that you got to stick to what you know. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think Caleb is a well-rounded boxer, not an inside fighter. And the best man won tonight, and that was Toro. So congratulations to him.
Do you think this will be considered an upset?
This is a good upset. Absolutely. For the business side of it, but it's great for la raza y toda la gente, man. It was great.
Hey, to you, Caleb, I mean, Tio, did Caleb look like a little off to you, or was it just that style?
Yeah, I saw the tweets.
No, I think that something with his camp, you know, he was gun shy. He was gun shy with his right hand. I think if he threw them right hands more, he would be more elusive, make the fight a bit easier.
Over here.
These are just me watching as a fan, you know.
How did Charlo look to you, too?
Charlo, he's on, man. He said that he's ready, he's determined, and he's focused, and he showed that tonight. Yeah, man.
At 168, how do you see Resendiz doing with the rest of the division?
To everybody in that division, you better up your cardio and a lot more sit-ups. Up your cardio and a lot more sit-ups.
Thank you.
Yeah, man. I don't understand that. Okay. All right, Jamal Charlo's
And
reaction.
still undefeated, now fighting at super middleweight, Curmel Moton, ladies and gentlemen.
34-0.
34-0, so says Tom Brown. Victory number 34 for this man, Jamal Charlo, Houston's finest. Jamal, before you take a seat, why don't you come up and say a couple of words, and then you can take your seat and answer a few questions. Congrats on the W.
Thank you. First off, I want to thank God. I want to thank Al Heyman. I want to thank my supporters. I want to thank Lucero Cougars, Tom, TGB, everyone, Brittany, even Brittany. I want to thank my mom, my dad, my twin brother for motivating me and keeping me locked in. And Holland Williams. Yes, sir. Yeah. Big Sid. He not only been there like since I was a kid, but like always been there even when I was, you know, actually underneath Ronnie Shields, you know, master plans. Big Sid still called me and checked on me, and you know, we just knew this day was coming, and you know, God made it happen for us, and I'm like super proud to add you to my team and add, you know, to my, you know, the chemistry that we share. Like I don't think I shared that bond even with my father. Thank you for always being there for me. Thank you. This camp is amazing. I probably had too much fun this camp. But it's cool though, cause you know that's what it's all about. You know, having fun, giving my all, working, and you know, just staying focused. You know,
I agree.
Talk to my mom every day. Talk to my brother, my peers, my friends. CC hit me up, Didi hit me up every day. Everybody that's just like been like really holding me down. Like, you know, I just like want to say to my fans and my friends and people out there, if you ever going through something, like the worst thing to do is hold it in. It don't matter who it is. Just talk to somebody about it, and that's the best thing you can do, and try to move forward. Just pray to God that, you know, like He could change the view on things in life, and that's kind of what I've been doing, and I've been battling with it. I know I just got a victory, and I got a victory maybe a year ago, and I've kind of been inactive, but my goal is to get more active. But, you know, I'm still battling some things now, you know, but it's not affecting me not to fight. As you can see, I went in there and still prevailed, and just wanted to tell y'all, thank y'all for following me, thank y'all for being there with me each and every step of the way. You know, it's a journey, and I'm still working towards making myself better. I'm not perfect, but my record is.
Yes, his record is perfect, and he remains perfect by defeating Thomas LaManna. Questions from the media? Raise your hand, and we'll give you the microphone.
We'll get you. Okay.
Jamal, congrats, first of all, man. Congrats on getting the dub. And, you know, upon seeing Caleb Plants fight tonight, did any part of you wish, now I wish we would have fought tonight instead, and what did you think of this fight? And is that a fight you still want to do next, despite Resendiz winning tonight?
Yeah, man, we got to go back to the drawing board with this one. Caleb Plant dropped the ball. He looked out of shape. He looked a little bit. He couldn't have fought me tonight. Yeah, I wish it would happen, to answer your question. You know, I'm not here to bash nobody, talk down on nobody, but yeah, Caleb Plant dropped the ball on this one. I want my leg back. I still want my leg back. I don't care if we got the belt or not. We can make a belt. They can make a belt. Somebody make a belt. I want my leg back.
Too many damn belts.
Right.
Sure. Hey. You don't want?
Steven Goodall, KOR Sports. Jamal, congratulations. I saw early in some of the rounds you kind of were shaking out your arms a little bit. I don't know if you're just trying to get loose, or I don't know, can you just explain what was going on? I don't know if you have an injury or something to explain what was going on there.
I'm healthy, brother. I rebuke you too.
All right, let's see. All right, so the full post. All right, let me actually. Yo, chill out, PC. I'm gonna play Jordan Plant's reaction, but chill out. I want to see no disparaging. We're gonna play what, the whole Jay-Z verse? Golly. Okay, nothing crazy. This got Jay-Z, 50 Cent, all type of I got all type of music playing tonight.
His record. What do you think of Resendiz?
I mean, he did what he needed to do to win the fight. I don't know what he did. He just whooped his ass. It's just the truth. That shit should have been unanimous.
Do they need to run him back?
I agree.
No, run what back?
I agree.
Rematch.
Yeah, that's why I just said, like, if I play it, no disparaging stuff. I don't know why y'all like that in the chat. Just get the content. Be cool.
For what?
You
think he was looking ahead of Charlo? Rematch. It's just the truth. That shit should have been unanimous decision.
Do they need to run him back now?
No, run what back?
Rematch.
Who?
Plant and Resendiz.
For what? You think he was looking ahead of Charlo too much? No.
Was he smart on Charlo?
You better not with that motherfucker in there.
What do you think of the fight?
We cooking? Come on.
Good. We're going to the press fight. What did you think of the fight?
I thought Resendiz did a great job applying pressure when he needed to. I thought Caleb, he should have made adjustments that he never got to. He didn't make any adjustments. He fought kind of like he was sticking to the game plan that he came into the fight with. When it didn't work, it's like he didn't have a plan B or C to go to.
Rockman, there's a lot of Mexicans in here tonight.
A whole lot.
Do you think Caleb got a bit caught up and like, okay, I'm going to show the Mexicans?
No, I don't think so because, he fought Canelo, he fought Benavidez. I don't think that had anything to do with it. I think that him not having a good backup plan was ultimately the effect.
Yeah, I know it's still. Yeah. I know Duro was licking his lips when this performance would be happy. I mean, look, he still lost. I mean, at the end of the day, they made up. We have a short. I caught it earlier where they were cool about it. So they took a picture at this fight. They made up. It shows like a fight's a fight, man. Like anything can happen. Like you're fighting people, and the concept alone. All right, I'm gonna play the full Jamal Charlo.
Thomas LaManna.
Yeah, I wish it would have happened to answer your question, but I'm not here to bash nobody, talk down on nobody, but Caleb Plant dropped the ball on this one. I want my leg back. I still want my leg back. I don't care if you got the belt or not. We can make a belt. They can make a belt. Somebody make a belt. I want my leg back.
Too many damn belts.
Right.
You know what?
Steven Coreno, KO Artist Sports. Jamal, congratulations. I saw early in some of the rounds you kind of were shaking out your arms a little bit. I don't know if you're just trying to get loose or I don't know, can you just explain what was going on? I don't know if you have an injury or something, just explain what was going on there.
I'm healthy, brother. I rebuke you too.
You know what's crazy? What does this do for Canelo's resume?
Jamal, congratulations. You showed off with a very educated jab tonight out there. What type of statement did you think you set out to the rest of the division watching, just everyone else watching that wants to lay their hands on you one day?
I mean, you asked a question and answered it too, but I jab. That's what I do. I spend hours and hours and hours on my jab. I'm perfected. I landed different ways, different shots, different speeds, different levels, different angles. That's one of the punches that I'm known for. I set everything up off the jab. Everything is about the jab to me. And I feel like I am one of the best jabbers in boxing history. But tonight was just all about getting a little closer. And the only way I could get closer is shoot the jab to the chest. And as I was landing the jab, like midway through, the shot just landed like right where it needed to be. It was perfect. I mean, nothing I can say about it, just by me overloading the jab.
Jamal, did you know that this was coming during this camp? I know you had a good camp. You showed up here so bright-eyed and aware and engaged with everything. But did you know that this night was coming? And do you feel like your effort tonight was world-class, that this could compete with anyone out there?
Not really. Did I know the night was coming? Yeah, I look at the calendar every day. Y'all ask me some crazy questions like, did I know it was coming? No, I actually, the fight came faster than it was supposed to. I wish I had more time. And like my brother was up in the front was saying, I looked like I was shaking out my arms. Well, that's how I was about camp. Like they didn't even get, by the time I finished wrapping my hands, stretched a little bit, we hit like maybe the pass for about 30 seconds?
About a half round.
About a half a round, yeah, we did pass and I was ready to go. I was just getting warmed up a little bit. You know, it probably even took me longer, but I dropped the ball on my homies. They bet it on round 5. Did 6. It's cool.
Germán, Ernesto Amador from No Puedes Jugar Boxeo. When you take a look of your record, it's impressive. 34-0, that's amazing. Do you consider yourself one of the most dangerous fighters now in 168?
I am one of the most dangerous fighters at 168. I'm just getting to 168, so I'm gonna get familiar with it. But sooner or later, my team, I got the best team. Trust me, TGB, Tom Brown, everybody out here, everybody everybody that work with me, they know how to. We're gonna go after the right things. Now that Caleb Plant has lost the belt, I mean, we got to go back to the drawing board. But it's still some good fights at 168. And
I mean, but the thing is that you look amazing in this weight class division. You're not struggling with the weight, and you're a 168 natural, in my opinion.
I think I will retire at 168. This is one of the divisions that I always looked up to. All of my favorite greats there in 168. This is a great division for me. I feel strong at 168. I mean, I'm 35 years old now. I just had a birthday like a couple days ago. Happy birthday to me. Happy belated birthday to me.
Happy belated birthday, Jamal.
Yeah.
Let's give a round of applause. Happy belated birthday to Jamal Charlo.
I didn't get a chance to celebrate my birthday. I was working out.
But now you can.
To make 168. Yeah, I'm going to do it tonight.
One more question for the birthday man, Jamal Charlo.
Ma, it's Kevin Garcia with FightHype. I just wanted to go back to the Caleb Plant topic for a second. A couple weeks ago, you know, Ryan Garcia, he took a loss to Rolly Romero. They were pitching the Devin Haney-Ryan rematch before that fight even started. Obviously, they talked about you versus Caleb before his fight started. Do you think he was distracted? And can you talk about just what it's like for a fighter to have to keep their focus when the big money's, you know, coming down the line?
I can't speak on everyone else. You know, I'm not one of those fighters that's like, you know, trying to figure out what's the next move. Like, you know, I was happy to add a little flame and a little like fire to this card. This card was actually lackluster and type of card without me, you know. And then for the fact that Caleb Plant it was a good card. No, look, no. Listen. Don't take what I'm saying wrong. Listen. Please, don't take what I'm saying wrong. I like the card. Great fighters on the card. Good competition. The competition to this card was like 2 almost even. But they try to set up this narrative like, oh, Jamal Charlo is supposed to be fighting Caleb Plant. But no, I was supposed to be fighting Thomas LaManna. I did what I had to do. Caleb Plant didn't do what he had to do. Now he has to go back to the drawing board, get with his team to figure out what he's going to do next if he want to fight me. You know what I mean? He does still deserve a fight with me, and I still deserve a fight with him. And I think all the fans in the world still will tune into a fight with Jamal Charlo and Caleb Plant, regardless. Styles make matchups, no matter what was the outcome tonight. See, like in UFC and other sports, they take losses and they still be like the top of the world. You know what I'm saying? Caleb Plant took a couple losses. He took this little loss. I still don't look at him like he's not a dangerous fighter. He's still a dangerous fighter. I just think that, you know. To answer your question, yes, Rolly and Ryan, they had that little thing going because they was looking for the Devin fight. The Devin fight looked at fluke. Like, boxing is boxing. Y'all got to understand this. We still fighters. We still human beings. We still have to get out there and fight and perform every night, every day, when you know, train every day. I mean, what I'm basically trying to say is I look at the step that I'm taking at this moment. I'm not overlooking anybody in the division. To be honest with you, at this moment, I think the best move for my career, I'm 35, time is wasting, whatever y'all want to call it, I'm still having fun in the sport. I still got a lot more fights to go. I think that I should just keep fighting, and hopefully I can get the Canelo fight. I mean, when y'all want to see that? I'd rather fight Canelo than Plant at this point.
One more question for Jermall Charlo. Final question.
Jermall, over here, congratulations on the win. That was actually my question to you in regards to Canelo. You talk about a missed opportunity for Caleb. He didn't hold up to his end of the bargain. You did. In 2023, you were close to getting the Canelo fight, but you weren't ready. Why do you deserve it now, and what do you need to do to get it?
I was ready. It just wasn't the time. The time wasn't. It's all about the time. Like you said, that's what we talk about, right? It's all about the time. The time God give us, bro. Look, I'm not tripping on the Canelo fight. If it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't. You know what I mean? At 168, I want to become a world champion at 168 for myself, for my legacy, for my kids. And other than that, I would just let it flow. I just want to be great but go down in history as like one of the greats that ever did it. And I want to fight Canelo. I want to fight Plant. I want to take those big fights if they are there. If they're not there, then what am I supposed to do? Just keep waiting? No, it's not more time to wait. I got to fight these fights. If not, then what I'm supposed to do? But one thing I'm going to do is stay loyal to TGB, Al Heyman, everyone who stayed loyal to me, I'm going to stay loyal to them. So it is what it is. Thank y'all.
Congratulations, Jermall. Jermall Charlo remains undefeated and perfect.
I'm hearing
and
that
also
people are saying
8-0 here in Las Vegas.
That Caleb Plant said he hurt his hand. All right, let me read a couple of the comments and then I'll play the next video. I mean, to be fair, Ron, for Canelo, Caleb did later on become the WBA interim champ, and this is one of the spoiler situations like Judah, Baltimore, Ryan, and Rolly. Oh, for sure, for sure. It was just a question to throw out there. Or we're just stirring the pot. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was just throwing one of those questions to kind of either rage bait or actually get people to really think, Plant has tried and embarrassed too many people for me to feel bad for him. Bro, Jamel way better than Maul. I think Mel overall has proven himself more than Maul. So you have to if you're going to give someone, at least me, if I'm going to give someone something, I'm going to give it to Mel because he actually achieved it. You get what I'm saying? And I almost forgot, Resendiz does have spoiler capabilities like what he did with Jarrett Hurd when he tried to make a comeback at middleweight and even stopped him too. He did. But then I think the question was, and like I said, Resendiz told me, different fighter, different styles. It is what it is. But when he lost Elijah Garcia, I lost a lot of faith, the idea that he could beat Caleb Plant. So that's on me. But at the end of the day, that's what boxing is. That's why you have to make the fights. Sometimes a fight is what it is on paper, but once you get it in the ring and get those two guys together, it's a whole nother, you know what I mean? Like Arturo Gatti and Mickey Warrior was like a fight on paper that was supposed to be an annihilation for Arturo Gatti, but at the end of the day, it was a stylistic matchup that produced fireworks, and it was one of the greatest trilogies in modern boxing time. So sometimes on paper, it's shitty, but then when it happens, it's almost like it's magic, And tonight, in Resendiz's case, it was magic. As much as we look at Caleb Plant, well, what the hell is going on with you, Plant? You're also seeing all these red marks and all these body shots that are all over Caleb Plant's body. I mean, all these, from all the body shots. And you're going, well, that just doesn't happen by itself. So you give Resendiz credit, you give Manny Robles his trainer credit, and you give everyone in the camp credit. And sometimes the night that you think, is going to be a showcase, it becomes the other guy's showcase, the coming out party, really. So everyone is now aware of Resendiz. If they weren't, at least at this level, that he can't compete. I didn't think so. Bremen did go 0-2.
How's it feel, Armando? Feels good?
Yeah, I mean, Bremen did go 0-2. Granted, one he was supposed to clearly win, minus 2,500. Another one, Yolani, that's a tough fight. So I'm not going to knock Chiron from losing that, but Plant losing the Armando is definitely a big upset. But I was baffled that a guy that lost to a prospect like Elijah just beat Plant Man. That's what I'm saying. Randomizer moments, like pure roguelike. Boxing is a roguelike game, right? Nice. Canelo's gonna do him like his bro. My guy, Ron. What up, Tay, Plant, or Chris Eubank? If they fought each other, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I mean, maybe Plant, Eubank. I don't know. Probably Plant. I don't know, dude. That's a messed up question to a degree. Mel has never been better than Maul. I mean, off of resume and accomplishments, you have to give it to the person who did it. Off the potential and what you like to think is better, that's an opinion. You know what I mean? But off the accomplishments, Mel has fought the better opposition and relatively performed Maul in that sense. So, damn, so I'm thinking Canelo would still make Al Haymon money by fighting Charlo. Who knows? Maybe. Big Charlo, skill-wise, has never been better than Little Charlo, even though Jamel did at one point at the King 150. I just Jamal better fundamental excellent setups. I mean, look, the opportunity's there now, Maul. Just keep consistent fighting in your repertoire of life, and then.
I feel good.
See, nobody knows the answer. I don't know. That's just a. Even though he was had a rehydration clause, I mean, he did go life and death with Conor Ben, but
By split decision here tonight, Armando Rendez, please come up to the podium. Unas palabras, por favor. And Martin Bader, you got the microphone, Martin. You can translate. Unas palabras, el nuevo campeón del mundo.
Manny.
Primero que nada, agradecer a Dios porque esto ya me lo había prometido y me lo cumplió. Me siento muy feliz, muy contento, muy agradecido. Como lo dije, yo voy a salir a darlo todo por mi bebé que viene en camino, por mi familia, por toda la gente que me quiere, todos los fanáticos que me estuvieron apoyando en la arena. Se sintió mucho su calidez. Muchas gracias a todos y me siento muy feliz. Estoy listo para dar más batallas.
I'm so happy right now. I am beyond thankful. I'm very happy for my baby that's on the way. I promised him this and now it's a reality. I fought many battles and now I'm here. So I want to thank everybody for their support and for being here for me. And look, I'm here, I'm the champion, and I couldn't be more thrilled for the way that things have turned out. Thank you so much, everybody.
I don't care. Deborah Garcia with FightHype. Armando, what I really wanted to ask you is just how much motivation did Caleb Plant give you? He was talking to you very strongly this week, letting you know what he was going to do. It seemed like, he was maybe overlooking you and looking to his next fight, but you just kept saying, okay. How much did he motivate you with his talk this week?
¿Qué tanto te motivaron las palabras de Plant, considerando todo lo que se hablaba de que él iba a pelear contra Charlo y todo lo que eso, y vos dejaste todo de lado y siempre te mantuviste sereno, pero ¿cómo te motivó todo lo que se decía en la semana?
Yo estaba simplemente muy concentrado, muy enfocado en lo mío. Dios me dio la serenidad para recibir todos esos comentarios y pues que no, en cierta parte no me tomaran muy en cuenta mi oponente. Con todo respeto, él es un gran peleador. Él también confía mucho en su capacidad, por eso yo creo que esa era la seguridad que él tenía también, pero pues salimos a darlo todo.
Well, he's a great fighter. I'm sure that he was very confident in his skills, but it was the confidence I had in myself and in my skills that allowed me to have the serenity to not listen to the outside noise, because I was entirely too focused on doing my thing and on doing what I was able to achieve tonight.
All right, couple more videos. Big Charge, just the 168 version of Aller McCall. If you know, you know. Really? Like, you're saying like mental issues? Is what you're claiming? Charlo is what boxing is supposed to look like, not that running style. Bro, I just saw a clip. Caleb was getting hurt. Yeah, he was getting destroyed, Phil. Who won? Resendiz. Charlo bring Winky into camp. Canelo going to sleep. Resendiz beat the snot out of Caleb. It's no surprise Brotherhood Big Charlo was trained by legendary Ronnie Shields. They were both trained by Ronnie Shields at a point. And that old school stick basic and start everything with the jab style fundamentals. Man, I worked Virgil Ortiz card Jan 24. What's up, bro? PYP boxing. Like as media or like as the corner? Yeah, I love Ronnie Shields. Charlo and Laura are two of the best boxers I've ever seen. Yeah, Ronnie's a good guy too.
Reaction. That was crazy.
It was crazy, man. Super excited. You know, I thought it was going to be Caleb Plant was going to take it easy, and he did. You know, the first rounds he was doing really good. And then Resendiz just came with a shot, and he connected very well, and that's what happened. You know, congratulations to Resendiz. He did a great job. We'd love to see him fight Charlo now. Even Caleb Plant.
You think he can still do it?
I think so, you know. I mean, he just got hit with a punch, and that's when it changed everything, you know. But
Charlo said before he's effed it up. He's dropped the mic on it. Caleb's fucked it up.
No, I think it's still a good fight. People want to see that fight, you know. I think it will be an interesting fight, you know. I want to see it.
Your son, when he fought Caleb, the bigger guy than Resendiz. Resendiz tonight did a lot of great work to the body and hurt Caleb to the body. Did that surprise you how he broke him down?
It surprised me, you know. It surprised me how I think he just connected one shot. From there on, you know, he started connecting more. It was a great fight. It was good. I mean, he did well, you know. He did enough to win. I think it was a pretty close fight, and it was a good fight.
What does Caleb do next? If he can't get the rematch with Resendiz tonight, you said about hopping in with Charlo, but if Charlo goes a different...
I would love to see a rematch, you know, to be honest with you. It was entertaining. It was a good fight. I think he deserves an opportunity for a rematch. I would love to see him fight Charlo, you know?
Yeah.
The three fights are really good fights.
Did you have a chance to see Jamal tonight against Thomas LaManna? They called it off.
I saw. He did.
I think he was about to really hurt him.
Yeah, he was. He hurt the kid. You know, he looked a little bit more sharper. When he found my son, he looked kind of like, we're going in there. But now he looked better. So I think in the next fight, he's going to even look better.
Charlo's called for Canelo. That could, is that a possibility that could happen after Crawford? Or?
Anything could happen with Canelo. I think that would be a perfect fight for Canelo. Canelo where he's at, you know, Charlo doesn't move a lot, so it's a good fight also.
A lot of people in the media are still talking about Canelo Benavidez. Does it frustrate?
Forget about that. That fight would never happen unless you had $200 million.
Do you get sick of talking about it?
It does, man. You know, at the end of the day, but that's what the news is, you know. And I feel happy that Canelo doesn't want to face David. He'll face anybody but David. So that makes me feel good.
God bless.
Thank you.
For sure, from Andy Ruiz to this to, dude, the list goes on. Manny Robles is a hell of a trainer because he's definitely on the other side of the politics and all these type of situations, and he's still able to train his guys to perform at a level where even if a judge is kind of very suspicious, the other two can't. You know what I mean? Like, Plant lost tonight, but Manny instructed that he still needed to go out and win the 12th round by all means, because the fact that he understood that position of being the B-side with a B-side fighter who's clearly winning the fight, but still may not do enough in the eyes of the judges, which the public feels otherwise. So, yeah, man.
All comers, and obviously went ahead and had a tremendous effort here tonight against Armando Rendez. I will give the floor to Caleb Plant, ladies and gentlemen, from Nashville, Tennessee, now living here in Las Vegas. Caleb Plant always comes out, fights his heart out. Caleb, the floor is yours.
Hey, everybody. You know, it was a great fight tonight, close fight. Felt like it could have went either way, but you know, it's live by the sword, die by the sword. The judges seen it how they seen it, and you know, I'm not the type to make any excuses. I left no stone unturned this camp, put it all in, paid a lot of money for camp, did a lot of work, a lot of running. And so, you know, obviously I'm disappointed, but want to make sure I come out here and, you know, set my piece, came to see you guys, and, you know, I still getting a lot of love from the fans, and, you know, I think I've earned the respect over the years, and obviously right now I'm just disappointed, so. Take a seat.
Questions for Caleb Plant? Raise your hand.
Hey Caleb, how you doing? This is Najee from Cigar Talk. Obviously it didn't go your way today. I feel like you weren't throwing the right hand as much. I know a lot of people said that on Twitter as well. Was there anything wrong with your right hand at all at any point during the fight?
Yeah, it was hurting me a little bit. Yeah, it was kind of bruised, but you know, that's not an excuse, and what do? You know what I'm saying? So like I said, it's live by the sword, die by the sword, and it was a close fight.
Caleb, congrats on a hard-fought fight. You know, throughout the week, when you spoke of Resendiz, you talked about stepping on him. Did you, in retrospect, underestimate or overlook him at all in this fight?
No, I knew it would be a tough fight, and that's one thing, you know, people try to say that about Trevor as well. And one thing, you know, maybe the boxing media, but for sure the boxing fans are going to have to start understanding is it's not a popularity contest. So just because a man doesn't have 1 million followers or isn't always in the limelight doesn't mean that he's not a good fighter. And I knew Resendiz was going to be a tough fight. I knew what was on my hands, and you know, I didn't overlook him. Brad, my dad, Rich, Tony, you know, none of us overlooked him. We knew it was going to be a tough fight. And that's what I'm in the business of, you know, is taking those fights that are going to push me, taking the fights that are going to give me good experience that I can take into, you know, the next fight. But no, I definitely didn't overlook him. I knew it was going to be a tough fight.
Caleb, Kevin Garcia with FightHype, down here, Caleb, in the front. So obviously, you know, you just talked about, you know, not overlooking Resendiz, but even up until the weigh-in or the press, or one of those 2 days, excuse me if I'm wrong on the date, but it seemed like you and Charlo were still going back. Was there any level, or back and forth, excuse me, was there any level of distraction, you know, between Charlo and whatever you guys had and this fight?
No, that's why I kept putting off those questions about Charlo. I think even, you know, right after the press conference, you may have asked me something, and I was like, yeah, I'm not worried about that. I'm focused on, you know, the task at hand. You can only fight one fight at a time. And, you know, fights aren't won on paper, they're won in the ring. And, you know, I take nothing away from Resendiz. He's a hell of a fighter. I'm happy for him. I know he's got a kid on the way, so, you know, congratulations to him and his. And, you know, me and my team will regroup, get back in the gym, and be back.
Thank you.
Kaylin, all my respect, I admire your career, you know that. But let me talk about this beautiful, classy act. What did you share with Del Toro Resendiz, because it's a very classy act?
Yeah, I just, you know, told him congratulations to him and his. Congratulations on the baby. You know, gave his wife a hug and told him I'm happy for him.
Are you tempted, Caleb, to try to run this one right back, or would you like to go to Charlo, given, you know, who you are in the sport?
I mean, I'm down for anything. I'd go right to the Charlo fight, but we got a rematch clause, so, you know, I'm more than willing to run it right back.
Oh, boy. There's a rematch clause. So, expect Plant Resendiz as a co-main support for a future fight card later this year.
CP right here, Marcus Hayes with FightHype TV, and that's what I wanted to ask you. We heard Charlo say that they could make up a belt, that he's desperate to get his lick backs against you, that he wants to fight you next no matter what. Are you willing to just go directly into a Charlo fight next?
Yeah,
if it was offered to you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh boy. I mean, we'll see. I got a couple more videos to play, and then but let me catch up with the chat. Canelo and Turkey, Al Heyman going to happen with Charlo. If Canelo asked for it, he will get that fight. Man, I'm surprised too that Caleb landed 0 uppercuts too. The opportunity presented himself, he never took it. Caleb, Daddy took time over. He had quicker feet. Dang, Caleb needed to go in and out and more, not side to side. Plant wastes too much energy jumping. That's why he got... Yo, GS, I've been saying this too. He relies on his athleticism, but a lot of wasted movement. And because of that movement, it definitely tires him out. Because I was like, yo, why is he so tired all of a sudden? If you have big plans of a guy ahead of you and he has Manny, that's not just a guy. Facts. To be honest, I think he's had a couple other fights that didn't go his way. But, you know, like when Boyacek fought Virgil Ortiz, you know, I mean, he had another upset. I think he had like 2 upsets this year or something already. Dude, every year Manny Robles gets like an upset or 2. So, Kale only became a great fighter and figure in boxing, if not Canelo putting his whole heart into surviving. Excuses, embarrassing. I agree. Brotherhood, every time he slipped aside, shifted, he kept getting countered by Resendiz, chopping right hand. That right hand, for sure, by Resendiz was definitely landed, and he was landing right to the body, and he had a good left. So that right was there, either body or head, all day. It was crazy how Resendiz was landing that. And he started with a right left combo that actually kind of seemed like he buzzed Caleb something back. So dang, y'all saw Bradman fired. Bradman's pissed. Charlie would knock him out, too much power for him, and he would run like he did with Canelo. I can feel Dude's Philly want to be angry at itself a mile away. Damn, Plant. He would lose the rematch. Look at Breadman. Well, now, next time, maybe you should focus more on the fight than clothing line. And Ellie. Damn, bro. Damn. I heard someone say that to me this week, too. It's like he has a fight this week. He shouldn't be focusing on Ellie. Dead serious. Someone told me that. So, Breadman can save Henny. He was like with J-Rock when they fought guys Adams, if you guys recall. PBC didn't go live for the post conference. Yeah, I didn't understand. They didn't go live for the post conference. The Manny Pacquiao press conference. Like, I didn't understand that. That was weird not to go live for either one. All right, I got like 3 more. I'm going to play the full Armando post, the full Caleb post, and then this Caleb plan. There might be more videos coming in, but that's currently what I have right now.
El deportivismo, señor, desde Caleb is such a great fight.
Armando.
Full class, Caleb. Full class.
Went ahead and had a tremendous effort here tonight against Las Vegas. Caleb Plant.
Running, and so you know.
Okay, so that's that. So let's play Armando, Caleb Plant.
From Nada Eat Mexico.
Next fight, but you just kept saying okay. How much did he?
Ibas realmente no toda la vida, todo el equipo.
You know that they were like his family all along this, for this ride.
So and especially a B-sided coach with the A-sided mindset. Now
mi papá dice que saqué la pegada, el punch de mi mamá.
I wouldn't favor Caleb in the rematch
My dad
right
says
now.
that actually I got my punching power like from my mom, so watch out. ¿Podrías repetirla, por favor?
Manny, para ti es prácticamente igual la hazaña que hiciste con Andy Ruiz, porque era muy complicado ganar esta noche.
The question for Manny Robles here is whether this upset is comparable to what Andy Ruiz did back 5 years ago, and you know what his thoughts around that. Manny, adelante con el micrófono.
Hello.
Sí.
Definitely up there. Definitivamente, es una de las mejores victorias que hemos conseguido, que he conseguido yo en lo personal, gracias a Dios. Hemos pasado por muchas etapas difíciles. Yo le dije a Toro que hace un año, ¿te acuerdas, Toro?
Sí.
Y hablamos de eso, le dije, no te desanimes, no cuelgues los guantes, te va a llegar tu oportunidad. Y le dejé como ejemplo a Rafael Espinosa. Mira, Rafael, él estaba a punto de retirarse, le llegó su oportunidad y se coronó campeón mundial. Y Dios es grande. Y parece que le llegó la oportunidad a él y la supo aprovechar y hoy es campeón mundial.
This is definitely a huge upset, an all-time one that makes me very proud. And look, a year ago I was talking to Armando saying, hey, don't give up, don't ever give up. Good things are going to come your way. And look at where we are now. So it's just a matter of perseverance, and Armando persevered like the best of them. I'm really proud of him, and this is what we did together.
Eso.
Next question.
Manny, for you, what would you like to get a close victory after losing the Ostrich fight here?
Not just that one. Let's not forget. Not just that one. Let's not listen. When I heard split decision, I said to myself, "Not again, not again, please, not again." But welcome to Vegas. But it happened to me with Virgil. With all due respect to the fighters, of course, with Bohachuk versus Virgil. I felt like we won. He dropped him twice. We got a majority decision loss. And then just recently, a couple months ago, let's not forget, Taragouche versus Elijah Garcia.
Yeah.
Dropped him, pretty much won every single round, and we lost another split decision. So here tonight, again, I hear split decision. Oh my goodness, I'm just, you know what? I'm just gonna wait for them to give the decision, and well, justice was served, man, and we got the W.
And Armando, what turned the fight for you? Because it seemed like in the early rounds, Caleb was kind of having his way with the activity, but then you were able to break through and land those heavy blows. What allowed that to happen?
¿Cuál fue la clave para que la pelea cambie? Porque parece que al principio Plant estaba bastante cómodo y de repente vos empezaste a dominar de una manera en la que él ya no tuvo respuesta.
No, bueno, pues ya habíamos planificado varias estrategias. Yo solo obedecía a mi esquina. Cuando me dijeron haz esto, fui a hacerlo. Cuando me dijeron haz aquello, fui a hacerlo. En ocasiones hasta pudimos dar un poco más, pero pues gracias a Dios todo se dio bien.
My team and I, we had more than one strategy. It wasn't just plan A. And I stayed true listening to my corner. And then we saw the fruits of that labor coming through, and we didn't stop until then. I thought actually I could have done more perhaps, but the way that my corner and I interacted was just the key to the victory.
Armando, saludos. Question for you and Manny. I know you're the kind of fighter, you'll fight whoever they put in front of you, but is there any matchup in this division that you want? And Manny, is there a fighter out there that you think it makes sense, it's a good matchup?
Bueno, empezamos acá con Armando, es de que sabemos que estás dispuesta a enfrentarte a cualquiera, pero si tuvieses que elegir un nombre, ¿quién sería y por qué?
I don't think we want to think about anybody right now. It's too soon to say. Yo creo que no estamos para pensar en nadie en este momento, ¿no?
No,
disfrutar el triunfo.
Disfrutar el
triunfo. We're going to Guayabitos. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Vaya.
We're going to el rincón, el nuevo campeón mundial del rincón de Guayabitos, Armando el Toro Resendiz.
Yeah, he was saying, allow me to celebrate a little bit, drink this in, and then we'll see what happens. But it's the new champion from Rincón de Guayabito, so it's all about celebrating right now, thinking about the opponent later.
One more right here. Armando, you were all smiles all week. You were happy to be here. What was going through your mind as you prepared to go through this fight? How confident were you that you would get this shocking win?
No dejaste de sonreír en toda la semana. ¿Por qué estabas tan confiado? ¿Cuál era tu manera de sentirte para que este resultado llegue?
No, bueno, la principal razón de eso es porque yo puse toda mi fe en Dios. Yo estaba contento, disfrutando mi momento, disfrutando esta etapa de mi vida. Y pues con la fe en Dios no tenía nada de qué preocuparme, todo iba a ser lo que Él diga y lo que Él mande. Eso es lo que yo quiero, porque lo que Él decida, lo que Él tenga para mí, eso es lo que yo quiero también.
I put all my faith in God, and I was very, very confident in whatever He deemed was going to happen to me. So that brought me a lot of serenity, a lot of happiness, and I knew that whatever God's plan was, I was going to be absolutely fine with it, and that's why I was so happy all week long.
Yeah, he was very patient.
All right, congratulations to...
Todo se puede.
Everything is possible.
Y toda la gloria siempre sea para Dios.
May all glory be to God.
Continue with our post-fight press conference. I've always said it about this man. He's a throwback fighter. He's willing to take on any and all comers.
Just overlooked him. We knew it was going to be a tough.
We played some
Not worried
games
about that. I'm
earlier.
focused on, the task at hand.
Kaylin, all my respect.
I admire your career, and you know that. But let me talk about this beautiful, classy act. What did you share with Del Toro Resendiz? Because it's a very classy act.
Yeah, I just you know, told him congratulations to him and his. Congratulations on the baby. You know, gave his wife a hug and told him I'm happy for him.
Are you tempted, Caleb, to try to run this one right back, or would you like to go to Charlo, given, you know, who you are in the sport?
I mean, I'm down for anything. I'd go right into the Charlo fight, but we got a rematch clause, so, you know, I'm more than willing to run it right back.
Oh, man.
CP right here, Marcus Hayes from FightHype TV, and that's what I wanted to ask you. We heard Charlo now.
Yeah, I mean, Revenge Tour isn't just about my boxing career. It's about life in general, you know, and we're all on the Revenge Tour. You know, we started off with nothing. I'm sure a lot of us in the room started off with nothing and have been told, no, we can't accomplish this because of where we're from or what we look like, or non-believers looking in on us. And, you know, the best revenge is success, right? So in life, I'm a winner. You know, if you look at where I started, what I've been through, and what I've had to accomplish to get here, it's taken a lot. And I feel like if anybody's the man for the job, it's me. So, like I said, I'll regroup with my team. We'll get right back to work, and I'm not easily discouraged, you know.
My last question right here. Stephen Kale, Warda Sports. Just thank you for you know, another great fight. You know, for the fans. Was there something strategically going wrong that, like, maybe I don't know, was Breadman the instructions he was giving you, like, was there a reason strategically that you couldn't put your game plan with what you were trying to do?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like I was putting my jab on him, using the whole ring, switching directions, working my jab up and down, working my feints. You know, I didn't use the right hand as much as I want. You know, it was kind of bothering me. But again, like I said, that's no excuse. And but, you know, Brad was giving me great instructions in the corner. My dad was giving me great instructions in the corner. And, you know, I felt like I won, like, at least, like, the first 5 of the 6. And I felt like I definitely could have pulled, you know, 2 out down the stretch somewhere along the way. That's 7-5 right there. So I felt like I did enough to win the fight, 7-5. But, you know, the judges didn't see it that way. And sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. So, but no, my dad, Brett, Rich, they were all giving me great instruction. And, you know, I felt like I was sticking to the game plan other than, you know, putting my right hand in there a little more. But
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Look forward to seeing you back. Caleb Plant, ladies and gentlemen, a world-class fighter, a world champion, and a world-class person.
But, you know,
looking
it's different
forward
as a
to seeing
fighter.
the return of Caleb Plant.
You know, I thought...
Sure, I appreciate all y'all's love and continued support over the years. It means a whole lot to me and my family. And like I said, we'll be back soon.
And congratulations also to...
I thought by the 6th round, it was like potentially 3-3, 4 max for Caleb if you really wanted to give him that. But it felt like going in the 6th round, it was already 3-3. So 5 out of the 6 rounds, I already see Resendiz already winning potentially 3 rounds out of the first 6. So I definitely did not see 5. And then at that point, Resendiz pretty much just washed him the second half. You know, I didn't really see any courtesy rounds to give Plant at any point. So really, Plant was really like 3-4 max really on my cards. But this is how I saw. All right, so we got
to take your loss.
We got Breadman right here now. I don't want to see a rematch. If it was, I mean, we could do Caleb Plant versus Thomas LaManna. Like, you know what I mean? They kind of went at it at the virtual. You know what I mean? Caleb, Thomas LaManna. I mean, they already got some built-in, you know, respectfully shut the F up moments, right? So we could do that fight. You know, Caleb essentially needs a win, and Thomas gets another opportunity to fight a guy at a high level, you know, get some money. Caleb needs to get a beer lineup before we match anyone. I don't feel bad for Plant. He's rich. He's made $10 million. Thanks to Daddy Canelo. I don't feel bad for Caleb. He got to back your talking. Yeah, I don't agree with first 5, not 7-5. Yeah. The only smart thing Bradman said that was the first round when he told Caleb you don't have to go toe-to-toe with this guy. Just simply box and cruise all around decision. But then I won't help. Plant underestimated him. He has a problem with the Mexican style. I definitely agree. Like, that style is just not favorable for him. Caleb might have got 4 rounds being generous, right, MJ? Like, that's what I kind of had. Yeah, 3-4. We all in sync. No, he would be like 3-4 rounds exactly. Yeah. Caleb's allergic to Mexican fighters. That's true, Ron. LaManna would fuel Plant's confidence back if you think about it. I mean, look, it had Jamal feeling like all cuddly about the sport of boxing. He was smiling and giggling, like, yo, I remember this sport. I love boxing. Boxing's cool. I wanted to keep doing this. That's what Thomas LaManna did for Jamal. He had Jamal feeling like a little kid in there. Like, yo, when I go home, I want to start boxing again. I want to start practicing my jab. I want to start punching on somebody. Thomas LaManna, you're great. Thomas LaManna might be like that for Caleb Plant. You know? It might be, all right? I want to see Charlo get his back. I mean, at this point, if they fought, I mean, even Maul's mindset is like, yo, Plant's a tough fight. You just lost that night, and that's it. Like, I'll still expect a good fighter when I face him. So I think that's a good mindset Charlo has, because can't underestimate it. Because before Plant fought Resendiz, I still favored Plant. Now, after Plant lost to Resendiz, I can't all of a sudden be like, oh, shit. You know, I mean, now I feel like Charlo would win, but at the same time, that same thinking got me in a predicament of thinking, okay, Plant should win, you know? And Charlo should be the underdog after he faced LaManna. Now, all of a sudden, I got Plant as the underdog against Charlo. So, it's just a lot. Plant don't do good with pressure fighters. All right.
Losses like you take your wins.
Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't.
Part of the game.
Yes.
What do you think? Just break down his performance from your perspective,
All right,
Coach. What do you think about how it went?
I think it was going good, man, but we had some tough spots in camp, and they just seemed to resonate in the fight. First off, Resendiz fought really good. You know, like, he fought his ass off. I knew it was going to be a tough fight because guys that fight with underdogs like that, we don't got nothing to lose, and they could you just fight a little bit more free because nobody's expecting nothing out of you. He got a good coach, and the thing is, like, you know, people just kind of wait Caleb out and just try to put pressure on him down the stretch, and that's the way that guys are gonna fight him. And what I wanted him to do was win the early rounds without expending so much energy. See, sometimes fighters, they want to win rounds by a mile. Just winning the rounds. Resendiz really wasn't throwing a lot of punches early because he don't have the reflex.
See, real quick, and I know there's some Breadman bashing in here, and this is the thing that, like, kills me. And I don't know if it's the translation with fighter and trainer, right? I like Breadman's ideology. Like, I really do. But if for some reason doesn't translate into his fighter, you know, tonight, Caleb Plant. Like, I agree with already what he's saying. Like, I don't think what he's saying is actually... I think it's highly intelligent, but I'll listen to more. But that little thing is what we've talked about. Like, Caleb has used so much energy, expended so much. Granted, this could be hindsight we're talking, right? I don't know exactly if this was something that was being implemented at that time because we don't know. But after it's done, hindsight is clear as day of like, all right, well, these were the mistakes. And clearly these are the things that we shouldn't have done or you shouldn't have done. And it's easier to criticize than go into a fight with a specific game plan and use that game plan and be successful. So, but either or, I like what I'm hearing.
That Caleb got. So just winning the rounds with our jab, and then when the storm comes, you still got some gas in your tank. But Caleb kind of was like overworking winning the earlier rounds. And then the kid, I think he landed maybe a right hand or something when Caleb was in the shoulder roll. I don't teach Caleb to shoulder roll. That's something that he just does. You know what I mean? And when you get a guy at his age, you know, he was a world champion before he met me. So, like, I can't just restrict him completely. But I don't like the shoulder roll because sometimes he get hit with right hands. Canelo hit him with a right hand and shoulder roll. So, and then it sort of changed the momentum of the fight. The crowd, everybody was getting into it. And every time Resendiz would punch, it was just building up more and more energy towards it, and it was spurring them on. I'm not saying he wasn't landing punches. I'm just saying that every time he punched after that, his fans and stuff, they saw the success, and then I'm like, I knew we had it was like a snowball at that point. Caleb didn't fall apart. You know, he held his own, and it was landing some good shots, but it was the blood and the look of the fatigue, and it just seems like it's when you in a fight like that, it's one thing after the other. And was Resendiz's night, man. Sometimes it just be like that. You know, I don't have no excuses. It was a tough camp, but camps are supposed to be tough. You know what I mean? They not supposed to be easy. If a camp is easy, then you didn't do your job.
You said something really quick though. You
the right hand, did that get hurt in the fight, or was that kind of a coming into?
I'm be honest with you, I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know anything about it. He kept that from me. He never mentioned it to me. He never said it to me. He was hitting pads. It felt fine. I don't know when it happened. You know, y'all gotta ask him specifically because I really don't know. I never heard nothing about it in camp. He got stitched around, wrapping his hands, so I know he got somebody good wrapping his hands. He got the therapeutic grants. I specifically asked for them because they feel different on the pads. They feel real. It's like a real snapping kind of power that you get with the therapeutic grant. So I don't know nothing about that. Y'all not saying y'all should have, but you can ask him when it happened because he never mentioned it one time in sparring, and he never mentioned it when we hit the pads. And we hit this big ass thing right here. This thing you gotta be able to crack with this. Yeah, so we hit that. He was hitting that net. So we never, I don't know about his right hand.
You said something, Coach. You said, you know, there was things in camp that maybe you were trying to work on or that weren't going exactly how you wanted. Can you talk about what those things were?
I can't get into that. I don't want to get into that. Just out of respect for Caleb. If he wanted to get into it, he could get into it. But it was a tough camp. It was a real tough camp.
Talk to us a little bit about Kai Davis. Took a rough fight tonight as well.
I don't have no excuses for that fight. Karan had a good camp. Karan had a good camp, a really good camp. That kid was just better. That's it. Sometimes
hard punching, unexpected kind of.
You gotta just tip your hat to a guy. You know what I mean? You just gotta tip your hat to him, and that boy could fight. You know what I mean? I thought Kai just seemed a little bit tight in there. He never seemed to get unwinded. He really, and that's credit to the opponent because I don't have no excuse. Kai didn't have no injuries or anything. He just couldn't like get his engine started. I don't really know what was going on. He was like in the fog the whole time. And but sometimes when you fight a skillful opponent like that can do things like that, sometimes that puts you in the fog. And but he just couldn't really get going. But Kai had a great camp. Man. We was up 5:30 in the morning. We was training twice a day. He sparred a bunch of rounds and he got good work. I don't know what happened. You know, I keep hearing people saying, why'd y'all pick that opponent? We didn't have no other opponents. Karan got to fight. He got to support his family. If you notice, was May 31st, right? He fought Elijah Garcia June 15th. He was off a whole year after his career best win. He has to eat. He has to feed his family. He has his small child. So with the only other offer we got was to go overseas to Italy to fight for the same money we was going to fight Elijah Garcia for against the #1 contender or the highest ranked contender in the IBF. I wasn't taking him to Italy for $100,000. I can't do that to the kid. You know what I'm saying? We're going to spend $20,000 on resources just to get over there and bring our team over there and do that kind of stuff. I'm not going to let that do. And he come home with 50 grand. You know what I'm saying? I would never do that to him. So we had to take the toughest fight. He wasn't going to get a title shot. So that's the only other person that PBC had.
No, I mean, look, I think I'm going to pause there real quick because he's going to get into more Kyron Davis. And I see some comments real quick. The thing about, this is my thing, and I am being honest when it comes to, and I'm not being biased because I know Breadman, because I actually put a response on tweet when it comes to this. I mean, I already felt that Kyron was taking a tough task, a tall task. Yolani was definitely like the protege in this sense where it showed, you know, that he was that much better and he needed to beat a guy like Kyron to get at that position. Essentially what Elijah Garcia was supposed to do but couldn't. But in this case, when it comes to Caleb, you know, I think Caleb's issues and tendencies have not just transferred from fight to fight, but trainer to trainer. I think the same issues he had with Justin Gambler, his trainer that he started with, is kind of the same issues he has with Breadman. You know, I really think that, you know, Caleb has used and relied on his athleticism more than his boxing IQ and used his kind of spent more time using his boxing tutelage and knowledge to be more defensive responsible without expending so much energy, right? Like minimal movement, get out the range according to certain shots by putting your hands in the right position and stepping aside properly. But at a point, it felt like Caleb faded without Resendiz really doing much. And I know that they say like conditioning should be on the coach, but I've seen Caleb fade in the Ustaki fight and fade in the Canelo fight, which he had Justin Gambler. Fade in the David Benavidez fight where he had Breadman. Fade in this fight. I think the same issues Caleb has always had if he got a new trainer, it would be the same thing. So I think in this case, as a style matchup that Caleb struggles with, it's at a point of his career where he still relies on his jumping around and heavy movement early on to quickly try to dominate the fight. So and then fade in the second half, and maybe enough. Like, you already heard his ideology on what he thought was the case of the fight. He thought he won 5 of the first 6, which is a lot of rounds. And in his idea, it was like, well, I've had at least 1 or 2, 2 in the second half. So that's 7-5 right there. He's thinking he banked a lot of the early rounds so that in the second half that he can kind of like, even if he struggled, like he reinsured in his mind, like, I still have an opportunity to just win 1 or 2 rounds. I got this win regardless. So he's definitely a front runner from a lot of people's perspectives in the chat, and myself included. So I think that's unfair. And I think, Breadman as a trainer can only do so much with a fighter this late in his career. And so, in my personal opinion, it really depends on what Breadman's capable of doing with a younger fighter. He's gotten J-Rock to a unification win. It was unified. Chiron, as an underdog in certain cases, not so much tonight, but I think Breadman has a good mindset. He's still technically a younger trainer, so there's still a lot to improve. And even though he has the right mindset, he's still learning how to implement that into a fighter, especially a fighter that he gets later on. So I do like Breadman's perspective. My question is, can he actually get that into a fighter? And that's really the hard part. You have the good game plan, but can you teach it to a fighter? And I can't really bash Breadman, because 9 times out of 10, if a fighter wins, the fighter gets the credit, most times, right? I know Manny Robles got a lot of credit tonight, but most times Caleb would have got the credit like he's supposed to. But Caleb loses, we're quick to be like, oh, he needs to change a trainer. I don't think that's the case here. I think this was a case where Caleb probably would have lost, and we didn't really understand tonight's matchup. But that's just my take. Lammana needs to go back to General Mills. Facts, he was smiling all the way in the ring. I like Breadman interviews. The Plant rematch with Resendiz, he's going to have to use what Jaime did. Yeah. Of course, accusation happened now. But yeah, you got to box. I like Breadman on Plant and to take his advice and apply it. Plant was just being hard-headed. He was relying on his ego more. Also that Trevor McCumbee fight might gave him an inflated sense of like, I can fight in the inside. But like he said, Resendiz outboxed him though. Jaime was winning and got knocked out. So yeah, in the comparison, Resendiz was patient. He was able to take Caleb's power. He kept trucking along, and he made it a 12-round fight. And he used those later rounds in his advantage. He understood that Caleb was faster in his feet, faster hands. He was jabbing him, but he played into the long game. He digged to the body, a lot of right hooks to the body, and he broke Caleb down. So, facts, Plant was just being hard-headed. I knew Daddy Time took over for Caleb. Now, Plant tried to do that. He needed to hurt Resendiz to make him gun-shy. I mean, he tried a little bit. He tried to get a lot of those sneaky early lead left hooks, but, at the end of the day, we got to give credit to Resendiz, Hernandez was beating the brakes off of Davis. Yeah, that was bad. I'm surprised it went. Also, Caleb's shoulder roll was leaky as hell. He keeps having that right hand, see? Plant keeps the hands low too much. I knew that Chiron Yoleni was going to be a good, and it delivered. I mean, he was getting his ass kicked. Chiron is a tough guy, so yeah. He needs to raise the right hand. Yeah, he looked more tired of the fight. Facts. Plant got a habit of moving around. Too much wasting energy. And I've always felt like if you watch, and I know it's easy to bring up Floyd, right? But Floyd is like a guy, if you really watch his later fights, in his career, he did it in his early career, but especially his later career, minimal movement, like he would get out of the range, just enough where he didn't overexert his energy. He didn't hop around, exaggerated movement, excessive movement. Clearly he was in shape, but for the most part, those movements that Jamal was doing today against Thomas LaManna, very minimal movement, conserving his energy, didn't really have to go all over the place and chase his opponent. He just kind of calculated each step and moved accordingly. Like, that stuff really is something where veterans and late round fighters understand to go the distance. You have a 12-round fight. Use the rounds if you need to. Don't burn yourself out early on and turn it into kind of a, I got to get myself together in the 7th and 8th and the 9th and the 10th, That's when you should really be really be in your bag and really start doing a whole bunch of stuff. So for the most part, I think for Caleb, he's constantly been using a lot of his energy to get a lot of the earlier rounds and be ahead, but then slowly lose that lead, and it becomes one of those type of fights like, is Caleb gonna make it? So that's why I can't really go into Breadman, because I really do think he has a good understanding, as in like the concept. My question is, and I don't know, right, is he able to teach that into his fighters, right? And that could be a whole nother thing, right? Facts. Plant got a bad habit moving around and just wasting much energy. If Caleb just ditches his athleticism tendencies and basically stick to boxing 101, what Breadman said, and sit with the punches like Plant did with McCumbee, he would win confidently. Watch all his fights. Like the David Benavidez fight, he did so. I was at that fight, which, by the way, like, it was a fun, exciting fight and build up, a lot of animosity. And I thought, me personally, I thought Caleb did win 5 out of the first 6 rounds. I thought Caleb did win, I think, the first 5, maybe lost the 6th, then, lost the next 6, and practically had a 10-8 round. He was getting destroyed by David Benavidez, and I was surprised the ref allowed it to go on. But my point is that he did so well against David Benavidez because he had to move that type of way, because David was relentless in his approach and started just going after him. It's just a big monster, right? Hence the name. So I understood the requirement to move the way he did, because David forced that kind of pace. But in a fight like this, where if you had to move like that against David, what made you struggle so much in this particular fight when Resendiz didn't put that type of pressure? That's what I don't understand. Like, the disconnect is really hard. Was it the wars he kind of endured after David, fighting Trevor McCumbee off, getting off the canvas and then having to make it a dog fight? Like, where did it kind of become this point where he gassed out more than he did than the David Benavidez fight, when Resendiz did less than David? That's where I don't understand. So that excessive movement has always been an issue with me when it came to fighters. And I feel like that was tonight. So yeah, it's the trainers, not Plant. Just tell Plant don't fight. I mean, it could be a style matchup too. That pressure is, is relentless. Resendiz was relentless. David was relentless. Canelo. So Plant relied on that long guard way too much. I was seeing an opening left hook, and Resendiz did. And he started timing him too. The rhythm never changed. Caleb had a consistent rhythm. I think there's a lot of things that Caleb got comfortable. He kept putting a consistent pace, where Resendiz was able to time him. Fast Charlie was cutting the ring off good. Very minimal too. Just using his jab. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to, Resendiz is way better than Thomas LaManna. Like, way better. But how Jamal handled it was very poised, just calculated, minimal movement, using the jab, not being over anxious, overzealous in his movement, wasn't over exaggerated. That's going to be able to allow him to compete in the second half. And you can see that he was about to really get in his bag. He was really going to fuck Cornflake up. He was going to tear him up. But Doctor stopped it, and he knew that, Jamal was really going to get busy. So all that simple movement, when a fighter throws a shot, you should just, miss and make him pay with as much little movement as possible. Because if I do a whole bunny hop, step back, turn, twist, under, turning, rolling, like, dude, that looks exhausting, just by doing that. So Plant, and they're human too. Even though they're boxers, they're human. Plant needs to work on that. Now, as you said, Ron, Caleb needs to use minimal movement, think like older fighter, be a smarter fighter, not hard, harder pause. Caleb thought he was the hitman using a stick jab. Yeah, Plant don't like pressure fighters. He likes fighters with low output. And Resendiz, very calm, poised, mature, just took his rounds that he lost and just ate him like it is what it is, and played the full 12-round game, and he won.
For him to fight. So I'm not like making excuses, but that's just what it was. He's a fighter. I'm a fighter's trainer, so I said, all right, we just gonna take the Cuban. Like listen, I gotta help Kai pay his bills when he not paying, when he don't fight. Can y'all, $100,000 may seem like a lot of money, but you run through that in a year. You understand what I'm saying? You don't bring home $100,000 because you make $100,000 because you gotta pay your team, you gotta pay taxes. So he had to live off of that for a whole year. So he had to fight. And it's part of the game. If we could get a better
Coach,
fight.
do you think tonight, in all honesty, when Resendiz really started to hit Caleb's body, getting back to Caleb, fighters age overnight. We noticed Caleb's left side of his body was really bad beat up. Resendiz kept going there. But Caleb kept sticking in there, fighting the Mexican brawl. Do you think Caleb grew old tonight?
It's hard to say off of one fight, but I do think that Caleb's success with Macumbi allowed him to stay inside a little bit more. Not allowed him, it prompted him to stay inside a little bit more. And to answer your question, no. I saw you when I told you, all I want him to do is box and be smart for this guy. He didn't have to fight this kid on the inside. And I don't know if y'all heard my instructions, but I wanted him to box and keep this fight at a distance. And I warned him over and over again, do not fight this boy on the inside.
Did he get caught? Look, he's been in with Canelo, been in these bigger crowds, 4,000 or 5,000 Mexicans. Did he get caught up in it?
No,
Caleb tonight?
I don't think he got caught up in it. I think that Caleb wasn't having his best night. Resendiz was having his best night, and sometimes when guys meet, when one guy is having the best night that he ever had, and the other guy is a little bit off of his game, and then they meet, you could get an upset. That's why there's no such thing as really a tune-up fight. And I'm not gonna say that he got old, but Caleb has had some tough fights, and the number one marker in this game of a great fighter is, can you still be great once everybody knows your weaknesses? Because when good coaches and good teams see that you got flaws in certain areas, they're gonna try to exploit it. And if your game can't keep evolving and getting better to get beyond that point, then you're gonna take a couple of losses. And I think that this fight, Caleb tried to stick to the game plan, but I thought he stayed a little bit inside, a little bit too much. And it was, I didn't want him to stay inside. It was something I talked about. I wanted him to box and make this fight easy and get to the Charlo fight. Do not fight this guy.
Did you watch Jamal warming up tonight? Because Jamal said if Caleb had fought him tonight, Caleb was going to get effed up.
I didn't watch Jamal.
So Jamal must have been watching Caleb's fight.
I don't know. I didn't watch Jamal. I'm in the fight with my guy. I can't see and hear all of that kind of stuff.
Coach,
I'm in the dressing room. I don't know what anybody else is saying.
Coach, when it comes to Jamal Charlo, just a question. Caleb Plant. You've worked with him, obviously. Do you think he was distracted in any way, shape, or form by the fact that that big fight was coming? It was down the road?
No, man. I just think that Resendiz was on him tonight, man. And I knew it. I kept telling Caleb every day in camp, this boy is going to fight his ass off. Manny Robles is an underrated coach. Manny Robles got robbed with Terrell Garcia against Elijah Garcia. He's used to coming in on the B side. He got, in my opinion, he got screwed over with Andy Ruiz because he should have got more props for beating Anthony Joshua. And then Ruiz came back in the comeback fight and was out of shape. So then everybody blames the coaches on that. But Manny Robles, when you have a coach that can win a big fight like that on the B side, that says something about that coach, because you could keep your fighter's self-esteem up when everybody else think they're going to lose. And I kept telling Caleb, Manny Robles know what he's doing. This boy is coming to fight. I'm a very serious coach. I didn't think this was going to be an easy fight. I saw this guy right here a little earlier in the week, and I said, this ain't no easy fight. I know it wasn't going to be an easy fight. And it is what it is, man. It's just that's the way the shit go.
Real quick, Coach, how do you pick the pieces?
Go ahead, let him go.
How hard is it for you to train two fighters in one night?
It's not hard. I could deal with that. I done had two fighters fight on one night a bunch of times, and we both won. You know what I mean? It ain't hard. It's just part of the game, you know. That's the way things get set up. They know I got Caleb and they know I got Karan, so they say, okay, I put them both on the same card, and that's just that. If you notice, they fought in between each other, so they gave me time to get back in the dressing room and warm Caleb up. So that's part of the game. You got to be a professional and deal with that.
All right, let's see. I think, what do we have?
You got to take your...
Jeff Mayweather.
Jeff Mayweather, big night.
All right. Charlo would really hurt him if he didn't call off the fight. I called what Breadman said. I was scared for LaManna. Yeah, me too. But I tell you, Ron, the old hand injury excuse. I mean, look. Coach Breadman claimed that he didn't even know that was there. He hid it from him. So, like, I like the coach mindset. You get what I'm saying? Like, I can't really... I've spoke with Breadman enough to let me feel like he's a competent coach, at least when it comes to the philosophy. Now, how he implements it, I don't know. You know, I mean, that could be a whole nother beast. But I feel that Plant got that similar ego drive that Scooter had. I think brawling and fighting side, they got that dog inside, even though they don't have the power to back it up. Ends up backfiring. Yeah, I mean, that Trevor McCumbee could have, you know, gave him a sense of, you know, all right, I could bang it out. Plant don't have power. He can only win by boxing, not brawling. Essentially trying to prove that they got inner drive to hustle, even if it's not necessary. You can just simply just box them, ultimately cost them. Yeah, I just didn't really understand. That's why early on, I was like, this is going to be a boring fight. If Caleb's going to win this fight, and he's going to win it intelligently, it should be a boring fight. The rate that it was going, I said, oh, yeah, this might be boring. Like, Caleb. But I think he got confident because he was landing a lot and thought he can really, like, yeah, maybe I can get this guy, and started feeling himself. You know what I mean? And at a point, I'm not going to lie, when watching it, I was kind of like, yo, is Caleb going to get busy and stop him? And at that point, things changed for whatever reason. So maybe he did a little too much. So, but I did fall into the trap a little bit too because it felt like Caleb was going to stop him, like the way he was landing consistently. So, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Bit of a shock to some, but thoughts on Plant versus Resendiz and how it all went down.
Well, I mean, I think that it was a good fight. It was a close fight, but I think that Caleb thought he was winning when he was actually a little bit behind because he was more or less boxing toward the end of the fight rather than trying to win round, trying to, you know, give it his all and win that round.
Did you feel tonight that Caleb could have boxed more? A lot of us in the media and speaking to his coach tonight feel that he tried to brawl the Mexican a bit too much?
I think so. I think that we're not used to seeing Caleb fight that way. I mean, he's a great boxer, brilliant boxer, and that's what he should do. And that's against anyone.
What do you think of Jamal Charlo's performance tonight?
I thought he did good, but it still seemed like he was a little. You can see the rust in him.
Okay, you messing around a bit in there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying you could see the rust in him, and basically, I mean, it didn't seem like he had. I mean, even though he stopped the guy, it didn't seem like he had no urgency to do it. You know, because I mean, there were times where he just kind of carried the guy, you know, and most of the time fighters don't do that.
Do you think Jamal wanted to get a couple of rounds out, or?
He could have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, actually, he did say that. He said that in the press conference. He said that he wanted to get a few rounds in. So, and that's what he did.
A few of us have asked Breadman before, and you know, I'm keen to see Caleb later and ask him, and keen to ask Jamal. If Caleb was in with Jamal tonight, how do you think it would have gone? I know it's hypothetical.
Well, I mean,
just based off what they believe.
Don't get me wrong, it's hypothetical because they're not the same guys. They're not fighting the same guys. So basically, I don't think that if Caleb was in the ring with Charlo, he wouldn't be fighting the same way he fought that guy.
So I mean, got caught up in it.
Yeah, I don't think that. I just think that he felt that he did enough to win. You know, and And he didn't.
Where does Caleb go to from here? I know that people are talking about maybe rematch. There is a rematch clause for his WBA interim.
He has a rematch clause. And he also have the Charlo fight. He's not nothing's changed really. I mean, he can still fight the Charlo fight right now before he even fight the rematch if he ever going to do a rematch. So I mean, Caleb's still in a great position.
All right, is that the last one? Before I do a send off. Okay, cool. All right. I think that's a good spot right there. We might have a couple more videos trickling through, but because it's kind of one of those nights where, real quick, y'all, what do you think about this before I go through and say my goodbyes? What do you guys like this clock? I thought it was pretty cool, right? I mean, I don't know why my Resendiz looks like that, but let's see. Right? Looks kind of cool, right? Clock. Start. Makes it a little bit easier. You figure out what round we're in, all right? What minute? So. Yo, what's up, Southpaw? What's going on, my guy? You almost at that 100K plaque. Wish you nothing but the best, man. I wish you wish maybe you get it this year, right? You can post it up, celebrate. Plant still got to give Charlo that chance. They should run it back. They should. Clock cool. Appreciate it. You know, I'm just trying to figure out how to make it look a little bit better. I'm working on like an unofficial scorecard to give it more of that like official look. You know what I mean? Give my round by round. Just makes it a little bit easier. Just so when people come in, they who's fighting, what round it is, yada yada. So, but I definitely hope you get that this year, man. You know, I know that content creation grind is like consistent. It's just like life in general. Nah, you ain't got to shout me out, bro. You ain't got to shout, man. That's all you. I'm just wishing you positivity, man. You know, I know how this boxing game works. Every day, wake up, you know, sleep, eat boxing, produce content. You don't know when you feel like it, you know. So, and I appreciate you just being your authentic self. You know, everyone's entitled to have their own opinion. So, and always appreciate you just dropping in too, man. Just showing love. So I always would support and appreciate you when you do that with me. So that's what support is. So, and then after 100K, then goes 200K, and then 200K, 300K, and then 300K, a milli, right? So, you know, so wish you nothing but the best. Facts Plant wins Bourne, fights like Stevenson. I mean, look, I really honestly think, once again, Plant's biggest issue is that he relies so much more on his athleticism. And if he really stripped down all that fancy movement and just worked on just good hand placement, just minimal footwork, he can have a better gas tank. But for the most part, you know, that pressure fighting style that he always loses or struggles with, it's something that is very concerning. Guys like that tend to have a great gas tank, can take one to give one. You know, that body punching style that broke Plant. I mean, Plant's tough. Like, don't get me wrong, Plant's really tough. I'm gonna say, like, he has that, you know, will to survive and no quit. But at the end of the day, you know, you have to figure out that irky jerky excessive head movement. Like, you gotta, like, you're getting older, you're wiser, you have to make sure that every move counts. You know, it's very flashy, don't get me wrong, but when you're in the 6th and 7th round and you're gassed out, man, it's all about fundamentals at that point. Where's your hand placed? Where's your foot placed? And Resendiz was cool, calm, and collective, and he was cooking Caleb. So, but I'm thinking about it, Big Charlie may even wipe him out of the ring. My guy Jeff probably says, you're really trying to disrespect my family shoulder roll. You must be mad. Nah, man. Hell yeah, Big Charlie would hurt Plant with the power jab. You see that jab? I mean, style makes fights, man. Cornflake was never going to win that fight with Jamal. You know, regardless of the mindset that Jamal. And the thing is, I talked to Jamal a lot, you know, throughout this, and he seemed happy, you know, and so that was already alarming. Like, not happy, like, hey, you know, my life is great, you know. It's more like, yo, I feel good. I feel at peace. You know, I worked out a lot of stuff. I'm ready to just get back to boxing. And so that already was alarming. You can see there was rust, but it was still like a way better Charlo than the Benavidez junior fight. So I agree with Jeff to no excuse for this performance, but we have to take into account that Plant took a long break before his comeback. He hasn't truly gotten to his prime shape. Yeah. So, and first round, Big Charlie had his nose red like Rudolph. He did. And, you know, I ain't got nothing bad to say about Thomas, you know. Thomas LaManna did call me unprofessional, but I get that he was really just locked in, man. So, but Big Charlie sent LaManna straight back to Danny Garcia's fight night cards and Philly dive. Yo, don't be surprised if they fight each other. I'm just saying. Yeah, it's cool. Let's let the people know what round they are in. Yeah, fucks with it. You should do that. Ron got the Team Combat League banner joke. Is that what the Team Combat looks like? Make it look official. You're a good person. I don't care if you got all them speeding tickets. Hold on, brother. I used to get speeding tickets as a kid. Like when I was like 16, 17. That's funny, man. I definitely used to get speeding tickets when I was probably like 16, 17. But I got to that point where I think I was one more ticket away from getting like, I think suspended for like a year. I was like, yo, I'm driving like a grandma. And like, this was when I was 16, 17. That's funny, man. Appreciate it, my guy, man. Appreciate you. Plant wasn't on that snack pack. Oh, man. What Charlo say? Ain't even spelled right. Plant body was looking like tomato patch. Resendiz did his thing, man. I know at a point I was questioning, like, is this the effects of the fights he was in? But at the end of the day, man, you got to give Resendiz his credit. You know, he was the fighter. He was in there getting beat up the first 3 rounds. Man, I was thinking, like, yo, Plant about to cook him. So, yeah, it's too late to learn for that. It's almost like Deontay Wilder. You can't change Deontay Wilder. You can't change how Caleb handles pressure. You know what I mean? Like, think about that before I let you guys go. We're going to try to tell this guy who relies on excessive movement. That's his comfort zone. Excessive movement to get out of danger. And when he feels threatened, right, that's what he resorts to. So you're telling me that when he changes his style a little bit and he gets into another situation when he's in a tough fight, he's not going to go to what he feels comfortable when he's in danger? You know? Like, that's really what it came down to. Like, Caleb Plant fighting off his natural instincts. And you saw what he always had issues with when he was with his old trainer, Justin Gambler. And it bled into the Breadman. So, you know, at this point, it's like you can't change Wilder. You can't change fighters at this stage. You can only tweak them a little bit. You can give them some solid advice. You can find a trainer that kind of resembles some of the stuff that you're good at. But at the end of the day, like, you as a fighter have to make that commitment and that change. And really, those changes in these type of fights, you know, shouldn't be like that dramatic. Like, Resendiz is an opponent that you're supposed to step on. And so if we're talking about you not being able to, like, the stuff that Breadman was teaching you what to do, this is the fight you get to test it out on and try it, because Resendiz is supposed to be so much further out of your league, right? Now, if you were struggling like in Charlo, David, or Canelo, I get it, because that's like high-level elite competition where, you know, at that state, you're fighting an equal. But when you're fighting guys that are so much, and I'm not, once again, like, I feel like I'm taking away Resendiz, because all credit to Resendiz. But when you're fighting a guy who Elijah Garcia was able to beat, who the hell, who else? where is it? I already forgot who Caleb just fought. Armando Rendez, right? On his box rank, all right? And I didn't see the fight. It could be a lot of things, right? And once again, I don't want to tarnish Elijah Garcia, but losing to Marcos Hernandez is a red flag to me, you know? So you lose to Marcos Hernandez, which is the guy that you remember Darrell, like, hit him with that crazy knockout and like he was doing a dance and that was actually on Caleb and Canelo's undercard. All right. You lose to him. You know what I mean? So this is not the fight that you supposed to be like, you know, I don't know, man. So yeah, it will take a long time to reverse change Caleb's bad habits. At this point in his career, however, you can tweak and minor adjustments. So you know, that's my own thing. And the stuff that I'm hearing Breadman saying, if that's true, then I don't think he's giving him bad advice. Not at all. So yeah. And I want this go back to my guys. James Toney, probably get some advice from him because I see he truly listens to Tony. I'm gonna go look for that clip again, Con, because at that point, if he's telling him some truth. And it's funny because I was watching some old James Toney recently, and I was telling Abdullah Mason, like, you know, you kind of have some James Toney a little bit in you because, like, James Toney can make fights easier, but he chooses not to. I feel like Abdullah can make fights easier, but sometimes, like, he likes to entertain, you know? So he puts himself in those type of firefights, but Abdullah hasn't watched James Toney much. I'm like, yo, these dudes got to watch. These guys got to watch some old fights, man, because that stuff can still be used today, you know? So I love the Mexican fighters. They always give good fights. They will always test you. They will always test you. I always feel like that style will always test you. They will test you here, test you fundamentally, test you when it comes down to just take one to give one. So at the end of the day, skills pay the bills. But if you don't have the skills to keep a good pressure fighter off you, you won't see a fight like that tonight. So boxing is definitely entering a new era. A lot of these older guys are getting out. And soon it's going to be, you know, only Tank and Shakur and Devin and Ryan and Tio and all those guys are going to be like, you know what I mean? The next guys, you know, Arthur is leaving and Crawford and like a lot of those guys are gonna be gone, and then soon we're gonna have Curmel, Zaquin Moses, and like, Troy Nash and those type of guys. So the Masons and stuff, the Keishans. So yeah, Mason's like fire. Yeah, facts. Newer Abdullah's too green. He's probably studying Floyd more because of athleticism. Yeah, so I'm going to see Abdullah this week. I'm going to be in Norfolk, Virginia this week. And, I'm taking a trip out. And what better time than the new Clips album dropping, like in July. So I got the new Clips song. Roll out to Norfolk. Maybe might even bump into Pusha T. But I'll see Keyshawn, Keon, Calvin, Abdullah, Troy, Scooter Davis, who was in camp with Tank. It should be a good card. De Los Santos, we'll see. Keyshawn De Los Santos. It could be one of those fights where Keyshawn destroys, or it could be one of those type of dangerous fights, or one of those fights where, regardless if Keyshawn struggles or has a good win, won't get the credit because De Los Santos has not been in the ring for such a long time, had an injury, had a blood clot. So, but Abdullah should fight Keyshawn. I don't know if that fight will happen. I think Keyshawn will probably move up. They'll probably arrange it like that. So Shakur Zepeda going to be like the Plant fight. I still favor Shakur. You know what I mean? I've seen him spar. I've been in gym. I've been camp with him. I've seen him. I just think Shakur has a lot that you guys have yet to see. And on top of it, I'm critical of the type of performances that I'm watching, right? Like, because they're not entertaining. But with the right opponent, you might see something special. Zepeda might be that one. So I definitely have Shakur in that Zepeda fight. But I had Caleb Plant tonight too. But I view Shakur differently than Plant. Just my personal opinion. Oh yeah, predictions for Keyshawn Edwin. That's going to be a firefight. Quick prediction before I let you guys go. I favor Keyshawn Davis. That's the type of fight where Keyshawn's gonna really have to be on his counter punching like A game, you know. He's gonna have to bait Edwin De Los Santos a lot because Edwin, he likes to get off his lead hand. He's very quick, like quick to the draw. So like if we're squared up, Edwin is going to try to get to you before you get to him. Not wait too often, but kind of get you in these kind of lulls of action where you're kind of like trying to get in rhythm and position, and he's trying to get you off rhythm. And he'll initiate because he believes that his gun's faster than your gun. It's kind of how I watched him. He'll go after you, not in a way where he's just jumping in like recklessly, but just in range feels like I can get to you faster. He believes in his speed. And so what Keyshawn, you know, if he sees Keyshawn try to get off first and he feels, and if he is faster than Keyshawn, I'm not saying he is, if he is faster than Keyshawn, he'll try to time Keyshawn and let Keyshawn get off first and then counter him, right? But granted, if De Los Santos is reckless when he goes into attack, Keyshawn is good on the offensive counter. I could see him trying to counter him coming in. I could see Keyshawn stepping back. Keyshawn has the physical attributes and strength to keep De Los Santos honest. But De Los Santos does too. You know, he's fast. He has good power. He's calculated with his shots. But at a certain point, somewhere along the fight, they will engage and they will both exchange. And somewhere along the line, someone would get clipped. I would favor Keyshawn because he's a more active fighter. But don't be surprised that Keyshawn might have to take one to give one. And you might see it similar, kind of like Crawford and Spence, where he took a shot to give a shot. Keyshawn's in the same training camp as the B&B crew, and they tend to have a lot of offensive counter strategies. Saul, the shorter, his Mexican, studies Marquez. And Marquez is one of the greatest offensive counter punchers in modern times. And so with that, you see that style, not just in Crawford, but in Keyshawn, where Keyshawn might get caught and catch him because he believes in his power and believes that he can actually catch him and be able to roll off, you know, a shot or even take a shot. There's going to be a point where Keyshawn is going to have to figure out if De Los Santos really is that guy. Like, he has power, right? And if that power is real, Keyshawn will probably box. But if Keyshawn feels like he ain't really got that power, then he's going to kind of take some chances. And those chances can either be his detriment or be just another reason why you must watch Keyshawn Davis. Because he, regardless of De Los Santos is not in the most favorable narrative to give Keyshawn credit, it's still an exciting fight. It's a fight that at any point, if he's able to sleep or stop De Los Santos, you start to have to believe at some point that Keyshawn is the real deal at a point. Regardless of whatever pickings you feel, like the consistency is what I'm looking at. The fact that he's able to perform night after night after night, you could put a tough opponent in front of him and he might have a similar outcome because he's doing it on a regular basis with guys that should give other guys trouble. You know what I mean? But not him. And so that's the barometer. If he's able to get past De Los Santos, there's a clear distinction of the top and the bottom. And that's where we're going to see if Keyshawn really can elevate above that. And if he kind of looks subpar a little bit, then, you know, you start to question a little bit some of his shortcomings. But De Los Santos, even on a bad situation, he can still pose some sort of threat because we don't know. Only he knows if he's really healthy or not. And if he's coming in to get a check, then so be it. But if he feels in his heart he can really pose a threat, we'll see. De Los Santos will probably, you know, hopefully do some interviews afterwards, win or lose, to tell us really what it is. So, but I feel like my guy Edwin probably going to pull it upset. That dude feeds that fight. That Rayo fight proves it, and Rayo was a big puncher during 135. I think IQ-wise they're different, though. Like, Rayo, I wouldn't put Rayo's IQ as the same as Keyshawn. You know, like, Rayo fundamentally has good punching power, good combination, very elusive. Can be elusive, very sneaky, has good combinations, underrated offense, really. I know he's a power puncher, but how he places his shots. But for the most part, defensively, I don't think Rayo really shown like consistent discipline. He's kind of in a lot of wars. You know, at times he kind of fades a little bit, kind of doesn't take pressure well, doesn't really take adversity very well. I don't know. We'll just have to see. I think Edwin is a good opponent. I like Shakur to win. Shakur's a better defensive fighter in offense. Keyshawn's thinking just because Edwin's inactive coming off an injury during camp is going to take... Nah, I don't think that. I've talked to Keyshawn, and I know how his camp is. Keyshawn should do a lot of feints. Keyshawn does do feints. You'll see, you know? Also, unlike Stevenson, Edwin doesn't have to chase him down. Keyshawn's right there. Keyshawn's in range. He's an offensive, like, legit off. Shakur is a defensive counterpuncher more than offense. Shakur does sit there right in the pocket for the most part. On that fight, he didn't, for reasons like injuries and stuff like that, he claims. But for the most part, I think Keyshawn is going to, at some point, test De Los Santos. You know what I mean? And if De Los Santos doesn't pose a threat, then expect some ass whooping, you know? But Keyshawn shouldn't get reckless. And I don't know, man. We'll see. You know, Rayo's overrated. Yeah, me personally, I wouldn't put Rayo. I think Keyshawn's already shown more than what Rayo has. Just my opinion. But Rayo's a good, you know, he had some good wins. He had a good run. So, who knows? Keyshawn losing De Los Santos could put Keyshawn and Rayo in the same boat. So, but anyways, y'all, I'm going to rest up. I appreciate all you guys coming through. Check if there's more videos. I'm sure there is. Just a simple, easy night. Nothing crazy. This week should be crazy, though, in Norfolk. It's going to be one of those nights I think a lot of boxing fans and even casuals will be tuning in for the most part. Last time I went to the Scope Arena, it was crazy. I think it's going to be crazier. So, really, this is one of those fights where if Keyshawn really does outshine Shakur in this sense and outperform and look amazing, you know, I'm expecting to hear more. I want to fight T.O. and Tank and fights like that. And should get the boxing world a little bit more exciting, you know, amongst us. So, all right, y'all, man, I appreciate you guys rocking, man. Every single one of you guys, man. Overall, it's going to be probably the best 50-50, 130 fight that we haven't received for a while. I mean, Roach and Tank was pretty good, you know. So, all right, gang. Expect to see some interviews dropping this week. There's some more coming out tonight. And as always, if you have social media and whatnot, give your boy a follow. I'm trying to get a little bit more active. A little bit more active. So, appreciate each and one of you guys. I'm going to get some food. Hungry. All right, y'all. You guys take care. Peace.